Vitality Blast Cricket is back. Just make sure you're ready for blast off.
Brilliant, that's out. That's a good catch as well, Al Davey.
They popped all their fireworks.
Edged, has it carried? It has, first ball for Miles.
Well, that's a big shout.
In the air and out. Brilliant victory for the Birmingham Bears.
Vitality Blast Cricket is back. Just make sure you're ready for blast off.
Brilliant. That's out. That's a good catch as well, Al Davies.
They popped all their fireworks.
Edged. Has it carried? In hands. First ball for Miles.
Well, that's a big shout.
In the air and out. Brilliant victory for the Birmingham Bears.
Warwickshire Access is the team that's made up and represents Warwickshire of guys with either a physical disability or learning difficulties. Its name's really aptly chosen in that it provides access to cricket that perhaps otherwise these guys wouldn't get. So that's what it does, and that's what it says on the tin.
10 years ago, I started playing for England, disability side. I've got mild autism and learning disabilities, and my coordination at the time was very poor when I first started playing cricket. So I had to persevere with my disability and with my coordination, and then I've been rewarded for the hard work I've put in.
We provide weekly cricket sessions on a Wednesday and a Saturday. They're quite open for guys to come along to. They come every week of the year that the centre's open. And we also play 8 to 10 games a year during the course of the summer of inter-county cricket against similar groups from the Midland counties.
It makes me feel happy and being a part of a team, and it makes me feel happy, and it makes me feel like I want to do more for the sport. I found it really good because we got a lot of good players, you see, and they're all improving every single day.
Yeah, I think it's important to grasp the sort of individuals and what actually goes on here. So all these guys have got a story. They've all sort of fought challenges and people telling them they can't do things all their lives. And actually, when they come here, we talk to them about what they can do and what they can achieve, and that's the important thing. And then they meet a group of people that are actually sort of similar, and they go, actually, we're all very, very similar in terms of who we are and our stories. So they come together as a group and they've bonded together really as a group. So yes, playing cricket's important, and it is important, and playing county games is important, and it's important, but equally, it's important they're together as a group and a group of people.
I joined the team from my old club at Hampton and Solihull, so I was a hardball cricketer. I joined from there, and quite frankly, I've been loving it here, actually, to be honest. Since then, I've not looked back, and it's been really nice. I think really Warwickshire has got probably the best, I think, personally, for giving the opportunity, first of all, and also helping others to join in as well at the same time.
Just getting the opportunity to do something like this today is brilliant, because actually it will show people that they can do something. As I say, I think people have been told, especially if they've got an impairment of some nature, they've been told they can't do things all their lives. Well, actually you can. And it doesn't matter what level you come in and play at. Just come and play, because we'll make you really, really welcome.
This summer, for the very first time,
Edgbaston is going to host the Women's Ashes.
Going again! Oh, excellent catch!
Women's sport has grown rapidly in recent times, and this is your chance to be part of it.
Straight down the ground.
England will take on world champions Australia
in the first T20 at Edgbaston.
Yes!
The world's best players on show. A new era of England women's cricket is here, and we are rewriting her story.
Yeah!
Oh, there it is!
Times are changing.
Let's get Edgbaston full. I'll be there.
Will you?
Edgbaston aren't afraid to get properly stuck in when it comes to sustainability. They've even built their very own allotment right here at the ground, where I've been joined by Director of Operations, Claire Daniel. Claire, this place is amazing. How did it come about?
So our chef team are so passionate about food and produce and locally sourced. They really wanted to build an allotment, start growing their own veg and using it on our menus.
Why did sustainability feel important?
We've got an ability to have a really positive impact on climate change, and we take it very seriously. So we are really focusing on plant forward, more vegetarian and vegan options. We don't use any single-use plastic at all across the stadium. All of our energy comes from renewable sources. We recruit in the local area. And it's about having a really positive impact on the city.
This couldn't possibly sustain all of the 500,000 visitors that you receive each year, so where else do you get your produce from?
That's the wish, ultimately, is to have somewhere big enough. We don't get any produce from outside the UK. We home make 90% of the produce that we serve on all of our menus, which makes it a lot easier, and we use kind of locally sourced traders and vendors. We also work closely with Fordhall Farm. They help us within our retail catering, and they've been an excellent partner of ours.
Fordhall is one of the first organic farms in the country. It's been organic for over 65 years. In 2006 it was sort of facing redevelopment, and it was saved by a community scheme, so it was essentially bought by 8,000 shareholders. We came from sort of one catering unit here at Edgbaston to running the whole concession contract here.
And how do you strive for sustainability in the way that you farm?
We rear all of the animals organically, so we are completely grass-fed. We don't use any additional corn or anything like that. It is Soil Association certified.
Does that have an effect on the taste of the food? Do you say that the cricket fans are benefiting as well as the environment here?
We definitely think that the meat tastes better. It's reared slowly for longer, which produces a better tasting product, and hopefully something that people enjoy here.
In a venue this size, wastage is always going to be an issue. Fortunately, Edgbaston have hit upon a brilliant solution. Local food redistribution charity, Let's Feed Brum.
Let's Feed Brum started about 7-8 years ago, and we go out every single day of the week, including 2 breakfasts, to feed the homeless, really acting as befrienders who help to bridge the gap between people on the streets and the services. The food is a huge part of that. You know, that is absolutely our way to connect with people and provide exactly what they need whilst having those important conversations. Edgbaston have been absolutely incredible. They've really pioneered this community spirit. They always provide us with their surplus food, because then we can go out that very night or that morning, hand that food out to people who need it most. You know, sometimes we might see 80 to 100 people in one session. Just being able to use what otherwise would be food waste, but actually putting that to a great home is incredible.
Do you think that other venues should be taking note?
100% of the venues should get on board. We've spent a really long time working with environmental health, working with experts, anything we need to do to make sure that food is not being thrown away unnecessarily and actually is being literally put in the hands of people who need it most. So I would encourage any venue to reach out to a charity like Let's Feed Brum to understand actually how can they work together to help the community.
Locally sourced organic produce arrives, fans enjoy delicious eats while they're at the cricket, and anything unsold goes to those who need it the very most. When it comes to food and sustainability, Edgbaston, it seems, has got it sussed.
My name is Errol Sims, General Manager. I've been in connection with the club since 1967, 68. So, you know, I'm got some years in, basically. My mum came to this country when I was 5 years old. She said, well, when things are right, I'll send for you, which she did. So I actually got to come when I was 13 to join my mum. My mum told me, probably get called names, whatever, you've got to stand up for yourself. She said it's pretty tough, but it's better than where you were. I was the first black person in my school. That was pretty frightening. I was thinking, Christ, where am I, you know? Had some tough times. You have to learn self-discipline. And then you learn around that respect. For me, if you haven't got self-respect and you're not respect others and respect where you are, then you're going to struggle in life. To do this job, something that you love, It's a dream job, to be fair. You know, I look forward to getting up and coming here every day. I'm a Bear through and through, spent nearly half my life here with the Bears. My ambition when I first started, obviously as a youngster, was to play cricket in the middle out there. I got close. When I was fully coaching, I worked in schools, then I would come in here, I'd do one-to-ones. I worked with the county age group. Part of my main job was to coach the Warwickshire women as well. Always used to say to the girls, you know, one day some of you will play out in the middle. Now look at where women's cricket's gone. It's a much different women's cricket. When I started this job, the then chief exec said to me, well, we've got this ground and you might as well take on Portland Road. I was a bit emotional really, because I think, yeah, you know, I played a lot of cricket here. To be involved in the development of it to where it is now, and it's very pleasing. Once Bear, always a Bear. It is a place where people look after each other. So as I mentioned before, you have to have that respect in life, and for me, you have to drive yourself and you have to see those avenues. I'm 69 now, so I'll just keep going.
I was told about nearly a month ago now, or asked if I'd like to do it by the chairman, Mark. I think I'm the first commoner to be in the job, but I'm obviously very delighted and very proud, and my association with the club goes back a long way. So to continue that into my 80th now, yeah, I'm really delighted, and I look forward to it very much. It's amazing when I look back, because I came here I think at the age of 9, and then progressed through all the Warwickshire young sides, and then I was offered a contract at the age of 15. So I wasn't an academic at school, so I thought I'd like to do that. I always loved cricket. Played for the school teams, and all my essays were for stranded on a desert island. It was we got a bat and a ball to play with, so that was brilliant. And I progressed from the age of 15 and made my debut, I think it was, at the Oval in something like 1960. Was I 16 or something like that? Yeah, I loved it. I mean, to play for a great club like Warwickshire County Cricket Club and be there, as we say now in these days, it was fantastic. And to look back on my career, to progress and go and play international cricket, go on tours, and be a part of the establishment was wonderful. Chief exec, and to sit on the board and be deputy chairman and all those sort of things, and now president. I mean, it's just wonderful. You know, I've been 50, 60 years in the game. It's amazing, really, when you look back. And I've been lucky, very lucky. And I just loved Warwickshire. I thought I don't want to go anywhere else. Hopefully the players will feel that there's somebody looking upon them that knows a little bit about the game. It's a different game these days, and they'll tell me that. I often see them up at the golf club, and when we start talking, they say, well, you know, it's a different game these days. Well, I think that I'm still Dennis Amos, and Dennis to everybody, and I hope they'll treat me the same. And but hopefully that you know, my 2 years as president will be one that I know I'm going to enjoy. And yeah, I look forward to watching the boys, and hopefully that they'll know that somebody knows something about the game is watching them, and they're going to be at their best. It's a great club with a great history, and we've won titles, and we want to win them again, and we'll do our best. It's just a great feeling and a great honour to be able to play for a club with such a great history.
The reverse.
More drama here at Edgbaston.
Edgbaston Stadium today. We have a partnership already with Warwickshire County Cricket Club, and I thought it'd be a brilliant experience for the third year sports journalism students to come along to an actual match, to see the facilities, to meet and see some of the other journalists in action. And the staff here have been brilliant. You know, they've allowed us to interview a player. We're going to be speaking to a coach later. So it's really just an opportunity to come here to see some cricket, to put our student, our sports journalists in the environment which we hope that one day they'll be serving in and working in. And it's a bit of a taster, really, just to give them an insight into how a sports journalist behaves during the day, what they do, the kind of work they have to produce, and really a day in the life of a cricket correspondent. Right now we're in the press room at Edgbaston, an absolutely fantastic facility.
I'm here as an experience with the uni, with the course. Interviewing the player was a great experience because it meant I got to understand how it works and how you sort of how to speak to a player one-to-one, because you kind of get a bit starstruck when you're talking to people for the first sort of time. I did a micro placement at Edgbaston during the summer. It was during the T20 blast, so we came to games and took a few photos for the social media and took a few videos for Instagram. A few of them went out on the stories and all that sort of stuff. When we went and met in the BBC radio studio, so it's good to sort of meet the journalists that were in there and how they work and sort of their practices. So that I could use that in the future if this is sort of the route I take. It's really good that BCU allows me to gain practical experience while I study.
It's just an insight into what goes on, and this is so important to our course because we not only want to skill the sports journalists of tomorrow, but we want to bring them to the actual places where hopefully one day some of them will be working.
Today is our first Bears Business Club sustainability event of 2023. We've got some excellent speakers from Net Zero Now and from Drax. Also Lydia, our sustainability manager here at Edgbaston, talking about our journey and how we're going to get to net zero.
I'm Emily Trad and I'm joining you from Net Zero Now. We're a carbon accountancy and carbon reduction certification platform, and our goal is to help SMEs reach net zero. So today I'm presenting just a bit about the company as a whole and how we are providing a tool for SMEs to get to net zero, what the barriers to entry are and how we're meeting those and creating a sector-specific approach.
My name's Fee Bush and I work for Drax, which is a renewable energy generator supplier, and we're now pioneering BECCS, which is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. I'm here today to talk about carbon removals and the use of technology in the fight against climate change.
I'm Lydia Carrington, I'm Sustainability Manager here at Edgbaston Stadium, and we have lots of sustainability targets in place that we need to push forward and communicate out to our wider business and network, and really trying to get conversations started around sustainability and getting people talking and engaged.
On the reverse.
More drama here at Edgbaston.
So this is our junior training session for ages under 9s up to under 14s. It's really just to keep participation going with cricket during the winter, so it's just keeping them involved in cricket, thinking about cricket and as I say, getting ready for the season to start in April. And we have got young lads here who want to go on and play county cricket hopefully and progress into that pathway. So to see somebody from the local area who has made that step up into professional cricket, especially a lad like Rob, is a great inspiration for them. Obviously with the scheme that's helped, we're going to put the money towards having an artificial surface, which will only then increase participation, not only for the club in games and training, but also in the local community, meaning we can hire the venue out and allow access to hopefully schools and other teams in the community as well.
So in that final, you scored 100 and took 2 wickets as England went on to win the first ever World Cup. Can you remember how you felt when you walked out and then scoring that 100 on the way to winning a World Cup?
I was a little bit nervous when I first went out, but then I think with nerves, you play more cautiously. And I was really elated when I came out, particularly because my father was there and greeted me with a rug over his arms. So, yeah, because he was in his 80s at the time.
Yeah. What was the crowd like that day? Because obviously we've got the Ashes here at Edgbaston this summer and tickets flying for that, and it's going to be so good when we see how many people come and watch that. What was the crowd like then? How much excitement does it give you to know that there's going to be so many youngsters perhaps coming to watch the women play in the Ashes this summer?
It gives me a lot of excitement to know that there'll be more people here this time. And in fact, that they'll bring their children and they'll want to then play. But in fact, when I went out to the middle, I just concentrated on what was going on in the middle. I was very aware when we came off and we were given the medals by Princess Anne. And then I got my MBE and went to and met her there, and that was great. Because I'm talking about the men's cricket. She said, no, I don't mean the men's cricket.
Yeah, and Eve, you play a lot of your cricket obviously here with Sparks. This place is sort of steeped in history. Does it make it a bit more special even to know that you're playing this professionalised game now and the likes of Enid have blazed that trail for you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an honour really to be able to play here and know that everything that you guys have done to be able to give us this opportunity to be able to play professional now. I think the way that the women's game's going, it's only going to get better and better, and it's great to see that.
So obviously you played that World Cup final here and you hit 100 in the final. What's it like to then be back at Edgbaston looking at it, knowing that's 50 years ago and seeing all the changes that have happened in that time?
I absolutely adore coming here and it just brings back very, very happy memories.
It was quite a landmark tournament because it was the first Cricket World Cup ever, men's or women's, and I was watching a daytime quiz show and it came up as a question. It was, when was the first Cricket World Cup held? And lots of people say things, 1975 or whatever, in the men's. And they were like, no, 1973, won by England, in England, at Edgbaston. So there you go, you can make it onto the BBC quiz shows.
This is our ground here, this is where we love to play. And it does bring back very, very happy memories.
So Birmingham Unicorns we set up about 2 years ago. We're the second only fully inclusive LGBTQ club in the country. We kind of set up because it felt like there was a need to engage the community in this fantastic game of cricket. So Warwickshire and Warwickshire Cricket Board have been instrumental in helping to pull that together. Some of the stuff that we've been able to achieve, we've only been able to do with their support. We've had 2 sessions now here at Edgbaston over the last 2 years, which has just been amazing because they're obviously very high profile. They're a big, well-known club here in England, and that helps with visibility. And if a club like Warwickshire gets involved, it just helps with the whole inclusion message and making sure people do feel comfortable and able to come along and watch, play cricket, get involved somehow.
It's the obvious, isn't it? Cricket's a great game, brings people together. It has so many benefits from health, but for fun, for inclusion, to allow people to feel safe. And I mean, that's what this club's about, but that's what cricket's about as well. So if we can support it in a day like this, and in any way we can, we will. It brings you right back to why you play the game, which is to have a laugh and have fun with people that you enjoy being around with.
So we've done a little bit of bowling today. I only started playing last year, so for me, I was opening the bowling. There was a lot of pressure on that. So I'm just talking about the mental side of that. Being kind of a team sport, but in an individual in a sense. It's been really good, actually. Really good, really enjoying it.
Oh, so I've been with the Unicorns about a year now. Before that, I was out of the game for about 15 years, played a lot at school. But I think that's one of the great things about Unicorns, is that we're a club where the majority of members, either as adults, haven't played much or at all actually, and come in, and yet they come in, everyone gets equal opportunity, and everyone gets to have an equal chance to have a real good time. So.
We put today together to celebrate women for International Women's Day. We wanted to get as many people from the organisation together, both male and female, and celebrate all of the fantastic things we do here at Edgbaston, and showing that we're inclusive and allowing people to explain their story, how they feel working at Edgbaston, what experiences, what challenges they may have had. 2023, if you look at how much women's cricket has changed, but also seeing more women in boardrooms, more women in leadership roles, and it's about the next generation and showing that the young adults and children coming through today, they can have a career within sport, be that on the ground staff, in broadcasting, as we are now, back of house, and there's options for them.
Edgbaston aren't afraid to get properly stuck in when it comes to sustainability. They've even built their very own allotment right here at the ground, where I've been joined by Director of Operations, Claire Daniel. Claire, this place is amazing. How did it come about?
So our chef team are so passionate about food and produce and locally sourced. They really wanted to build an allotment, start growing their own veg and using it on our menus.
Why did sustainability feel important?
We've got an ability to have a really positive impact on climate change, and we take it very seriously. So we are really focusing on plant forward, more vegetarian and vegan options. We don't use any single-use plastic at all across the stadium. All of our energy comes from renewable sources. We recruit in the local area. And it's about having a really positive impact on the city.
This couldn't possibly sustain all of the 500,000 visitors that you receive each year, so where else do you get your produce from?
That's the wish, ultimately, is to have somewhere big enough. We don't get any produce from outside the UK. We home make 90% of the produce that we serve on all of our menus, which makes it a lot easier, and we use kind of locally sourced traders and vendors. We also work closely with Fordhall Farm. They help us within our retail catering, and they've been an excellent partner of ours.
Fordhall is one of the first organic farms in the country. It's been organic for over 65 years. In 2006, it was sort of facing redevelopment, and it was saved by a community scheme. So it was essentially bought by 8,000 shareholders. We came from sort of one catering unit here at Edgbaston to running the whole concession contract here.
And how do you strive for sustainability in the way that you farm?
We rear all of the animals organically, so we are completely grass-fed. We don't use any additional corn or anything like that. It is Soil Association certified.
Does that have an effect on the taste of the food? Do you say that the cricket fans are benefiting as well as the environment here?
We definitely think that the meat tastes better. It's reared slowly for longer, which produces a better tasting product, and hopefully something that people enjoy here.
In a venue this size, wastage is always going to be an issue. Fortunately, Edgbaston have hit upon a brilliant solution. Local food redistribution charity, Let's Feed Brum.
Let's Feed Brum started about 7-8 years ago, and we go out every single day of the week, including 2 breakfasts, to feed the homeless, really acting as befrienders who help to bridge the gap between people on the streets and the services. The food is a huge part of that. You know, that is absolutely our way to connect with people and provide exactly what they need whilst having those important conversations. Edgbaston have been absolutely incredible. They've really pioneered this community spirit. They always provide us with their surplus food, because then we can go out that very night or that morning, hand that food out to people who need it most. You know, sometimes we might see 80 to 100 people in one session. Just being able to use what otherwise would be food waste, but actually putting that to a great home is incredible.
Do you think that other venues should be taking note?
100% of the venues should get on board. We've spent a really long time working with environmental health, working with experts, anything we need to do to make sure that food is not being thrown away unnecessarily and actually is being literally put in the hands of people who need it most. So I would encourage any venue to reach out to a charity like Let's Feed Brum to understand actually how can they work together to help the community.
Locally sourced organic produce arrives, fans enjoy delicious eats while they're at the cricket, and anything unsold goes to those who need it the very most. When it comes to food and sustainability, Edgbaston, it seems, has got it sussed.
This summer, for the very first time,
Edgbaston is going to host the Women's Ashes.
Going again! Oh, excellent catch!
Women's sport has grown rapidly in recent times,
And this is your chance to be part of it.
Straight down the ground.
England will take on world champions Australia
in the first T20 at Edgbaston.
The world's best players on show. A new era of England women's cricket is here.
and we're rewriting her story.
Oh, there it is!
Times are changing.
Let's get Edgbaston full. I'll be there.
Will you?
Vitality Blast Cricket is back. Just make sure you're ready for blast off. Brilliant. That's out. That's a good catch as well, Al Davies.
They popped all their fireworks.
Edged. Has it carried? It has. First ball for Miles.
Well, that's a big shout.
In the air and out. Brilliant victory for the Birmingham Bears.
Dan Worrell connecting with cricket balls, that lead could be up around 100.
Yeah, in a low-scoring game, a little cameo like that can make such a difference, can't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, he made 116 championship runs last season with a top score of 44 not out, but they came in quick time, all of those. As over the wicket comes Rushworth once more, and Smith pushes off the back foot, won't take a single. Mosley comes round to his left. 11:40 start due to a bit of light drizzle really this morning, and the ground staff got everything off very, very quickly, and it feels now as if the sun is trying to break through. We can see Birmingham city centre away there in the distance, but it does feel at the moment as if the sun is trying to break through the clouds, and well, Warwickshire wouldn't mind seeing that, because they're going to be batting for quite a bit of today. As over the wicket comes Rushworth, and Smith, lovely shot, just waits for this, opens the face, guides it down towards third man, and his placement's perfect because he'll be able to get back for 2. So first runs of the day for Jamie Smith. He moves on to 59. Sorry, moving on to 217 for 8. Couple of wickets yesterday for Chris Rushworth. 2 for Hassan Ali, and then 3 for Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Hassan Ali with that big wicket, of course, of Ollie Pope, and celebrated in Hassan Ali style yesterday. He stood up at mid-off this morning. 2 slips in there as Rushworth is over the wicket, and Jamie Smith comes down the pitch to him. He follows him down the leg side, doesn't get anything on this, and it's taken by Michael Burgess, moving away to his left. It's interesting, you listened to Ben Folkes' interview last night and sort of saying he never really quite feeling on this, and he said he almost felt that his innings started pretty well, but by the end he'd sort of played himself out of a bit of form in that innings yesterday, because it was very difficult to time the ball and a bit too paced, he said, as well. As Rushworth over the wicket he comes, past umpire Hartley, and Smith is just turned around a touch by a good length ball that he pushes back up the pitch, and Mosley comes up to do the fielding.
And of course, on a track like this with a bit in it, really high quality seam bowlers, there are certain times when a batter is just going to get a ball he can't do much about. Dom Sibley got out to an absolute pearler, and sometimes, however good you are as a batter, sometimes it's just too good a ball, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's been a few of those in this game, hasn't there? Batters got out rather than batters getting themselves out. There is a difference between those two. Over the wicket comes Rushworth once more into Smith, and Smith will get a single, just turns this off his pads into the leg side, so he'll nick the strike. Jamie Smith won't mind that, Surrey won't mind that. And Dan Worrell 4 not out, Smith 60 not out. If you're just joining us here on BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC WM, BBC CWR, BBC London. Then 218 for 8, Surrey have moved on to this morning. The first ball of the day, smack straight down the ground from Dan Worrell, who's been given licence to thrill. I think it's fair to say a very good James Bond film that not too many people know of. Licence to Thrill.
Well, they're looking for a new James Bond at the moment. Churchy, if you thought of throwing your hat in the ring?
Well, yeah.
Here comes another candidate, Hannon-Dalby, as he comes in from the Birmingham end, a half volley, which is just pushed out towards the deep point fielder. Warwickshire aware of Worrell's likely approach. Got a couple of men back on the offside, but one of them prevents that boundary. A single to Dan Worrell. He moves to 5. 220 for 8.
Yeah, Michael Burgess yesterday stood up to Hannon-Dalby and Rushworth. I thought he kept brilliantly yesterday, Michael Burgess. I actually saw him last night. I had a quick natter with him. He said it's never easy, that. But I thought he kept brilliantly yesterday.
Here comes Hannon-Dalby again, and Smith tries to force this off the back foot, but just inside edges it into his pad.
What I love about this is Mr. Worrell has strolled out there with his long sleeve sweater on. You don't often see batters in long sleeve sweaters, and he has given that absolutely everything, hasn't he? He was off his feet, he was trying to smash it over extra cover.
Sorry, that is Worrell facing.
Yeah, but it went about a yard, that one.
Yeah. They didn't... Oh, I got confused. I thought they took a single out there, but it must have been Smith who took it. Hannon Dolby is in again, and this is an attempted pull from Worrell, and after that first gorgeous driven 4, he hasn't middled one, I don't think.
Well, and the other thing this shows is that it's the sort of two-pace nature of this pitch. He was through that very early, Dan Worrell. So, you know, on a pitch that's really coming onto the bat, Worrell's probably slinging that over mid-wicket, but he was through that very, very early. Probably a good job he's wearing a big jumper as well, because it hit him on the shoulder.
219 for 8, sorry. They lead by 69. Already a very useful lead. Warwickshire striving to end this innings as soon as possible, and that's almost caught and bowled as Worrell goes for a great big hoe. He was aiming for mid-wicket and squirted it straight past Ollie Hannon Dolby, and I think if Hannon Dolby was 6'1" instead of 6'7", he might have got down to that, but it's a long way down when you're 6'7".
I think if that was a golf off the tee, he topped that, didn't he?
Yes.
He gave it absolutely everything again, and again it sort of pootled back towards Hannon Dolby. So I think that probably off the tee sort of went about 10 yards into a bush.
Is Dan Worrell going to connect crisply with one again in a minute? He tries another pull here, and again he's early on it, and Michael Burgess takes it down the leg side. His attacking policy is floundering a bit at the moment. 4 from 1 deliveries he was, and he's now 4 from 7 deliveries. 219 for 8.
I love watching Dan Worrell bat. I really do.
Well, he went into this innings with 903 first-class runs. Will he be getting to his 1,000 today?
I'll tell you what, it'll be entertaining if he does, and he'll be there by about, I'd say, 12:30 if he gets going.
Hannon Dolby will be keen that that doesn't happen. Here he comes again from a city, and a very short bouncer which goes way over Worrell's head. A little bit of a waste of energy, that one from Ollie, who normally just attacks the stumps, but a bit of frustration there perhaps from the big Yorkshireman. Sorry, 219 for 8, Jamie Smith 61 and Dan Worrell 4.
Yeah, and those two get together for a bit of a natter out there in the middle. So the lead is 69 for Surrey. Chris Rushworth with the ball in his hands, and again, just worth reminding everybody, it's only 3 overs old, this ball, as Rushworth from the pavilion end coming over the wicket to the right-handed Jamie Smith, who's using his feet and gets tucked up a touch for room, but works this off his hip very nicely down there towards Hannon Dolby. So this will bring Worrell on to strike to Rushworth. Smith moves on to 62. A smattering of spectators all around the ground this morning. Few people dotted around in the Holly stand. My dear gentleman who always sits on his own in the back row of the Holly stand, whatever the weather in a championship game, is there again today. And then lots of people down there at the Birmingham end as well, all dotted around. Those yellow seats are very popular. And there's a few Surrey supporters here as well for this one. Full round of Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy games underway today. We'll keep you up to date with all those scores and of course the others in the county championship, as Rushworth is into Worrell. There he goes, down Worrell. Again, this is more of a pitching wedge, straight down the fairway. And if that was approaching the green, I think it's probably pitched and spun back. But again, he looks a little frustrated. Does Dan Worrell. Came off the toe end of his bat, but he picks up a single. He moves on to 5. It's a very long, high single, that. 221 for 8. Sorry. It's an entertaining start this morning. Rushworth turns once more, and then runs away from us. Comes in over the wicket to Jamie Smith, crouching at the crease. He's pushing this one away out into the offside. Dan Mosley gets across to do the fielding, and there is no run.
Chris Wokes grazing there at mid-on. Interesting to see him not get the new ball. I mean, Rushworth and Hannon Dolby are fine bowlers who have traditionally had the new ball wherever they've bowled for, but Chris Wokes isn't too bad with it either.
Not at all. I thought he bowled really well yesterday. I think it's fair to say everything's in good working order now with Chris Wokes, which is terrific to see. As Rushworth comes in over the wicket to Smith, and Smith crashes this one off the front foot on the up, but Hassan Ali will get across to do the fielding, and they will pick up a single, and that'll be one more to Smith. He's on to 63, 222 for 8 at Lords. Kent 67 for 2 in their second innings, leading Middlesex by 26 runs. So, of course, Zach Crawley was out yesterday to Tim Murd for the second time in that game, I believe. In Division 2, Derbyshire following on against Durham are 138 for 5 in their second innings, so spot of bother there. And that means they trailed Durham by 149 runs as over the wicket comes Rushworth, formerly of Durham, of course. Shout for LBW. It's just looking to swing that into the Holly stand was Dan Worrell. Sort of hit him on the boot. Again, he was through that very early, was Dan Worrell, but umpire Hartley shakes his head. And there is no run. Leicestershire all out for 407. Glamorgan, 194 for 6. In reply, and then in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, Central Sparks, of course, in action today against the Northern Diamonds. Northern Diamonds is 77 for 2 in the 17th. Down at Beckenham, South East Stars against the Southern Vipers. Vipers, 97 without loss after 21. As over the wicket once again is Rushworth. Here goes Worrell, inside out. Sort of Yahoo's this, over extra cover. Again, he hasn't really got hold of that, Dan Worrell, but he'll pick up a couple. Again, it's a very high couple of runs, those, and it's 224 for 8. Just a reminder, of course, Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, 50 over, going well, 100 overs, but 50 overs aside. Sunrisers against the Blaze now, of course, and the Sunrisers are 81 for 2, and Western Storm against Thunder. And Thunder are 103 for 3 in the 22nd over. So all those rounds, second round of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy underway as well today.
Here at overcast Edgbaston, it's Ollie Hannon-Dolby again to bowl from the Birmingham end. 2 slips waiting. Jamie Smith punches this away off the back foot down to the deep point fielder and takes a single, which will bring Dan Worrell back onto strike rather entertainingly. It's good fun cricket, isn't it, Churchy? Because all the top order batsmen go out there and value their wicket and play correctly and choose the correct shot for the ball. And Dan Worrell goes out there in there and just basically has a mow, doesn't he?
Yeah. It's an interesting. Morley Morkel had this wonderful theory that if bowling conditions were really good, send the lower order in first, because as he said, I'm not going to hit the ones that are really good, and I'll have a good old go at others. And there's every chance I could come off for 20 minutes.
Well, I think that's very much Worrell's approach. He faces Hannon-Dolby now. It's a very, very slow bouncer, which Worrell waits for and smashes to the point boundary. And that was really well played by the Australian, because it wasn't a good ball. It was a very short ball, but it was so slow going through, wasn't it? And he waited for it and just lapped it to the point boundary. Well played, Dan Worrell. He moves to 11. And the total to 229 for 8. And 1 or 2 alarm bells here for Warwickshire.
And this is the Worrell factor, isn't it? All right, he's missed a few and mistimed a few, but he's already whacked a couple of boundaries. He's 11 off 12 deliveries. That was a bit like a four-arm smash, wasn't it, through cover?
It was indeed. He waits again. Hannon-Dolby is in again, and this one is an attempted leg glance, but thumps into the pad. And I think that's probably a better approach from OHD, isn't it? Just what he does is attack the stumps and tie the batsman down. I think he's been a bit sucked into bowling short this morning, and it hasn't worked out. 3 men on the deep leg side boundary for Worrell, so I suppose there is some incentive for Hannon-Dolby to drop one short and try and get a catch in the deep.
It's a long old carry out there as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Here comes Hannon-Dolby again, and it's a good ball outside off stump, which Worrell tries to ladle over deep mid-wicket and doesn't connect.
That's a shot, isn't it? Damn Worrell. Wow. Well, if he did get hold of that, it would have flown straight over the slips for 4.
That's right, yeah.
He really did throw absolutely everything at that, and because of that, Alex Davis is being deposited in a catching position, sort of down at third man, but that was a wonderful effort.
I would say if he had got a top edge on that, a man on the third run rope would have been irrelevant, because it would have probably been nearer to us.
Here.
That's
yes,
right.
I think we would have caught it on the balcony.
What's Worrell going to do this time? Hannon-Dolby is in, and Worrell smashes this one to cow corner. Is it 4 or 6? It's 4, but that one came right off the middle, and Worrell moves to 15. 233 for 8. Surrey's lead moves to 83, and Warwickshire have got to get this man, because as you said, Churchy, a little cameo from him could really send this advantage into dominant proportions.
Well, he's already done a little bit of damage already, hasn't he? And Wokes is getting warmed up now.
Yeah.
I think Will Rhodes has seen enough of this, and he's getting Wokes ready to go.
22 runs added this morning in 15 minutes.
83 now, that lead.
And Jamie Smith, who's played superbly for Surrey to ensure that this innings is still going, really just having a watching brief, as he does right now at the Birmingham end, as Hassan Ali's in again, and Worrell plays this one nicely, chops it away for 4 to third man. Did well there, the Australian. The ball climbed at him slightly, Worrell adjusted and chopped it away, and Davis is on the third man boundary but couldn't make it round to cut that off, and that's a very, very good over for Surrey. 237 for 8. Smith has 64, Worrell 19.
Well, if the first boundary of the over was a forearm smash, that was a forearm slice from Dan Worrell, because he played with Alex Davis down there at third man. It was a very good shot. Brilliant placement and adjustment. The other thing here, of course, is that Surrey are now 13 runs away from what would be the first batting point of the game. Warwickshire 1 wicket away from a third bowling point. Rushworth from this pavilion end is into Jamie Smith, who drives at one that's a little bit wider and just going outside his off stump, just shaping away a touch. That beats his edge, and it's taken by a tumbling Burgess away to his right hand side. But yeah, it's an interesting start to today. It really is. And Dan Worrell 19 off 16 balls so far. And that is, in the context of this game, that's a bit of damage already from Dan Worrell with the bat. Smith on 64 as Rushworth is over the wicket to Jamie Smith, and Smith just opens the face and guides this one away. He's very happy to give Dan Worrell the single. And Jamie Smith moves on to 65, 238 for 8. And that lead moves on to 88 now for Surrey. Hassan Ali, I wonder if there might be a double change in a sec. Bit of Wokes and a bit of Hassan Ali. Kemal Roach still to come for Surrey, but Wokes is sort of doing his leg stretching exercises out there at deep mid-wicket on the boundary rope in front of the Hollies stand. Where's Worrell going to go this time? Rushworth is in over the wicket to him, and he is smashing this one away through extra cover for 4. Just stepped outside his leg stump, gave himself a bit of room, and absolutely smashed that. Did Dan Worrell. And the other thing here is, yes, the new ball's great for the bowlers, but for Dan Worrell at the moment it's great, because if he does connect with it, it's going to absolutely whistle off his bat. And that's exactly what we're seeing at the moment from him. And Worrell's on to 23 now off 17 deliveries, and it's 242 for 8. And that leads on to 92 now, so they've already added 31 this morning, of which Worrell has 23. Brutal shots, these from Dan Worrell, as Rushworth is over the wicket to him, and he bowls a Yorker, which Worrell does very well to get a bat on, but the field's spread so he can get an easy single into the leg side. He'll move on to 24. Sorry, move on to 243 for 8. So this partnership already moving on to 32 this morning. All the 32 that we've had this morning. Does feel like it wants to brighten up a touch here in Birmingham. It's yet to do that, I must say. There's still cloud cover everywhere. Rushworth comes in over the wicket, and that's down the leg side again as Jamie Smith advances towards him. Rushworth sees him coming, pushes it down the leg side, but Smith can't get anything on that, and it's taken neatly and tidily by Michael Burgess. There's no real breeze today either, Brian, is there? The flag's hardly moving. Well, it actually isn't moving. Down there in the distance, the Warwickshire flag. So there isn't any discernible breeze today, which makes you think the clouds will obviously stick around the place. Rushworth, with just the one slip in there, comes in over the wicket to Smith, who's driving outside edge through where a second slip would be. And that's down to third man. and they will pick up a single. Smith will keep the strike. End of the over, 244 for 8. End of me. I'll bring Phil Britt in with you, Brian, and once you've done your update, we'll hear from Nicky Chowdhury for the first time today.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mark. Yes. Ladies and gents, in a moment I'll just interrupt the flow to update our listeners to local radio stations, and then it's over to Phil and Nicky. But what an effective little counter-attack this has been from Dan Worrell. And let's hear it too for Jamie Smith, whose excellent batting yesterday made sure this innings extended into the third day, and that's of course given Dan Worrell the opportunity to come out and do this. I'll just prattle on for a moment, Phil, while,
yes,
until the
until
the listeners from our local stations join us. We do have Chris Wokes into the attack. Ollie Hannon-Dolby got a bit of a bruising there from Dan Worrell. His figures slightly affected, but it's nice for Warwickshire to have someone of the calibre of Chris Wokes to turn to. He's now a couple of practice bowls to Hassan Ali, who you would have thought might be worth turning to at some point soon as well if this wicket doesn't come. 244 for 8 as Wokes begins his spell to Jamie Smith, who guides this away down to third man. This is Brian Halford at Edgbaston, where after a 40-minute delay due to rain, Surrey have resumed their first innings and are 245 for 8, a lead of 95 over Warwickshire. They resumed on 211 for 8, and tail-ender Dan Worrell has attacked effectively for 24 from 18 balls, an important cameo in a low-scoring game. Warwickshire need to get him soon. Surrey 245 for 8.
I think you're absolutely right there, Brian. I think the this 95-run lead on what's going to be a relatively low-scoring game, that's going to put an immense amount of pressure on the Warwickshire top order.
Indeed so, Phil.
Conditions similar to those on the opening day where Surrey did so well. As Wokes in bowls, and this one is steered away, giving himself plenty of room, Worrell, and cuts it away backward a point down to the Holly's stand fence for 4 more, and he moves to 28. The runs continue to flow, 249 for 8. So
28 for Worrell, and this is exactly the script that Surrey had in mind, isn't it?
Yeah, this morning they came out, they thought Warwickshire were desperate to get these 2 wickets and get back in and keep the lead down to a manageable total, but it's nearly 100 now. As Wokes is in again, and will get more runs. He's not where he was intending to play the ball. In the end, it goes between his legs and down to fine leg. They get a single. He was looking to push it away into the offside, but it brings up the Surrey 250 with it their first batting point. Well, the first batting point in the match, to be honest, obviously.
And here to help Surrey celebrate it is Nicky.
Thanks, Brian. Brian will be back with us in half an hour. Nicky Chowdhury will be joining us in just a second as we wait while Wokes at that Birmingham end comes running in to bowl to Smith. He's in bowls, and Smith is pushing this one away nicely, just wide. Oh, and the ball invades Hassan, who goes down to chase after it. So what looked like to be a 1 is going to end up, certainly is 2, and they decide against the third, although which would have brought Worrell back onto strike. But 2 more. Smith moves on to 69. Good morning, Nicky.
Morning, how are you?
Oh, sorry, good afternoon. Let's be absolutely right. I'm very well, yep. But now we're playing, having had that delay. And
I'm afraid I think I brought the rain with me.
well, it wasn't really rain, it was mizzle, really, wasn't it?
It wasn't very nice.
Just enough to keep them off the field. Although they were still able to play soccer while it was going on to start with, but still. In comes Wokes, and Smith up on his toes, pushes this back down, fielded off his own bowling. Really good half-hour, 40-minute session that for Surrey this morning.
Yeah, it's been a really good
rapidly.
half an hour session.
They've really pushed that on now, taking the lead over 100, and in a low-scoring game, that's a really big lead they're beginning to pick together. and still got those 2 wickets intact, which is, from Warwickshire point of view, is not what they wanted to see. Here's Wokes in and bowls, and Smith is running this one to backward point. Davis does the fielding. There's no run. End of Wokes is over. Worrell is on 29. Smith has moved on to 69. It's 252 for 8.
Yes, Warwickshire would have liked at least one breakthrough since they've started this morning.
I think being perfectly honest and brutally honest, they'd like 2 breakthroughs.
They would have liked 2, but at least one would have been a step closer.
Yeah.
So
2, I think, was in their mind. Get 2 quick early wickets, and then we can get into bat. And this lead's not too big. As it's worked out, they got neither of those wickets, and the lead's gone past 100. Not quite to plan, I don't think.
Not quite to Warwickshire's plan. Going to Surrey's plan, though, however.
Absolutely.
As we've got Rushworth from the pavilion end. Going through his run-up. In he comes, bowls, and this one's just defended by Worrell and picked up by the man at mid-off.
That man being Chris Wokes.
I don't know how you can see from here, if I'm honest. I'm going to need to get some glasses. Can't see the names. But how have you been? I think I was last up here for Kent versus Warwickshire last year.
Yes, which did Warwickshire? I can't remember who won that game now. Do you know? I can't remember. I think Kent won it.
I believe Kent won it. Yes, it was a Kent victory.
Yes, we've been very well.
In comes Rushworth, bowls, and this one's pulled away by Worrell, and it's over and into the stands. That's a 6. It's a very short delivery, actually. Very short delivery from Rushworth. And pulled away comfortably by Worrell. That pushes Surrey to 258. That was a freebie, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
That was...
Yeah, it was short. Worrell in this mood, they don't know how much more they need to see that he's going to pick that up, but it was sat up nicely for him, because no great pace in the pitch, and it just sat up, and Worrell was through it, and picked probably the shortest boundary to go for on the ground, but didn't just clear it, he cleared it handsomely.
Yes, that was definitely one to search for in the stands, wasn't it?
Yes, there wasn't a huge number of people rushing to get that ball, but there are some folks that were in the vicinity of where that one was hit.
Yes, brave enough to be sitting out there. It's quite chilly outside still. In comes Rushworth from the pavilion end. Worrell on strike, and he's forward and defends it. This one just popping off the wicket a little bit. No run.
Worrell is not going. If he's going to be out there, he's certainly not going to poke the ball back all afternoon, is he? He's going to. We've seen put bat to ball. And he's going to score, and he's doing just what Surrey would have hoped for.
100%, and I think with the way, obviously, that's probably going to be going towards Surrey's plans, trying to get as many on the board now and really just build that lead. Obviously, not having many wickets to hand. Rushworth in bowls, and this one's driven, and it's gone up, and it should be the man at mid-on taking the catch, and it is. That is the end of Worrell, gone for 35. He was, as you just mentioned, trying to go through it.
Yeah, Will Rhodes underneath it, ran round, got underneath it, the Warwickshire captain, and Chris Rushworth gets his 3rd wicket of the innings. And Warwickshire have finally got rid of Dan Worrell for 35, 258 for 9, a really useful partnership that. They added 47, and the main instigator of that, 35 of those coming off Worrell's bat, so well done to him. He gets a round of applause from the crowd as he walks back in, and Warwickshire get their 3rd bowling point, so points. Bonus points in this game, it's really the bowling points rather than the batting. We've just got that 1 batting point, which Surrey have got. Warwickshire were some way short of getting anything.
But yes, Warwickshire finally got their way, 1 wicket closer.
They're going to have to work hard now. They're 108 behind. They're going to have to really get their heads down and get rid of that arrears, and really they want to be sort of back to parity, probably with no more than, at the very most, 2 wickets down, which is going to be a big ask against the sharp attack of Roach and Worrell, well backed up by Clark and Laws. So
we've got Kemar Roach, who's currently just made his way to the crease, marking his guard. And he's going to be facing Rushworth. 2 slips in place. And in comes Rushworth bowls. The shorter delivery and just ducked by Roach. And it's going to be missed by the keeper and going straight down to the boundary for 4 byes as well, I believe. Leg byes.
Yeah, I think
Did I catch him on the pads?
No, but it caught him on the shoulder. Just touched his shoulder, I think, and went through. And there was no shot or anything offered, but I think because it was a short delivery, the way he banged it in, I think he'd have needed pads about 6 foot high, to be honest, to have got hit on the pads with those. That was real in the end. And Michael Burgess didn't even make any sort of move towards trying to stop it.
No, he didn't. In comes Rushworth to Roach. Bowls and Roach's forward defence and just plays it into the point region. No run. That is going to be the end of the over. Surrey 262 for 9. And Warwickshire just need 1 more wicket before they can head out and try and get a lead. I obviously wasn't here for the first 2 days, so how's the wicket been playing up here?
Wicket's played okay.
Bit slow?
It's been, the conditions have favoured the seam bowling. It's been the overhead conditions.
Just like this morning, yes.
The sun came out yesterday afternoon, so really it was a massive toss to win. And I think obviously both sides would have bowled first. The first day it was heavy overhead conditions. There'd been some rain about, and it favoured the seam bowling. The wicket did a bit, but it wasn't unplayable. But you know, people like Dan Mosley proved that. Here's Wokes starting a new over from the Birmingham end. He's in. Smith turns this one away to mid-wicket. He's not going to take runs and bring Roach down onto strike. He just refuses what would have been an easy single. Sam Hain comes running in from deep mid-wicket, and Michael Burgess comes trotting round to cover up. But no, it's played fine. It's just that it's the conditions and the fact that it's been the whole game virtually, apart from yesterday afternoon, has been played under a heavy cloud cover. And Surrey used it extremely well. Worrell and Roach bowled beautifully between them. They got 7 wickets between them. This one is turned out again to Hain, who's, I would say 50 yards from the bat, but they refuse the single. So just at the moment,
I think Smith's very clear on what his role is here now.
Yeah, he's going to take as much of the strike as possible and not expose Roach unless he absolutely has to. He was quite happy to let Worrell go, and because Worrell was striking the ball really cleanly, but Smith will have one eye as well on taking himself to 3 figures again. This one is played out again to Hain, and the ball rolls to a halt before Hain can get to it, and he walks in now to get the stationary ball and just will underarm it back to Chris Wokes.
I don't think this could have made it any more obvious about what Smith's plans are.
262 for 9. That's a lead of 112 with 1 wicket remaining. We've got a lot of overs left in the day. Still got 86 overs after this one. So this game will be well on, one would think, by the close of play tonight, as Wokes in. Smith just gets right behind it, and Wokes fields off his own bowling. There's a slip, and then there's not another fielder within 40 yards of the bat.
Yeah, we've got 2 out on the boundary on the offside, so we've got a 3rd man and a deep point. Oh, and a deep cover as well. We've just got the man pushing out. So we've got 3 out there on the offside boundary.
2 out on the leg side boundary, and a very deep place. Well, they're not long on, long off quite, but they're not far off it. And this next one is just stroked out to deep extra cover off the 5th ball of Wokes over for a comfortable single to Smith. Now the field will come in for the 1 ball. I'm never sure of this tactic, you know. that this really works. But still, it's
Well, they'd be wanting to give Smith a single, right, to get Roach on strike.
yeah, but they've got him on strike. It was such an easy single.
I
off
think,
the fifth ball.
yeah, 100%. I think potentially you're probably trying to want to stop him towards the end of the over,
Yeah, from
going to
it.
the other end.
Yeah, but they just said, well, here you go, here's one, and walk up, and we'll have one ball at. Perhaps they think one ball's enough for against Roach.
Well, they've got Roach in and 3 slips in place now.
Here's Wokes, he comes into him and bowls, and it goes past the outside edge of Roach's bat through to Michael Burgess. He survives it. End of the over, 263 for 9.
So yeah, it's an interesting tactic. Surely it should...
Well, I would have thought you would have brought the field in a bit more, say from the
to stop the
third
single.
or fourth ball, to stop the single, rather than giving the man on 7th, 69 at that stage an easy one. But I don't, what do I know?
Well, we've got Rushworth continuing from the pavilion end, and I'm sure he'll be very keen to pick up this final wicket as well. And we're going to see a similar field as well from this side. We're going to have the man at deep point on the boundary. Deep cover as well. Not exactly on the boundary. I'd say probably, what, 12 yards, 12 steps off, as in comes Rushworth. Smith on strike, and he's gone over the top of mid-on. And that's gone straight into the stands. That's going to be 6. That's a beautiful looking strike.
Absolutely perfect, wasn't it? Just picked it up and right through that. And there was never any doubt about that one.
Just got under it to get that elevation, and it's gone straight into the stands, and it's just been rolled back as well.
Will Rhodes down there was just able to watch it sail over his head and into the concrete fence which surrounds the ground, and never does the ball much good when it hits that concrete. I've had a look at it.
In he comes, and this one, similar shot, but is it going to make it over the line? And it does. That's going to be another 6 for Surrey. Just again, Smith just being able to get under that ball to get that elevation, taking it over the boundary. Not as big as the previous hit, but nonetheless still a 6. That takes Surrey 275 with quite a good lead at the moment, wouldn't you say, Lena?
I think 125. They're nearly doubled Warwickshire's first innings score. Warwickshire made 150. They're already 125 behind. Chris Wokes having a word with Chris Rushworth.
And I believe they're just having a change to the field. Just adding another man on the boundary on the leg side, as in comes Rushworth, bowls. And again, this one's striked through the offside, and it's going to make its way. It's just plugged by the man, Chris Wokes, who's chased it to the mid-off boundary. It's going to be 2 they've just come back for. Good running between Roach and Smith. As you can tell, Smith just trying to get his hands through the ball and access the gaps.
Well, he's gone up to 84 now. And
that was quick.
Yeah, he's really accelerated these. So these two.
But they've got such a wide spread in the field that he's got the gaps to actually work with.
Well, the whole field is now on the boundary.
Everyone is on the boundaries. In comes Rushworth, and Smith just using his feet, but this one's just slightly wide of him. It's gone straight into the hands of Burgess. Yes.
It's to be on the leg side. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players on the leg side who are all on the ropes. On the off side, we've got a third man at deep backward point, deep extra cover, and a long off, who are all probably about 5 yards to be absolutely accurate in from the boundary, but there's nobody apart from the wicketkeeper anywhere close.
And this one's just played by Smith, driven to the man Chris Wokes at long off, but no single taken.
Now, I thought he might have taken that single.
Exactly.
You know,
you'd want to be on strike for the next over after you've just...
Give Roach one ball to face. He's now... The field will come in. But he hasn't come in that much, just looking at it. There's still plenty of gaps.
Yeah, Smith should be happy with that. 2 6s, and they've got a couple as well. So 14 from that over.
Just wants to retain the strike now. If he can get a single off this last ball, so that he'll be facing Wokes, and Warwickshire bringing Hassan up from third man up to saving 1. There's a man out at deep cover point, but there's a shortish extra cover. There's a mid wicket, but there's still plenty of gaps for him to be able to pick a single with.
And this one's driven by Smith to the man at long on. Just worked away off his legs, a single, keeping him on strike.
Clever play, played it well. It was a full delivery and just worked it into the gap, and as you say, he took a comfortable single. So 278, the lead 128, and looking just a little bit ominous for Warwickshire at the moment. This certainly isn't what was planned, their plan this morning. When play resumed with Surrey on 211 for 8, they've added 67 runs this morning for the loss of just that one wicket, and those 67 runs are priceless in this game with the relatively low scoring so far.
Every run counts, as they say.
Well, Surrey, as they have done many times, they bat right the way through. Here's Wokes with a new over in to Smith, and Smith launches this in the air, running around to get to it. It drops safely, and they'll come back for 2 as Roach making to the danger end, but it was not the greatest throw back into Chris Wokes, so in the end Roach not under any real pressure, and getting back comfortably. 280. Smith moves on to 87. So this is a terrific innings from Smith, and when I suggested that he might be looking for his 100 a few minutes ago, he's actually not that far away.
He's not far at all, and he's been playing really smart cricket.
Here he comes, Wokes again with his field all spread. Smith gives himself plays, and he cracks this one away to deep extra cover, having given himself plenty of space for that, moving back towards square leg and playing it away, but they decide against a single, and there is no run. So that's 2 deliveries from this over. We've just had the 2 runs so far to Smith. While all this is going on, Roach still hasn't got a run, but in fairness to him, he's not actually had that much of the strike. These 2 have already added 22. This one is played away nicely by Smith. No, he's not going to go this time either. It was played away to sort of very deep, wide mid-wicket, where, again, a comfortable single, possibly even if you put pressure on the field, it might even have got back for 2. I see Hassan Ali is warming up, and
rightly so.
Surprised that he's not had a bowl this morning, but Wokes continues, still wicketless in this innings. He's in and bowls. Smith is trying to pull a short delivery, but it goes high over his shoulders and through to the keeper, and by the end he was trying to pull it, but well underneath the ball, and travelled through to Burgess. There was no run.
Got 2 balls left in the over. I'm sure we're going to try and see. We might witness a single here with Smith trying to keep his strike as we approach the end of the over. The field is still quite packed on in terms of every single fielder is on the boundary as Smith is on strike.
Wokes in, and this was just turned away for a comfortable single down to deep square leg for 1. That takes Smith on to 88. It's a 281 for 9, and really there was it was just easy pickings there. That leaves Roach 1 ball to face, and Warwickshire not really putting pressure on that. They're almost gambling that they'll get Roach with the 1 ball at the end of each over. They're not giving themselves an extended spell to bowl at him. Here's Wokes looking to see if he can get one through Roach. Roach is pushing forward to that, places it off into the offside. There would have been a single comfortably, but they obviously decide not to. Smith will keep the strike, and Surrey have 281 for 9. They lead Warwickshire by 131. They started this morning just 61 ahead. They have added 70 runs this morning for the loss of just the 1 wicket. That of Dan Worrell, who went for 35, and we're seeing some Terrific batting from James Smith, who's moved on to 88. And Chris Rushworth comes out of the attack because Hassan Ali has come in to take his place.
Yes, Hassan Ali's first go this morning. And rightly so, he'll be really looking to pick up this final wicket for Warwickshire as quickly as they can. Smith on strike. And as mentioned, every single fielder is on the boundary as in comes Ali. And this one's just dragged across and it's going to be caught. Is it?
Yep.
Yes, it is. I think it was very close to the boundary line there. And that is going to be the end of Surrey's innings. Hassan Ali came on and he's got the wicket of Smith, who's going to be departing for 88. And Surrey finished 281 for 9. With a lead of 131.
Alec Davis, I think that was down there, who took the catch just inside the ropes. He kept his position, waited and waited. The ball came down. He looked back to check his feet. Terrific innings from him. And it comes to an end. And Surrey are bowled out for 281. 88 to Smith. Roach without scoring. And just run through the Surrey card. Yesterday we saw Rory Burns LBW to Rushworth for 32. Sibley caught Yates, bowled Rushworth for 5. Ollie Pope went for 8 LBW to Hassan. Patel was caught Hayne, bowled Hannon Dolby 27. Folks caught Rhodes, bowled Hannon Dolby 39. Smith, as you've just seen, caught Davis of Hassan Ali for 88. Cameron Steele caught Mosley, bowled Hassan for 12. Clark caught Yates, bowled Bernard for 12. Laws was out for 1 off Hannon Dolby. This morning we saw Dan Worrell at 35 before Chris Rushworth had him caught by Rhodes, and Kemar Roach not out naught. So 281 for Surrey. They lead by 131. Now the interesting part comes. Warwickshire are going to have to really bat well for certainly the rest of this day and into tomorrow if they're going to get something from this game. We will take a break for a couple of minutes while the innings changes, and we'll do a commentary, although I think we've got to keep going, I'm told, so we'll be talking on through this period. Warwickshire, I think, have got some work ahead of them against the attack.
They do, especially the way Surrey have bowled in their first innings. I did see some of the game, and yeah, they've got a good lineup. So you'd really expect Warwickshire to dig deep and at least bat into tomorrow morning. Otherwise, I don't think.
Yeah, especially with the forecast tomorrow is not great.
It isn't.
You know, there's rain around tomorrow. Today it looks as there may be a chance of a shower according to the forecast during the afternoon, although looking out over the city there's quite a lot of blue sky now beginning to appear over the city,
so hopefully we'll just miss it, but it was a bit drizzly this morning.
Yes, it looks like it, certainly at the moment it's blown through, but tomorrow it's not so good. But let's just see how they get on today, because it's a lot of work ahead of them here in order to keep at bay.
That catch, though, to take the final wicket was right on the boundary. It was very close, I believe.
It was right on the edge, wasn't it?
It was right on the edge. Like, from here, I couldn't quite tell. It looked like it was...
He judged it perfectly, because he positioned himself, Davis positioned himself right underneath it on that boundary edge. And there's a real lesson for anybody who's watching. So often you see people put back on the boundary, and they're actually in by about 5. By the time the actual ball starts to come towards them, they're already in about 4 or 5 yards. But Davis there was right back on the edge, so that he took the full advantage of it. And the first reaction he got was, having caught it, was just to see that his feet hadn't gone over the edge.
Yes, you always feel like you're closer to it than you actually are as well.
Anyway, we will take a break at this stage. And because it's taking a little longer for the players to come out, but stay with us. We'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes when Mark Church and Brian Halford will be with us.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Edgbaston here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, BBC CWR, BBC WM and BBC Radio London. So, Surrey all out for 281. Fantastic innings from Jamie Smith of 88. Outstanding knock that from Jamie Smith. Sort of hit the acceleration button at just the right time. And it was Dan Worrell as well this morning. He did a lot of damage with a quick fire 33. And that means Surrey have a lead of 131, which is very handy indeed. And there is a bit of batting for Warwickshire to do here. Alex Davis and young Mr. Rob Yates are out there in the middle. And Brian Halforth is alongside. And Brian, this is going to be tricky for Warwickshire. Even this little period here, 35 minutes for Surrey to have a bit of a dart with the new ball. So this is just this period before lunch is going to be tough.
Absolutely. What a prospect for Surrey. They've got Worrell and Roach to come in and give it everything for half an hour, and then again after lunch an awkward little session this for Warwickshire as Kemar Roach begins the innings with a straight delivery which Rob Yates is well forward to, smothers it with a mixture of bat and pad. And Surrey have earned this excellent opportunity before lunch with some terrific batting this morning. Daniel Worrell played his part to perfection with a lusty 35 from 24 balls. Jamie Smith made it all possible, of course, by batting so well yesterday to extend the innings in today. And then he climbed into Chris Rushworth, didn't he, with a couple of sixes. And Jamie Smith ended with 88 high-class runs. Here comes Kemar Roach to Bob Yates, who is on a pair. And that one, I think he played inside as the ball just shaped away towards the slip Gordon. Rob Yates out for nothing in the first innings, a century already to his name this season though. So if Rob Yates does put roots down, he's capable of playing the innings that Warwickshire need. And Warwickshire need at least 2 or 3 batsmen to bat long if they're going to get out of this trouble.
You also think S. Hayne could be absolutely key here again.
4 slips crouching as Roach is in again around the wicket to the left-handed Yates, who punches this the way to backward point but doesn't get his first run because he just finds the fielder.
Yeah, I think that Jamie Smith innings, he's played some cracking innings for Surrey, but I think in the context of this game, with the bowling conditions and the bowling attack, it's one of his best innings he's played for Surrey without a shadow of a doubt, to get them up to 281. And in the way he did it yesterday and this morning, he was very happy just to let Worrell go, and then he sort of hit the accelerator himself.
Here's a Roach again, and Yates tucks this one away to mid-wicket. Yes, and of course Jamie Smith came in when Surrey were 99 for 4 and the match was really in the balance. Another couple of quick wickets then, and it was Warwickshire who were on top. So first he played some good small partnerships, 30 or 40 in the middle order, just to get Surrey in front. And then he managed the tail end brilliantly. A really classy knock from Jamie Smith. And Surrey have thoroughly deserved their position of ascendancy in this game. Here comes Roach again, and this is Rob Yates' first run. He gets the ball off the inside edge away to mid-wicket and scampers through for a single and gets off a pair, which brings Alex Davis down to face for the first time. Dare I say it, Mark, it's been the sort of session and cricket full of conviction and purpose of champions who are going to have they're going to take a lot of disposing of that, depriving of that championship this season, I would suggest.
I just think that they all know exactly what they're up to. I think you always look at Surrey these days and they bat all the way down to 11 and they've got a very good new ball attack. And someone always sort of steps up to the plate, really. If you think of the Jamie Smith innings there.
Here comes Roach to conclude his first over, and Alex Davis just takes that one, I think mainly on the pad, bit of glove as well, off into the leg side. 1 run off the first over. Warwickshire have negotiated the first of probably 7 or 8 overs we're going to get before lunch. If they can get through without loss, they'll be very, very helpful.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that would be a sort of a first little tick in the box, wouldn't it, if he can get through to lunch unscathed against this Surrey new ball attack. And you'd be delighted with that. It will be Dan Worrell, who's 33 this morning. I think it's fair to say was entertaining. Swashbuckling, his buckle did swash this morning, and played some very, very lusty shots, did Down Worrell.
6 fours and a 6. Quite a few air shots in
Yes,
24
indeed, as
deliveries
well,
he
indeed.
faced,
But
they don't matter, do they?
sighters,
That's
sighters.
right. Absolutely.
Sighters for him, because when he does get hold of it, he doesn't half go a long way, and at a rapid rate of knots.
And then Jamie Smith perhaps even trumped him with those 2 mighty 6s
He does
off
play
successive balls.
gorgeous shots, doesn't he? I was saying to you, inside out over extra cover. Worrell then. Coming into Yates, and Yates is driving nicely up the ground, and round comes Rory Burns in his floppy white sun hat to do the fielding. And there's no run, but it's a sort of signature Jamie Smith shot, that sort of inside edge, inside out. He brought up his first class 100 with that shot, I seem to remember. Or first championship 100, apologies, because he made a first class 100 on debut out in Abu Dhabi against the MCC. Or would that have been 2019 now? Down Worrell. This arcing run, then over the wicket he comes to Yates, and he's looking for some swing. Yates is driving up towards mid-off. There is Rory Burns to do the fielding. And there is no run. As Mahmood's wandered round with something for Kemar Roach. Stood down there at long leg at the moment. Here's Kemar Roach with his hands in his pockets. That's Slip Gordon at the moment. Is Sibley at first, Pope at second, Steele at third. And of course it's Ben Folkes with the gloves on. Tom Laws is away at backward point as Worrell comes in over the wicket, and Yates flicks at this as it swings back into him, gets bat on it, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. So a little bit of swing there for Down Worrell, but nicely played late by Yates. First boundary of this Warwickshire second innings, and they are 5 without loss in their second over. They trail by 126.
Yes. Good swing there, and Worrell does give the ball plenty of chance to swing, doesn't he? He gets it up there, invites the drive, and no doubt will get driven once or twice, but if there's a couple of fours through the covers followed by a wicket, I think he'd regard that as good value. But he certainly does. He's an attacking bowler, isn't he, Dan Worrell? An attacking batsman, as Warwickshire discovered this morning.
Worrell once more comes over the wicket, and Yates drives this time. Lovely shot again, plays it late. Just lets it swing to him a touch, and then he's down on one knee. Real left-hander's punchy shot that from Yates. And that whistles off to the boundary rope in front of the Hoddy stand. Yates on to 9, and Warwickshire on to 9, but that's a very nice start for Rob Yates.
Well, Rob Yates scores this season 104, 15, 2, 128 naught, so it's a bit feast or famine for Rob Yates this season, but my word, when he gets in, he can bat along.
Yates again with that bat raised as Worrell is into him, and Yates off his pads this time just clips it away again down towards Kemar Roach, and they will pick up another single. Moves Yates on to 10 and Warwickshire on to 10 without loss, and Alex Davis is taking his goal. I think Dan Worrell's decided that's the end of the over, but there's still a ball to go. So Dan Worrell was wandering off to his fielding position and has just been told there is still a ball to go. So Davis, the right-hander, comes on to strike. But yeah, Dan Worrell was off there, wasn't he? He decided that was the end of the over, and then Jordan Clark had to say to him there's still a ball to go. So he's turned around and come back to the top of his mark now. 3 slips are in there again. Sibley, Pope and Steele. And Worrell will come over the wicket to the right-handed Davis, and Davis covers up, pushes down into that backward point region. Round comes Cameron Steele to do the fielding. End of the over. 2 gone then in this Warwickshire second innings, trailing by 131 they started after Surrey were all out for 281, and Warwickshire are 10 without loss.
And we've spoken about how effective and impressive the batting was this morning. A word for the bowlers. Warwickshire 3 seamers ending with 3 apiece. Rushworth 3 for 76, Hannon Dolby 3 for 47, Hassan Ali 3 for 49. Not introduced to the attack for 45 minutes this morning, then took the wicket with his first ball when he did bowl. Roach begins another over from the city end, and this one is allowed to pass outside off stump. Chris Woakes 19 overs, 3 maidens, none for 44. No wickets, but he looked in good order. I think that's fair to say, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. And this will be a really interesting passage of play before lunch.
Warwickshire desperate to get through unscathed. Roach is in again. Yates drives beautifully, picks the length early, drives into the extra cover gap, and that's going to beat the fielder out there for another boundary for Rob Yates, who started extremely fluently, moves on to 14 from 11 balls, and Warwickshire 14 without loss.
Yeah, and nicely played again by Yates. He really has started nicely here. When you run a pair, this is the perfect way to sort of sort that problem out, isn't it?
Yes, Rob Yates, in this England selectors notebooks, he's been around the line, set up, and he's potentially got a huge future in front of him. He faces Roach again. This is well wide of the off stump and taken by sprawling folks in front of first slip. 14 without loss. Rob Yates had a terrific entry into first class cricket. Last year was dropped down to number 3 by Warwickshire to allow Alex Davis to open the batting. It didn't work at all. Rob lost form and confidence, but then was restored to the top order late on and scored a century in the last game at home to Hampshire, without which Warwickshire would now be in Division 2. He waits again as Roach comes in, and that's edged, and it's out. Caught at first slip. Really lovely delivery by Kemar Roach, and I think that's another one, Mark, we were saying earlier on how certain deliveries in this game have just demanded a wicket, and I think that's one of them. Yates goes, caught at first slip for 14, and Warwickshire 14 for 1.
It's just a lovely piece of bowling from Kemar Roach, and there's not a lot Rob Yates can do about that, really. Just squared him up, found the edge. Good catch from Sibley. Sort of clung onto it in his stomach area. But 14 for 1, and Surrey will be delighted to have got an early one. And as you say, Brian, especially Yates, in the fact that he can stick around for a long, long time. So Surrey will be very happy with that before lunch, and it's just the start Surrey would have been looking for from a Warwickshire point of view. They knew this was going to be a tricky little period before lunch, and they'll be desperate not to lose another one before that lunch break.
They will, and if Surrey can keep getting new batsmen, they will be targeting, I think, a couple at least, won't they, before lunch. It's another 5 overs to go, but with a bowling attack of this quality, pressure on the batsmen, they would love to get Warwickshire 2 or even 3 down by lunch. Somebody needs to play a massive innings for the Bears. Rob Yates is capable of it, but he was just undone there by a really fine piece of bowling, wasn't he? And as you say, a smart catch from Dom Sibley.
Yeah, terrific catch from Sibley.
Will Rhodes is the new batsman, the Warwickshire captain. Up at number 3, he's been up and down the order in the last few years, Will Rhodes, which I don't think has helped. He has been underproductive at times by his own admission with runs, but he has had so many different roles in the batting order, which doesn't make life easy. He faces Roach now and plays this one under control down to the third man boundary. There are howls from the Surrey slipcord, but I think Rhodes was in control of that. He's off the mark with 4 first ball.
Yeah, nicely played. Played it very late, didn't he? Very nicely controlled, as you say, Brian, and just opened the face of the bat and guided it down towards third man. Well, if they continue like this, Warwickshire, in terms of runs, they'll have knocked off that 131 in no time.
A highly entertaining start to the innings, but Warwickshire would, I think, settle for 18 for none at lunch. Obviously, scoring quickly is good, but they've got to protect their wickets for the next couple of hours. Roach is in again. This is wide of off stump, and Rhodes lets it go by. But it's a good point you make, because if they are just passive and the score doesn't go anywhere, then eventually when wickets do fall, then they're still in trouble, aren't they? So if they can keep the scoreboard ticking over, then all good for them. That was the wickets Surrey were after. Rob Yates caught by Sibley off Roach for 14, and Surrey leading by 131 on first innings have Warwickshire in trouble here. The Bears 18 for 1.
So it's now Worrell to bowl from this pavilion end, 4th over. Alex Davis will be the man on strike. 3 slips in there. There's a deepish backward point, the cover. There's a mid off, the mid on, a mid wicket, and Kemar Roach making his way down to the boundary rope at long leg. As in over the wicket goes Worrell to Davis, who's not in control of that. Just pushed quite hard at that, did Davis, off the front foot. And that's skewed off a thick outside edge all along the floor, down towards Jamie Smith. 88 from Jamie Smith, the highest individual score of the game, and you feel that for Warwickshire here, there's got to be a couple. Someone you really feel's got to get 100 here, haven't they, for Warwickshire?
Yeah.
Just to get that lead up over something, if they can, as Worrell is over the wicket to Davis, and Davis lets it go outside his off stump, and a bit more shape on that delivery from Dan Worrell.
That was such a match-shaping hour for Surrey this morning, though, wasn't it? Because if those 2 wickets had fallen early and they were 60 or 70 ahead, that's a significant lead. But it's Warwickshire will think, well, that's manageable. We can get past that and hopefully go quite well past it. To be trailing by 130 gives them so much more work to do. Not just to get safe, but of course then hopefully to set Surrey some sort of a target.
Turns again, does Worrell. Comes in over the wicket. And Davis is allowing this one to go outside his off stump, climbing into the gloves of Ben Folkes, who's off his feet, taking that one. But again, it's good pace on that from Dan Worrell. Just beginning to get into this now is Dan Worrell. He'd have enjoyed his batting this morning, Will Worrell. His 33 runs. As Jamie Smith is being deposited. Catching position, this very deep, well, basically third man really, just inside the boundary, but that's a catching position. As in over the wicket is Worrell, outside edge from Davis. Good catch, Cameron Steele at third slip, and Davis, great length delivery from Worrell. Davis had to play at that big edge, and Cameron Steele, good catch at third slip to his left. And Davis goes without scoring. This is now turning into a lovely session for Surrey. And for Warwickshire, this is getting tougher and tougher at the moment. And it's Worrell and Roach again. They are a fantastic new ball pairing, these two. And Davis goes without scoring. And Warwickshire find themselves 18 for 2.
Yeah, another fine delivery. I'll have to see it again to know whether maybe Alex could have left it alone, but it was the probing length that Worrell bowls, isn't it? He draws the batsman into shots, and it was lovely bowling again, and another very sharp catch. Surrey's cricket this morning, in all disciplines, has been immaculate, hasn't it?
Yeah, very good catch from Cameron Steele, and that gets Sam Hain out there early, which is what Surrey would have wanted. Of course, it was Tom Laws that got Sam Hain in the first innings. And Hain and Rhodes get together for a bit of a natter out there in the middle. Worrell and Burns are having a bit of a natter as Worrell comes back towards us. So both the openers gone before lunch. Yates for 14, Davis without scoring. Lunch, of course, today 1:10 past 1. So a 1:10 past 1 lunch today. It was 1:45 yesterday, and then I heard that tea today will be when there's a 35 overs remaining in the day, which is a new one. So that's another one that I haven't seen before, but there we go. So we're 35. We were 1:45 yesterday for lunch. So it's been all sorts of different timings in this game so far.
Well, it's not out of the question, Churchy, that the tea interval today will not be required.
Well, it's going to be tough, this, for Warwickshire. I think they always knew that. And with those extra runs that Surrey put on the board this morning, it's got even tougher now. And now both openers have gone. Sam Hain waits for his first delivery from Dan Worrell. It's short, and Hain ducks underneath this. Banged in by Worrell. Really did bend his back on that one on this pitch. And ducking underneath it was Sam Hain. But you've seen many good new ball attacks over the years, some outstanding ones, Brian. But this one's up there, Worrell and Roach, isn't it?
Absolutely, because they're so different as well, aren't they? Both ask different questions, and they just dovetail perfectly. And of course, when these two need a rest, you've still got other really good seamers to come in.
Worrell comes in over the wicket to Hain, and Hain off the mark in nice fashion, just punches off the front foot away through the covers. Off goes Ryan Patel in hot pursuit, slides and knocks the ball back inside the rope, and Burns picks up, and Hain will get back for 3. So nice punchy start that from Sam Hain, but a very good over from Dan Worrell. The wicket of Alex Davis without scoring. 21 for 2 now. Warwickshire, of course, starting here trailing by 131, so they still trail by 110 runs with 15 minutes until the lunch break.
Yes, and the Surrey slip cordon liked that last delivery as well. Hain got off the mark with 3 in middle of the drive perfectly. It was a very nice shot, but it was another lovely outswinger, which Hain was good enough to find the middle of the bat from, but it's just the sort of shot that Surrey would like to see the batsman playing, just having a probe outside the off stump. But Hain got away with it. What a huge wicket he is now. I mean, Warwickshire, I think, really need Sam Hain to bat for a day at least. No pressure, Sam. 21 for 2. Hain on 3. Rhodes on 4. As we now have a leg slip in for Sam Hain as Roach is in again, and that's edge to first slip. Sibley takes it again. Hain has gone, and Warwickshire are in all sorts of trouble. 21 for 3. Another cracking delivery from Kemar Roach, who has 2 for 9 in his first 13 balls. Sam Hain turns away, out for 3, and this is just high-class bowling and high-class slip catching.
It is. It's what you want, basically, from your new ball bowlers and your slip cordon. Terrific bowling, and they're hanging on to everything. And now Warwickshire are in a perilous position, really, because they've lost Sam Hain for 3. And Surrey absolutely cock-a-hoot with this. And Mosley, who made 55 in the first innings, makes his way out to the middle. But you sometimes, I think, just have to take your hat off to the quality of Roach and Worrell. You know, all 3 batters have done nothing wrong. They've just got good deliveries from 2 high-class operators, and Sibley and Steele have done the rest in the slip cordon. So, yeah, very neat and tidy and very business-like this from Surrey at the moment, isn't it?
Absolutely. Just 4.1 overs gone, and they've already knocked the stuffing out of the Warwickshire top order. 21 for 3. And Dan Mosley is out there, a young man of immense talent. Now, if he can get Warwickshire out of this pickle, it'll be one for him to treasure however many runs he scores in whatever context for whichever team. If he could put Warwickshire to safety from this one, it would be one of the greats of his career.
Yeah, absolutely.
4 slips. Could even be a case for another one, I reckon, Churchy, the way the ball's moving around at the moment. Roach is in again. There's a straight delivery, which Mosley just fields into the leg side.
The problem Warwickshire have got as well is with Warren and Roach, when they get into this sort of mood, well, they're expecting a wicket every ball. We've seen it from Kemar Roach on a couple of occasions, where if he can get it swinging, he's absolutely deadly. So they'll be wanting another one before lunch, these 2, definitely.
They're absolutely flying, Surrey, at the moment. They expect a false shot or a wicket or something to happen every single delivery. Slips on maximum alert as Roach is in again around the wicket to left-handed Mosley, who lets a wide one go through to the keeper.
Yeah, Mosley comes down to do a touch of gardening, but yeah, this will be a tester for him. But he shaped up very nicely in the first innings, making that 55. He looks, he's obviously an attacking player, isn't he? And he's a young player. So it'll be very interesting to see how he goes about this at the moment.
He waits for Roach to come in again, and just outside off stump again, far enough for Dan Mosley to leave. Yes, Mosley played a fantastic knock of 94 in the last game here at home to Kent, his career best, and that included a quite extraordinary lapped 6, which I think took us all by surprise, really, because he played very aggressively and very fluently, but that was such an audacious shot. I don't think he'll be trying it before lunch today.
No, that would be audacious.
Yes.
It may be Gower Gooch relived from that Ashes series with that shot just before lunch.
That's right. Roach is in again, and a good straight delivery, which Yates middles comfortably up to mid-on, although it would be a statement of intent, wouldn't it?
It would,
Last ball
yes.
before lunch, perhaps. Roach in. Yeah, ramp for 6.
Ramp down on both knees.
Yeah. If it went wrong, I don't think he'd be very welcome back in the dressing room. Though,
no,
so.
and also he might not be able to walk back if he got that wrong. I think he'd possibly need the dentist.
Here comes Roach again to conclude his 3rd over. And this is outside off stump again. Mosley allows it to go by. If you'd like to say something sage,
yes.
Then perhaps I'll carry on because I'm about to update the radio.
Sage with a bit of onion maybe in there for you, Mr. Hafford. Well, I just think it's high quality from Worrell and Roach, really, and the slips have backed them up. And as I say, you come across some new ball pairings that are absolutely outstanding. And the Worrell-Roach one is certainly turning into that. It really is, and they love bowling together as well. That's the other thing. They absolutely love bowling together, these two.
Yes, I heard Kemar tell you, or was it? Yeah, I think Kemar told you, didn't he, on the first day, that Dan Worrell loves the way he bowls and Kemar loves the way that Dan Worrell bowls. So it's very much a partnership of mates as well as excellent bowlers, and they appear here to be bowling Surrey towards another stride towards retaining their title. It's very early in the season, of course, but they've made a wonderful start. And Worrell is again to start his 3rd over, well wide of the off stump, and Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes allows this one to pass. In a moment I'll be passing on the bad news for the local listeners in Coventry and Warwickshire and the West Midlands. Fireworks are going off to our right, over towards Moseley. Wasn't quite sure what that's all about.
What's this about? Is it Kevin Howes is having his lunch? Is he celebrating?
It's quite early in the day.
It's curry and rice.
I'm about to deliver this report, if I may, so hopefully Worrell won't take one here. This is Brian Halford at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire, trailing by 131 on first innings, are 22 for 3 in their second. After Surrey resumed this morning on 211 for 8, they added 70 in 10 overs as tail-enders Dan Worrell smashed 35 and Jamie Smith made a classy 88. That lusty tail-wagging has put Warwickshire under immense pressure, and that pressure has told as Rob Yates, Alec Davis and Sam Hain edged into the slips in the first 5 overs. Warwickshire 22 for 3.
Beautifully done, Mr. Halford, if I may be so bold.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Very, very well done, that.
Not very happy tidings for the...
No, there's always tricky updates to give, aren't they? Because you're looking for the positive before lunch.
Yeah. But there isn't one for Warwickshire at the moment, as Worrell now goes around the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, Moseley, who leaves that rather uncomfortably. He was pleased to see it get up high enough, I think, to prevent any LBW shout having any traction, but certainly a misjudgment there from Dan Moseley.
I think the other thing that what you have to look at is the fact that you can't play the weather. You can't play the weather. But actually, I'm saying this at the moment, I think it'd be very tough actually to keep going till tomorrow long enough that the weather could play a part at the minute.
Worrell in again around the wicket, a bouncer this time, which Moseley evades fairly comfortably. Yeah, I mean, I guess they've just got to, it sounds, take it down to the simplest level. They've just got to bat and stay in, and it's the balance they've got to find, isn't it, is how positive to be, because you don't want to be strokeless.
Well, I think you play your normal game, really, don't you? I think you've got to play your normal game, because, you know, if your normal game is to attack, then if you start trying to defend everything, you get yourself into trouble, and it's the same the other way round at times.
Worrell in again outside the off stump. That one shapes away from Moseley, but he leaves it well.
I like this though, because there's a bit of sun now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just as we're about to go to lunch, but there is a bit of sun. You sort of know it's not your morning if you're Warwickshire, and finally the sun comes out and you're about to go in for lunch for 40 minutes.
I think Rob Yates, Alex Davis and Sam Hain will be reflecting with irony on the fact that the sun's come out just as they're taking the pads off.
It's nice to see the sun though. Haven't seen a lot of it yet this season.
Yep. We are overdue some. Worrell is in again, and that takes Muesli on the pad. There's no way that's LBW, but at the moment Surrey are absolutely flying and expect danger from every ball. The appeal is turned down. Warwickshire trailing by 131 on first innings are 22 for 3, having lost Yates for 14, Davis no score, Hayne for 3, 2 wickets for Roach, 1 for Worrell. And do you think they'll... Oh, there's only probably 2 more overs before lunch, so they'll probably carry on, won't they?
I think so. They'll get these 2 in. I think they'll probably go again straight away after lunch. What was it, 7 overs each in the first innings? So trailing by 109 now, Warwickshire. And Kemar Roach is going to get ready to come into the captain. Will Rhodes, little twiddle of the bat from Rhodes. And then Roach is round the wicket to him, and Rhodes is letting this one go outside his off stump. That is taken by Ben Folkes, moving elegantly to his left-hand side. But yes, it's very nice now. I wonder what the fireworks were for, Brian. I'm going to say something now which sounds a bit strange. And I know you do it sort of T20 games in the evening thing, but you don't often get fireworks during the day.
Well, no.
Do you?
I mean, by the nature of them, they don't look quite so good in the sunshine.
That's what I was sort of getting at. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and this one's played off the back foot by Rhodes, straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yes, by their very nature. Night-time sort of works, doesn't it? But during the day with the sun out...
they did subside quite quickly, so I do wonder if someone's maybe even just having a practice or something like that for an event later on.
Yes. I like it.
Because if that was a display, then it was rather brief.
Well, I like it at Scarborough, in Peasholm Park, when the sort of naval battle takes place in the afternoon, as round the wicket comes Roach, and Rhodes is punching off that back foot straight up to Rory Burns at mid-off, and there's no run. 22 for 3 Warwickshire. Started this innings trailing by 131. Yates caught Sibley, bowled Roach 14. Davis caught Steele, bowled Worrell without scoring, and Hayne caught Sibley, bowled Roach for 3.
We're talking about maybe somebody needs to score a century for Warwickshire, and certainly need a couple of substantial innings. As Roach comes in again.
Round the wicket to Rhodes, and Rhodes allows this one to go outside his off stump.
The candidates to play that role have diminished a bit with the loss of Yates, Davis and Hayne. These two obviously capable of playing long innings. Ed Barnard scored centuries for Worcestershire. Michael Burgess can bat long. Chris Wokes, of course, has got a number of first-class centuries. And then Hassan Ali, Crystal Rushworth and Oliver Hannon Dolby probably think you'd hang around, but you wouldn't want them to be batting for sessions, would you? So I think Warwickshire need a huge partnership in the next 2 or 3 wickets.
Rhodes is waiting for this one from Roach, and just allows that one to go a little bit wider outside his off stump. Mr. Kevin Howes is into his pudding now, which is excellent to see. He's got himself some custard again today, so looks as if he's lunched well. Away to our right.
He said he was busy.
He is busy eating
He's busy on a rhubarb crumble
pudding,
at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. He is putting that away at a gallop. Here's Kevin Howes away to our right through the window. As round the wicket once again is Roach. Oh, shout for LBW on Rhodes. Out. Finger goes up. Kemar Roach has picked up Will Rhodes, and it is 4 down before lunch. And this is an absolutely ruthless from Roach and Worrell, and that will be lunch with that wicket of the captain, Will Rhodes. But if you want to see new ball bowling at its very, very best, we've just witnessed it there in 7 overs from Worrell and Roach, and Warwickshire will go to lunch on 22 for 4.
Well, Roach has 3 for 9 from 4 overs. Terrific bowling. That was an agonising one for Will Rhodes, because it took an age for the umpire. He'd thought about it for so long. It was a case of you think, oh no, it's not out. And then, just when the fat lady was about to sing, up went the finger. That's agonising for Will Rhodes. It did look a bit leg side, I have to say, but they bowled beautifully. Surrey have batted, fielded and bowled beautifully this morning. They're all over Warwickshire in this game. And I think the Bears need a cricketing miracle.
Yeah, well, outstanding morning that for Surrey with bat and ball. And Warwickshire have a mountain to climb this afternoon. That is lunch then. We'll all be back with you in 40 minutes time, but at lunch, Warwickshire in their second innings trail by 109-22 for 4.
Students to come along to an actual match, to see the facilities, to meet and see some of the other journalists in action, and the stuff here has been brilliant. You know, Dave allowed us to interview a player. We're going to be speaking to a coach later, so it's really just an opportunity to come here to see some cricket, to put our student, our sports journalists in the environment which we hope that one day they'll be serving in and working in. And it's a bit of a taster, really, just to give them an insight into how a sports journalist behaves during the day, what they do, the kind of work they have to produce, and really a day in the life of a cricket correspondent. Right now we're in the press room at Edgbaston, an absolutely fantastic facility.
I'm here as an experience with the uni, with the course. Interviewing the player was a great experience because it meant I got to understand how it works and how you how to speak to a player one-to-one, because you kind of get a bit starstruck when you're talking to people for the first sort of time. I did a mock replacement at Edgbaston during the summer. It was during the T20 blast, so we came to games and took a few photos for the social media and took a few videos for Instagram. A few of them went out on the stories and all that sort of stuff. When we went and met in the BBC radio studio, so it's good to sort of meet the journalists that were in there and how they work and sort of their practices. So that I could use that in the future if this is sort of the route I take. It's really good that BCU allows me to gain practical experience while I study.
It's just an insight into what goes on, and this is so important to our course because we not only want to skill the sports journalists of tomorrow, but we want to bring them to the actual places where hopefully one day some of them will be working.
Today is our first Bears Business Club sustainability event of 2023. We've got some excellent speakers from Net Zero Now and from Drax. Also Lydia, our sustainability manager here at Edgbaston, talking about our journey and how we're going to get to net zero.
I'm Emily Trad and I'm joining you from Net Zero Now. We're a carbon accountancy and carbon reduction certification platform, and our goal is to help SMEs reach net zero. So today I'm presenting just a bit about the company as a whole and how we are providing a tool for SMEs to get to net zero, what the barriers to entry are and how we're meeting those and creating a sector-specific approach.
My name's Fee Bush and I work for Drax, which is a renewable energy generator supplier, and we're now pioneering BECCS, which is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. I'm here today to talk about carbon removals and the use of technology in the fight against climate change.
I'm Lydia Carrington, I'm Sustainability Manager here at Edgbaston Stadium, and we have lots of sustainability targets in place that we need to push forward and communicate out to our wider business and network, and really trying to get conversations started around sustainability and getting people talking and engaged.
The reverse. More drama here at Edgbaston.
So this is our junior training session for ages under 9s up to under 14s. It's really just to keep participation going with cricket during the winter, so it's just keeping them involved in cricket thinking about cricket and as I say, getting ready for the season to start in April. And we have got young lads here who want to go on and play county cricket, hopefully, and progress into that pathway. So to see somebody from the local area who has made that step up into professional cricket, especially a lad like Rob, is a great inspiration for them. Obviously, with the scheme that's helped, we're going to put the money towards having an artificial surface, which will only then increase participation, not only for the club in games and training, but also in the local community, meaning we can hire the venue out and allow access to hopefully schools and other teams in the community as well.
So in that final, you scored 100 and took 2 wickets as England went on to win the first ever World Cup. Can you remember how you felt when you walked out and then scoring that 100 on the way to winning a World Cup?
I was a little bit nervous when I first went out, but then I think with nerves, you play more cautiously. And I was really elated when I came out, particularly because my father was there and greeted me with a rug over his arms. So, yeah. Because he was in his 80s at the time.
Yeah. What was the crowd like that day? Because obviously we've got the Ashes here at Edgbaston this summer and tickets flying for that, and it's going to be so good when we see how many people come and watch that. What was the crowd like then? How much excitement does it give you to know that there's going to be so many youngsters perhaps coming to watch the women play in the Ashes this summer?
It gives me a lot of excitement to know that there'll be more people here this time. And in fact that they'll bring their children and they'll want to then play. But in fact, when I went out to the middle, I just concentrated on what was going on in the middle. I was very aware when we came off and we were given the medals by Princess Anne. And then I got my MBE and went to and met her there, and that was great. Because I'm talking about the men's cricket. She said, no, I don't mean the men's cricket.
Yeah, and Eve, you play a lot of your cricket obviously here with Sparks. This place is sort of steeped in history. Does it make it a bit more special even to know that you're playing this professionalised game now and the likes of Enid have blazed that trail for you?
Yeah, absolutely. It's an honour really to be able to play here and know that everything that you guys have done to be able to give us this opportunity to be able to play professional now. I think the way that the women's game's going, it's only going to get better and better, and it's great to see that.
So obviously you played that World Cup final here and you hit 100 in the final. What's it like to then be back at Edgbaston looking at it, knowing that's 50 years ago and seeing all the changes that have happened in that time?
I absolutely adore coming here and it just brings back very, very happy memories.
It was quite a landmark tournament because it was the first Cricket World Cup ever, men's or women's, and I was watching a daytime quiz show. And it came up with the question, it was when was the first Cricket World Cup held? And lots of people say things, 1975 or whatever, in the men's. And they were like, no, 1973, won by England, in England, at Edgbaston. So there you go, you can make it onto the BBC quiz shows.
This is our ground here, this is where we love to play. And it just brings back very, very happy memories.
So Birmingham Unicorns we set up about 2 years ago. We're the second only fully inclusive LGBTQ club in the country. We kind of set up because it felt like there was a need to engage the community in this fantastic game of cricket. So Warwickshire and Warwickshire Cricket Board have been instrumental in helping to pull that together. Some of the stuff that we've been able to achieve, we've only been able to do with their support. We've had 2 sessions now here at Edgbaston over the last 2 years, which has just been amazing because they're obviously very high profile. You know, they're a big, well-known club here in England, and that helps with visibility. And if a club like Warwickshire gets involved, it just helps with the whole inclusion message and making sure people do feel comfortable and able to come along and watch, play cricket, get involved somehow.
It's the obvious, isn't it? Cricket's a great game, brings people together. It has so many benefits from health, but for fun, for inclusion, to allow people to feel safe. And I mean, that's what this club's about, but that's what cricket's about as well. So if we can support it in a day like this, and in any way we can, we will. It brings you right back to why you play the game, which is to have a laugh and have fun with people that you enjoy being around with.
So we've done a little bit of bowling today. I only started playing last year, so for me, I was opening the bowling. There's a lot of pressure on that. So we're just talking about the mental side of that. Being kind of a team sport, but in an individual in a sense. It's been really good, actually. Really good, really enjoying it.
Oh, so I've been with the Unicorns about a year now. Before that, I was out of the game for about 15 years, played a lot at school. But I think that's one of the great things about Unicorns, is that we're a club where the majority of members, either as adults, haven't played much or at all actually and come in, yet they come in, everyone gets equal opportunity and everyone gets to have an equal chance to have a real good time. So.
We put today together to celebrate women for International Women's Day. We wanted to get as many people from the organisation together, both male and female, and celebrate all of the fantastic things we do here at Edgbaston, and showing that we're inclusive and allowing people to explain their story, how they feel working at Edgbaston, what experiences, what challenges they may have had. 2023, if you look at how much women's cricket has changed, but also seeing more women in boardrooms, more women in leadership roles, and it's about the next generation and showing that the young adults and children coming through today, they can have a career within sport, be that on the ground staff, in broadcasting, as we are now, back of house, and there's options for them.
Edgbaston aren't afraid to get properly stuck in when it comes to sustainability. They've even built their very own allotment right here at the ground, where I've been joined by Director of Operations, Claire Daniel. Claire, this place is amazing. How did it come about?
So our chef team are so passionate about food and produce and locally sourced. They really wanted to build an allotment, start growing their own veg and using it on our menus.
Why did sustainability feel important?
We've got an ability to have a really positive impact on climate change, and we take it very seriously. So we are really focusing on plant forward, more vegetarian and vegan options. We don't use any single-use plastic at all across the stadium. All of our energy comes from renewable sources. We recruit in the local area. And it's about having a really positive impact on the city.
This couldn't possibly sustain all of the 500,000 visitors that you receive each year, so where else do you get your produce from?
That's the wish, ultimately, is to have somewhere big enough. We don't get any produce from outside the UK. We home make 90% of the produce that we serve on all of our menus, which makes it a lot easier, and we use kind of locally sourced traders and vendors. We also work closely with Fordhall Farm. They help us within our retail catering, and they've been an excellent partner of ours.
Fordhall is one of the first organic farms in the country. It's been organic for over 65 years. In 2006 it was sort of facing redevelopment, and it was saved by a community scheme, so it was essentially bought by 8,000 shareholders. We came from sort of one catering unit here at Edgbaston to running the whole concession contract here.
And how do you strive for sustainability in the way that you farm?
We rear all of the animals organically, so we are completely grass-fed. We don't use any additional corn or anything like that. It is Soil Association certified.
Does that have an effect on the taste of the food? Do you say that the cricket fans are benefiting as well as the environment here?
We definitely think that the meat tastes better. It's reared slowly for longer, which produces a better tasting product, and hopefully something that people enjoy here.
In a venue this size, wastage is always going to be an issue. Fortunately, Edgbaston have hit upon a brilliant solution. Local food redistribution charity, Let's Feed Brum.
Let's Feed Brum started about 7-8 years ago, and we go out every single day of the week, including 2 breakfasts,
to feed the homeless, really acting as befrienders who help to bridge the gap between people on the streets and the services. The food is a huge part of that. You know, that is absolutely our way to connect with people and provide exactly what they need whilst having those important conversations. Edgbaston have been absolutely incredible. They've really pioneered this community spirit. They always provide us with their surplus food, because then we can go out that very night or that morning, hand that food out to people who need it most. You know, sometimes we might see 80 to 100 people in one session. Just being able to use their, what otherwise would be food waste, but actually putting that to a great home is incredible.
Do you think that other venues should be taking note?
100% of the venues should get on board. We've spent a really long time working with environmental health, working with experts. Anything we need to do to make sure that food is not being thrown away unnecessarily and actually is being literally put in the hands of people who need it most. So I would encourage any venue to reach out to a charity like Let's Feed Brum to understand actually how can they work together to help the community.
Locally sourced organic produce arrives, fans enjoy delicious eats while they're at the cricket, and anything unsold goes to those who need it the very most. When it comes to food and sustainability, Edgbaston, it seems, has got it sussed.
This summer, for the very first time,
Edgbaston is going to host the Women's Ashes.
Going again! Oh, excellent catch!
Women's sport has grown rapidly in recent times, and this is your chance to be part of it.
Straight down the ground.
England will take on world champions Australia.
In the first T20 at Edgbaston.
Yes!
The world's best players on show. A new era of England women's cricket is here, and we are rewriting her story.
Yes!
Oh, there it is!
Times are changing.
let's get Edgbaston full. I'll be there.
Will you?
Vitality Blast Cricket is back. Just make sure you're ready for blast off. Brilliant. That's out. That's a good catch as well. Al Davey.
They popped all their fireworks.
Edged. Has it carried? It has. First ball for Miles.
Well, that's a big shout.
In the air and out. Brilliant victory for the Birmingham Bears.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Edgbaston, where Surrey have enjoyed their lunch a little bit more than Warwickshire have, I think. Warwickshire trailing by 131 on first innings, are 22 for 4 in their second. Nikki Chowdhury is here with me. Sum up the morning for us, Nick.
Well, it's been definitely a morning that Surrey will definitely remember, that's for sure. We had a great innings from Smith earlier, scoring 88, and we've seen some lovely shots throughout the morning. Although a drizzly start to the day, but the sun is now shining here at Edgbaston as we've got Worrell from the pavilion end to Moseley, who's forward, and that's beaten him, and it's straight into the hands of Ben Folkes. It's been a great morning, I think, especially from Surrey's point of view, not so much from Warwickshire's, but as a Surrey fan myself and from the club, I'd definitely say it's been a great morning.
Yep, I think the Bears fans would dispute that because it's been a rotten morning for Warwickshire, but in a way it would be harder for them to take, I think, if they had played badly. But Surrey have just played very, very good cricket, haven't they? Kemo Roach bowled beautifully.
They've just played excellent cricket, very smart cricket as well. In comes Worrell, and this one's off the front foot, played to extra cover, picked up, no run. A lot of energy amongst the Surrey boys in the field right now. You can probably hear it from the effects mic. There's a lot of chirping amongst them, and they're going to be very keen to get these wickets today.
Yes, the prospect of a bonus day off, which I guess it doesn't come in at any harm even this early in the season. It is a long old season, and another day of rest to get fresh and recharge won't do any harm. But Warwickshire will intend to dig deep and try and take this match as far as possible.
And this one's left outside the off stump, sitting quite low. Ben Folkes taking that just by his shin. And we've got Moseley just coming down the pitch, just doing some gardening now. But yeah, not the ideal day for Warwickshire, but Surrey have played very well. Some great bowling from Kemo Roach just before lunch. Warwickshire start 22 for 4 just after lunch. And this one is just worked off the legs, and it's flicked into the onside by Moseley, and it's going to be making its way down to the boundary. That's 4 runs, 4 important runs for Warwickshire, bringing them to 26. The sun is now shining here at Edgbaston, and this, to be honest, I think once the sun is out, it becomes slightly easier to bat on as well. I think things become easier, and like when the conditions have been overcast like they were earlier today, or pretty much yesterday and on day one, you really just have to, as a batsman, dig deep a little bit more and just really be careful with how the pitch plays and how much the ball is moving. We've got 3 slips in place. Worrell in, and this one's forward, driven and picked up by the bowler in his run through.
Yes, that's right, and that's why Surrey will be so ecstatic to have knocked over Warwickshire's top order before lunch, because if the sun is now out, batting, you would think, will get better. It does. Batting conditions will get better. That is normally the case in cricket. Certainly at Edgbaston, the pitch flattens out a bit. So for Surrey to have taken 4 wickets in the first 7 overs, it was just perfect for them.
This one, Moseley's forward, drives, picked up by the man at mid-off. A lovely looking off drive, but no run. That's going to be the end of the over. Warwickshire 26 for 4, trailed by 105. A very, very long way to go.
They have. Just to recap this morning, it really just was perfection for Surrey. They resumed on 211 for 8, and Dan Worrell went out there with a licence to hit. He hit and he missed. The ones that he missed didn't matter because he connected for 35, which in the context of a low-scoring game is such a crucial little cameo. And Jamie Smith, a gorgeous 88, peaking after Worrell went with a couple of 6s over long on off Chris Rushworth. Really smashing batting from Jamie Smith. That gave Warwickshire an awkward 7 overs batting before lunch, and my word, didn't Surrey take advantage, as Yates fell to Roach for 14, Davis to Worrell for 0, Rhodes to Roach for 5, Hayne to Roach for 3. Roach is now bowling his first ball of the afternoon session and shapes a beauty past Ed Barnard. How would you fancy batting out there at the moment against these two guys?
I'd like to be on the non-strikers end, if that makes sense.
That's definitely a good call.
I prefer to be on the non-strikers end, let's be honest.
Yeah. Yeah,
they've bowled very well.
It's been textbook stuff from the opening bowlers, and indeed from Surrey as a team so far, and they couldn't have made a much more emphatic start to the defence of their title. Great win over Hampshire last week. Roach is in again. This drifts down the leg side, acrobatically taken by Folkes. Kemar Roach 3 for 9, Dan Worrell 1 for 17. And the nice thing for them, of course, there's lots of nice things about this situation for them, is that they had a 35-minute burst before lunch and then they had a nice 40 minutes with their feet up, so they still should be pretty fresh. 3 slips and a leg slip as Barnard waits to face Roach and clips this one up to mid-on for no run.
You can sense the enthusiasm amongst the Surrey boys as they pass the ball through the field. Warwickshire really just have to start from scratch here. Settle in, get used to the wicket, play off the bowlers, especially Kemar Roach. Play him out.
Here he comes again, the Barbadian. Good delivery, which takes the outside edge. It's controlled to a degree by Barnard, who gets 4 to third man. He's off the mark. It was an edge, but he did soften the hands there and make sure it travelled along the ground through vacant 4th slip or gully area. And Barnard is off the mark with 4. And I guess one of the things the Warwickshire batsmen have got to work out is how positive do you be, because of course they must protect their wickets now, but they don't want to be strokeless either. Surrey have bowled really intelligently, luring them into drives and just dangling the carrot. So how positive are the batters going to be? Both of these guys do like to bat positively. As Roach is in again down the leg side, they're appealing for a leg side strangle, but I think it flicked the pad. Nothing from the umpire, and it remains 30 for 4.
It's interesting what you mean by staying positive. I think Warwickshire obviously looking to bat long and just get themselves settled at the crease, but what exactly would you mean by positive?
Do you actually just go into your shell a bit and defend, or if you see a half volley there, do you go for it? And do you, there was one session I remember, was it last year or the year before, but during the afternoon it was a similar back to the wall struggle as Roach comes to conclude his 5th over. This is driven off the inside edge by Barnard, but safely enough. One of the afternoon session, I think it was Hayne and somebody batting, and the session yielded 35 without loss in 33 overs. Now, of course, wickets were still intact, but the score hadn't gone anywhere. So sometimes, as a batter, can you just get into a mindset where you just defend, or do you need to keep still looking for runs where they present themselves?
I think more so just you need to play every ball on the merit. If there's a half volley to be hit, you should trust your instinct to actually hit it and go through with it. But I think it's important to have that balance to know I'm not going to be greedy. So if it's not with my line, I'm going to chase the ball to try and maybe it's slightly out of my width at the moment. I'm not that set in my position, then maybe I would say that's being greedy. But I think being positive, if the ball's there to leave, leaving is still a shot in cricket, and I think a lot of people fail to understand that you can still play positively but leave a ball, and obviously that depends on the situation of the game. As Worrell's in, and this one slightly full of delivery and it's been slashed, and it's going to be making its way down to the 3rd man boundary. That's another 4 runs put up for Warwickshire. a very needed boundary. 34 the score now. So again, yes, I think obviously if the ball's there, play it on its merit. Don't try and force something that's create a shot from a ball that's not at the length you actually want it. But then again, I think going into your shell would then mean if there is an opportunity there to play a drive or a pull shot, then you'd be not playing to your advantage at that point. So if the ball's there to pull, then go through and pull it. And this one's fuller, and it's been looking to work away into the leg side, but that has gone straight into the hands of Ben Folkes by the looks of it.
No, it's just
it came off its pads.
Yeah. I think they appealed for everything there. Yeah,
they confused. Yeah, exactly. They appealed for everything. I think Surrey just.
It was a good ball that beat the bat, and they were thinking, right, that must be out somewhere. But I think the ball just squirted off to third slip, and I think it came off the pad. But Moseley is safe. But there's menace in every delivery from Surrey at the moment.
They seem to be going up on every delivery. Moseley on strike, and again looking to do the same as a shot before, but just not connected. The Surrey boys very keen on getting their 5th. Yeah, I think staying within the moment, obviously when the bowler does give you that freebie, you'd really want to capitalize on it. So I think drawing that balance is really important. So
I guess with a right-hand, left-hand combination is as well, you want to just look for the singles as well, just to try and keep the bowlers thinking, adjusting their lines.
And this one's going to be taken. It's been caught at first slip. Moseley trying to slash it through the offside, but just with the ball going away from him, playing outside his body a little bit, and that's going to be Surrey's 5th. Warwickshire 34 for 5.
Yes, Moseley goes for 8. Another catch for Dom Sibley. He's having a good time in the corner there. Moseley is furious with himself, replaying the shot as he starts the long walk back. And again, Worrell just dangled the bait there. Lovely, well pitched up outswinger, almost a half volley, saying, come on, have a go, have a drive. Dan Moseley took the bait, and Dom Sibley took the catch. Moseley goes for 8, and Warwickshire in deep trouble at 34 for 5. As Michael Burgess comes out.
I think that goes to answer what we were just discussing, really, Brian. That ball with the angle that Worrell was coming in at, taking the ball away from Moseley, and him trying to play just slightly wide of extra cover. The angle's not in his favour. Yep. So, of course, maybe at that point, trying to figure out exactly which channel you're going to be driving with the ball moving like that. So that is Surrey's 5th wicket.
Yeah, 34 for 5. This is obviously deeply disappointing for Warwickshire, but you've just got to hold your hands up and you say, look, this is pace bowling out of the very top draw from Roach and Worrell, and the catching, 4 catches now taken at the cordon. It's just good cricket. The disappointing thing is the weather is rather gorgeous now, and after so much cold and cloud and rain, we could have a day and a half of lovely weather now, and I don't think there's going to be much cricket to watch.
By the way Surrey are going, I don't think there will be much left. Burgess, the new batsman. In he comes, and this one's a full delivery, just blocked out and picked up by Worrell on the back end of his follow through.
Michael Burgess on a pair. In this fixture last year, of course, he got 178. I think that's what Warwickshire need from him now. They need somebody in the middle order.
They need someone in the middle and someone on the non-strikers end to back him up as well. I think it's crucial.
It's these two and Chris Wokes, you would imagine, that that have it in their locker to bat the amount of time that Warwickshire need to bat now.
It's the last ball of the over. Worrell comes in, bowls, and Burgess is forward, just pushes that into the offside, and they nick a quick single. That's going to be the end of the over. Warwickshire 35 for 5, trail by 96, and we've got Kemar Roach to continue from the Birmingham end.
Roach has 3 for 13, Worrell has 2 for 21, and Warwickshire scorecard, the Bears listeners might want to turn away now for a moment. Robbie Yates caught Sibley bowled Roach for 14. Alex Davis caught Steele bowled Worrell 0. Will Rhodes LBW Roach for 5. Sam Hain caught Sibley bowled Roach for 3. Dan Mosley, that over there, caught Sibley bowled Worrell for 8. And here comes Kemar Roach trying to inflict some more damage. Michael Burgess plays this one crisply up to mid-off, and I think gets a comment from Kemar Roach there. There was an opinion from the bowler to the batsman there, but I thought it was a rather nice off-drive there.
It was a very nice looking shot, just for no run and straight into the hands of the fielder. A nice little battle going on here between Roach and Burgess.
Oh, we're talking about how to play, how positive to be. Nicky, Michael Burgess is a very positive player. Roach is in again, and this is an absolute beauty. That you have to be a very, very good batsman to get an edge on those. It thumps into the glove of the keeper. Be quite proud to get an edge on that one. A real snorter outside off stump, and Kemar Roach is absolutely on a roll here. 3 for 13. And those figures could have been even better.
Been bowling really well. His figures definitely show for it.
Here he comes again. Slightly airy drive meets this one from Burgess. He was aiming for extra cover, but just found mid-on there. 35 for 5. 4 to Barnard and 1 to Burgess. Surrey born Michael Burgess, former Leicestershire and Sussex. And now probably in the last couple of years playing the best cricket of his career. Well, not probably, definitely. Roach is in again, and this is clipped away uppishly by Burgess to mid-wicket, but it falls mercifully for Warwickshire just short of the fielder. That would be infuriating, having got lost wickets to a series of cracking good deliveries. To clip one straight to mid-wicket would have been infuriating, but he didn't.
Just short of the fielder. Looking at the field, we've got 3 slips in place, a point, extra cover, mid-on, short mid-wicket, a leg slip and a fine leg.
Surrey very much on the attack. This is a good delivery from... Oh, there's going to be a run out here. Is that a run out? A direct hit from mid-on. Barnard just got back. My word, that would have been just the end for Warwickshire in this situation. A needless run out. But Barnard played the ball back up to mid-on, started on a single, then stopped. Barnard had to dive back to make his ground. The throw from mid-on was, from Worrell up there, was accurate. But Barnard just got back in time. A run out would just about put the tin hat on Warwickshire's difficult day.
A run out is definitely what they do not need right now.
Roach is in again. This is nicely driven by Burgess and fielded at mid-off. No run. 35 for 5 from 11 overs. Warwickshire still trailing by 116. My mathematics is not what it should be, but I think it's around there. But it's certainly plenty. With 5 wickets down, the Bears are in a pickle.
Just a little bit of a pickle, as you put it, Brian. And we've got Worrell's going to be continuing from the pavilion end, just having a chat with Rory Burns. He's got his floppy cap on at mid-off, and they're just having a bit of an adjustment to the field, taking point out and just shuffling the fielders along. They've got 3 slips and a leg slip here as well, as we've got Barnard on strike to face Worrell. Sun is shining, Surrey in full momentum, and this one is forward. Barnard's looking to drive. Surrey are up thinking it's hit him on the pads, but not interested. Here's our umpire. You can hear the buzz amongst the Surrey boys. That first wicket after lunch, and they'll be keen to wrap this up and get the next 5. Worrell at the top of his mark. Starts quite wide as he runs in, bowls, and this one's left outside the off stump, straight into the hands of Ben Folkes. At the top of his mark, he's quite wide as he runs in and then ends up slightly close to the stumps. So really creating that angle, and along with the swing, really need some good judgment there when you're on the opposing end of it. At the top of his mark again, starting quite wide, and in he comes, angling in. Worrell bowls, and this time Barnard's forward, and it's beaten outside the edge of his bat, straight into the hands of Ben Folkes, who's taken that at quite a comfortable height. The pitch has been variable today. We'd say it's on the slow side, and some of the deliveries through to the keeper have definitely been keeping quite low. We've seen a few drop at the shin, but this one chest high and comfortable for Ben Folkes. Barnard and Burgess, pretty new to the crease. This one's slightly back of the length, just played and tucked away into the onside, no run. What would you say then Warwickshire would really be keen on right now? Do you think Barnard and Burgess have it in them to dig deep? And
they've both played many long innings. They do have it in them. As Worrell comes in again.
He's in, and Barnard's forward, pushing this. It's gone through to just behind point, making its way to the boundary. It's picked up, and they've just managed to scramble the 2 runs here. 37 on the board for Warwickshire.
I guess you just set short-term targets, don't you, and just say, right,
definitely looking at it as short-term.
Yep.
I think looking at it in terms of the end result is going to be that's quite a big jump.
Yeah.
And I think between them they'd probably be looking in sets of overs, perhaps sets of 5 overs, or
let's just get
maybe
to
7. Yes, set themselves into mini milestones that just makes it more attainable. And this one again left outside the off stump, a very close leave, I would say. And it's the end of the over. Warwickshire 37 for 5.
Well, Clive, Warwickshire are in deep trouble, trailing by 131 on first innings. They are 37 for 5. Surrey's tail wagged this morning to add 70 in 10 overs, and the Bears then went into lunch on 22 for 4 after Kemar Roach blasted out 3 early wickets. Warwickshire have also lost Dan Mosley since lunch. Ed Barnard and Michael Burgess are at the crease at the moment, looking to build a miracle, needing 131 to make Surrey bat again. Warwickshire 37 for 5. Sorry about that to listeners from with us all day, just updating listeners to BBC Coventry and Warwickshire there. I'm not sure they'll be too thrilled to hear the update from Edgbaston, where the Bears, who have made a very bright start to the season. It was a really good win against Kent. They dominated the game against Somerset at Taunton, but couldn't win because they lost a day to the weather. So Surrey are beating a side which is in good form here, Nicky, so this is all the more impressive from the reigning champions. As Roach comes in again, looking to add to his 3 for 13, and Burgess, there's a little bit of deja vu here. Burgess keeps driving crisply up to mid-off.
Feels like the same shots on repeat, doesn't it?
It is, and I think Kemar Roach is getting into Michael Burgess with a little bit of good-natured, I hope, patter. I think it would be good-natured from Kemar. But if he keeps driving, I think Kemar will think one of these is just going to deviate enough to take that edge. Turns again in this bright sunshine here in Birmingham now, at the top of his run, and he comes again. This is a bit short and nicely played away by Burgess. He'll get a couple of runs here. Probably the ball will just be chased in up in front of the Hollies stand. Burgess gets 2, and the score, which appeared frozen for an awful long time on 37, moves to 39 for 5.
Yeah, that drive from Burgess to the man at extra cover just seems like it's been a shot played on repeat. But it's a good shot. I think you wouldn't be put down with that as a batsman just because it's a feel-good shot. He's middling it.
Yeah.
It's just about getting that gap.
Oh, that's not a good shot. It's a poor shot. It's a loose shot outside his off stump, and Burgess has edged to the wicket keeper, and he'll be angry with himself for that, because that one was wide, that was leavable. And while Surrey have taken a lot of wickets with really good wicket-taking balls, that was a good delivery. It lifted and went away, but Michael Burgess really could, I think, have left that. He didn't. He's nicked it. Warwickshire 39 for 6.
That happened just as I was about to mention. It's such a feel-good shot that I think, as a batsman, I've been in that situation plenty of times, when it gets frustrating when you keep hitting the ball straight at the fielder. And I think it's important then not to get greedy and try and force it, because it's just a sense of frustration, thinking you're middling it and you're just not getting that satisfaction. And then Burgess just seems to have just gone and chased at that one when he didn't really need to.
Yeah, Michael Burgess a little bit culpable there, but heaven knows it's not easy out there, isn't it?
No, definitely not.
And when you're playing, when you're batting under such pressure, as Surrey have imposed today, I guess if you see one that is a little bit wide, then you think, come on, I can actually score some runs here. And I mean, I was critical of Michael there. If he'd smacked it for 4, they would have been saying what a good shot that was, but he didn't. Warwickshire 39 for 6.
I think, yeah, definitely. I think line judgment is key. Being able to just really judge the line and know if this is the shot that I'm actually going to give my hands through it a little bit more, or how close is it to me? Should I keep it with a straight bat and just engage my left side a little bit longer into the shot?
Well, Chris Wokes has got Warwickshire out of some holes in his time. This would be one of the bigger ones that if he can rebuild this, then well done, Wokes. You've done great things in your career. This would be up there near the top.
It's quite a big hole.
It is.
It's quite a big hole.
It's a bit of a Grand Canyon they're in at the moment. Roach has 4 for 15, and the bad news for Warwickshire is that he's looking as fresh as when he bowled his first delivery, so I think there's plenty more to come from him yet. 39 for 6, needing 131 to make Surrey bat again. Here comes Roach for the first time to Wokes, who defends off the middle of the bat, and Roach fields off his own bowling.
Yeah, a long way to go from here. Some great bowling from Kemar Roach, great figures. He's in his 7th over now. He's gone 3 maidens, 15 runs and 4 wickets to his name.
It all started so well for the Bears. 14 without loss after 2 overs. Rob Yates looking in fine form. Roach is in again, and that beautifully rises past Roach's outside edge into the keeper's gloves. This is bowling from the very top draw. Kemar Roach has figures of 7 overs, 4 for 15. Dan Worrell has 2 for 24. Ed Barnard has 6. Chris Wokes yet to score. I think Surrey might be edging this one.
Just a little bit, you think? Got Worrell to continue from the pavilion end. There's a stride in everyone's steps here on the pitch at Edgbaston. Worrell in at the top of his mark. Barnard on strike, bowl, short delivery and ducked straight into the hands of Ben Folkes, who stylishly takes that and passes it along through to the slip cordon.
Well, Jordan Clark and Tom Laws are still waiting for their opportunity, of course. I'm not sure they'll be needed at the moment. These 2 openers still look full of vigour.
I'm sure they'd want to be needed in terms of getting themselves on that scorecard and get a few wickets to add their name to this win. As in comes Worrell, and they're slightly back of the length. It's forward, and they've just pushed it into the offside and scrambled a quick single there. .40 on the board. I think if you're a bowler, you want to say, pass me the ball, I want to have a bowl.
Yep. And if Warwickshire do manage to put together a partnership, if these 2 can hang around for an hour or so, then of course, or less than an hour probably it would take for a change to be made. I mean, they're a jolly good 3rd and 4th bowlers to come on, aren't they? They both bowled very well in their first innings. Tom Law's produced possibly the ball of, it's a very competitive field, but the ball of the match to get rid of Sam Hain. Cracker in swinging that got him LBW.
We've got Wokes on strike and we've got 4 slips in place as Worrell's in, approaching the crease, bowls, and this is a fuller delivery and Wokes is forward, just pushes it through the gap on the offside, and they're going to come back for 2. Rory Burns in pursuit, picks the ball up as he dives rather elegantly and throws it back in. I always find that when they slide and they dive, they manage to dive and get on back onto their feet so quickly. It's just like they're on skates.
Yeah. I don't know whether they practice that, but it's all a question of timing, isn't it?
It's definitely something that needs to be practiced, I think.
Do you practice it? Is that in your locker, fielding like that?
That sort of dive?
Yeah.
I find that one rather difficult, but it's definitely something that does get practice because you just need to execute the right timing. And this one, Worrell is bowled that beautiful length there, just beaten Wokes on the outside. And we've just got a bit of gardening going on between Barnard and Wokes as they exchange a few words. And Worrell making his way back to the top of his mark. 4 slips in place, all of them ready to receive the ball should that opportunity arise. As this is a shorter delivery, Wokes looking to pull it, but nowhere near. And that's going to be a dot. That's one taking a little bit of height as it went through, just not connecting. Not the ideal height that you would want to pull the ball at, let's just say. It's the last ball of the over. And this is a fuller delivery, driven, beautiful looking off drive. And it's going to be making its way down to the boundary. That is 4. It's a very well played shot. Patience has paid off. And that brings up 46 for Warwickshire. Currently 46 for 6. And I'm going to make way for Churchy.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Roach 4 for 15 will continue. Gorgeous shot that from Chris Wokes. But Surrey can continue to attack freely here. Of course, they've got plenty of players up. They've got runs in the bank. They're all over this match. So a couple of boundaries won't hurt them at all. As Roach comes in again to bring another over, and this just janks back into Barnard, but he deals with it well and tucks it away to long leg for 2 runs, 48 for 6. And welcome back to Mark.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, it's Roach and Worrell show this at the moment, isn't it? Kemar Roach has taken his 500th first-class wicket as well, but they're just, well, it's that word again. They're absolutely relentless, these two. And from either end, they're just such a good combination.
They are. And here comes Roach again, and this lifts at Barnard. It just thumps into his thigh pad, and the leg slip collects.
And you just look at the wickets that have gone down, and caught at slip, caught at slip, caught at slip, LBW, caught at slip, caught behind. I think that tells its own story, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, 2 high-quality, quick bowlers hitting a lovely length and finding the edge with enough movement.
And I don't think too many of the batsmen can feel that they could have done too much more. Roach in again, and that almost bowls Barnard. The inside edges it behind his pads and just squeezes it between himself and the stumps. A bit of extra pace on that one, I think, from Kemar Roach. Barnard survives on 9.
Yeah, and he's just getting better with age, isn't he? Kemar Roach. Overseas pros are interesting beats at the best of times, but I think there are certain ones that just really are taken into a club, and he's definitely one of those.
Here he comes again from the city end, absolutely beautiful to left free, which Ed Barnard plays and misses that, and I think he'd have been quite proud to ace that one.
Yeah. And this is reminding me a little bit of a spell he bowled against Hampshire a couple of years ago, where you almost felt every time he let go of the ball there could be a wicket. From a Warwickshire perspective, they're in a huge hole here, obviously, but I think they'd probably put their hands up and say this has just been quality bowling.
Absolutely. And here's some more of it. Roach over pitches that one. It's driven crisply by Barnard straight back to the bowler.
But Barnard, very good player. Chris Wokes, of course, extremely good player. Just got to sort of try and hang around here, haven't you? But it's very difficult in these situations.
Barnard's got 5 first-class centuries, and Wokes has got 10. If they can both get one today.
Yeah, well, suddenly you've got a different game on our hands.
Yeah, it's a big ask.
Big ask, but it could be done.
For the old game cricket. Barnard faces again, and this is right up in the block hole from Roach, driven up to mid-off. No run, 48 for 6. Barnard has 9. Wokes had 6. Barnard is actually teetering on the brink of double figures. The second bear to get there in this innings. It's a small milestone, but in this situation you take the positives where you can. Yeah,
absolutely. And really, so far today, Surrey have dominated the entire day with the bat and the ball. They sort of did this against Hampshire on the last day. Sort of, okay, they had an advantage this morning, but Warwickshire went out of it by any stretch, but they've just dominated today, and it was the same against Hampshire on that final day. Well, Wokes will be on strike here to Worrell from the pavilion end. He's got 3 slips, the sun's out, there's a bit of cloud about, as Worrell will come over the wicket to Wokes, and Wokes is letting this one go. Outside is off stump, taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right. Jordan Clark looks like he's getting warmed up. Jordan Clark's having a bit of a warm-up, as is Tom Laws, and I heard you saying there to Nicky, you get rid of Worrell and Roach, and then you got Laws and Jordan Clark around the corner. But again, it was the same with the Warwickshire attack. Wokes, Rushworth, Annan Dalby, Hassan Ali. It's a very good 4-ball, that one, as well, as Worrell runs away from us, comes into Wokes, and Wokes drives in the air, 1 bounce just in front of Jamie Smith in there at backward point. It was uppish, you probably heard the cry of catch. Jamie Smith dived forward, but it didn't get to him. Gonna stick Tom Laws back towards the boundary rope now at deep backward square. So he heads off to the Holly stand. Always, I said it on the first day, Brian, but the contrast of the Holly stand today and what it will be like on finals day. Yeah, I don't think you could get a bigger contrast in many ways.
And I think both have their charms.
Yeah, they do indeed. As in over the wicket once again is Worrell, and up on his toes goes Wokes to a short ball. I think you're less likely to see Snow White and Elvis today, but you never know your luck.
I wonder if our friend who you mentioned this morning, sitting right at the back of the Hollies, is there for in that very same seat for the T20 as well. Because that they're rather different sort of atmosphere. It would be a different
atmosphere, yes.
He might be the one that leads the Congo.
Well, indeed, yes, it could be Elvis for all we know. As waiting once more is Wokes. As Warren is into him, and Wokes is forward, pushing this one away out towards Ryan Patel. And there at extra cover. There is no run. So obviously in this position, Surrey pretty vocal out there, geeing everybody up. We're only in the 16th over of this Warwickshire second innings. And this game is moving rapidly on at the moment. Kemar Roach with 4 of these 6, the other 2 belonging to this man, Dan Worrell. Over the wicket he goes to Wokes, short ball, and Wokes tucks this nicely off his hip out towards Tom Laws, who's out there on that boundary rope doing the fielding. They will pick up another single. Wokes moves on to 7. Barnard come back onto strike on 9. Sound of a seagull. There were a few seagulls yesterday.
I saw the canals.
Ah, now, I once did a lovely, well, quite a few long runs along the canal. It was excellent. I got attacked by a hen party. Really? On one of the barges. They started throwing sausage rolls at me as this one's turned into the leg side by Barnard, and they'll get a single, and that will bring up the 50 for Warwickshire. 50 for 6. Barnard has 10. Wokes has 7. A ripple of applause around Edgbaston, and I think Kemar Roach is going to have a break there after 8 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 17. And the Birmingham end.
Muted reception for the 50 there, considering 6 chaps have perished on the way to posting it. But yeah, what a fine, what brilliant piece of bowling from Kemar Roach. 4 for 17. He can go and have a graze now, and Jordan Clark will take his place in the attack at the Birmingham end. More miles of canal than Venice does.
Is it really? Yes. That's interesting. And you can end up at the university, can't you? Yeah, I remember ending up there one day.
And there's a beautiful canal basin, Brindley Place in Birmingham. They've made the canals gorgeous. More miles of canal than Venice. Did I just say that? I want that on the record there. Yes. Birmingham 1, Venice 0.
Venice now.
Whether they're quite as elegant as Venice's canals, I don't know.
Would Venice have more gondolas?
I don't know. Probably.
Probably.
Yeah. Start of Jordan Clark's work in this second Warwickshire innings. He starts with a wide one outside off stump with Ed Barnard, which Ed Barnard allows to pass.
I always remember that. I was going along, minding my own business, and suddenly something hit me on the head, and I looked down, it was a sausage roll, and the hen party, who were on one of the barges you can hire, were launching the volleyball section at me.
There's worse things to have thrown at you.
Yes, there could have been, I think, especially on that barge.
Comes Clark again. Outside off stump again, and allowed to pass by Barnard. Did you pick it up and eat it? Or
no, that was not the only thing. They were trying to get me to hurry up. So, as I say, the odd vol-au-vent came my way. Sausage roll. As I did try and go a bit quicker, but it was after quite a long run, so I was a little exhausted. But they were having a lovely time throwing the buffet table at me.
Clark again, going to try and get his line right this time. He does, that's right on the stumps, and Barnard watchfully covers it and plays it out into the covers. The sun has gone behind cloud again, which is not too unwelcome for Surrey, I guess. Nothing like the heavy grey clag that we've had certainly on the first morning, which really was seam bowling heaven. And not taking anything away from Surrey, they played brilliantly, but it was a nice toss to win, wasn't it, to bowl in those conditions on the first day. Here comes Clark again, outside off stump. Barnard leaves.
Yeah, and I think we saw it with Rory Burns. Was absolutely delighted, mainly because he called correctly, but also I think everybody knew it was a big toss to win on that opening morning, back on Thursday. And all out for 150 Warwickshire. Surrey making 281. Now Warwickshire 50 for 6. Still 81 runs behind Surrey.
Clark in again, outside off stump. Not quite got his line right in his first over, but I think Surrey can take that. Give Jordan Clark an over or two to get loose.
Tom Laws is getting himself warmed up, going through his action and his run up away there to our left hand side. Good game of cricket this so far.
Clark in to conclude his first over, and this is a straight delivery which is defended by Barnard up to mid-off. A very quiet maiden over to start with from Clark. 4 leaves and 2 forward defensives. 50 for 6 Warwickshire, requiring 131 to make Surrey bat again.
Yep. And Tom Laws is coming into the attack. So here is Tom Laws into the attack for the first time today. Picked up that big wicket of Sam Hain, you were saying, in the first innings.
Yeah.
Cracking delivery that was. You have Chris Wokes, the man he's being compared to, on strike. 3 slips, Sibley, Pope and Steele. And they've got the backward point, which is down Worrell. Patel's in the covers. Burns is at mid-off. Jordan Clark's at mid-on. Jamie Smith is out towards deep backward square. Jamie Smith, 88's looking better and better at the moment. And then Kemar Roach at a genuine fine leg. He is pretty fine down there. So Tom Laws, right arm over the wicket from the pavilion end, coming into Chris Wokes. His first ball is short and it's a no ball. So the arm goes out from Nigel Long. That'll be a couple more to the total. And Warwickshire move on to 52 for 6. Rory Burns shining the ball up and passes it to Tom Laws, wearing number 30 is Tom Laws. He'll come pounding in over the wicket to Wokes. Full length ball, which Wokes is digging out, playing straight back up the pitch. Laws does the fielding off his own bowling. And there is no run. But yeah, there's a good number in the Holly stand today, all sort of scattered around the place and all over the ground actually. So Saturday, of course, it's an opportunity for everybody to come and watch some championship cricket. Elbows pumping. Over the wicket goes Laws to Wokes, and Wokes shot. Drives away on the up through the covers for 4. Lovely bit of batting that from Chris Wokes. Everything was right about that shot from Chris Wokes. And that has fairly whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. Wokes moves on to 11. And Warwickshire 56 for 6.
Sorry, getting a bit jittery now.
Yes, yeah, well, the partnership's building. I'll tell you what, that was a lovely shot from Chris Wokes. I remember when he was playing for England, sort of somebody said that he probably got the best technique after Joe Root in the England batting lineup. There's Chris Wokes. He's waiting once again, and this one's come back at him. He's going to get a single. He just plays it down into the leg side. Round goes Jordan Clark to do the fielding.
Yeah, I think if Chris Wokes had never bowled, he would be a very accomplished top order batter if he'd have put all the energy into that. I mean, he's 10 first-class centuries, and the high-class ones as well. I remember Nucky played at the Rose Bowl, long partnership with Jonathan Trott to get Warwickshire out of trouble against a high-class Hampshire seam attack. He's a proper batsman, Chris Wokes.
Barnard waits, Laws is into him, and Barnard drives one away through backward point. Worrell dived to his right, but he couldn't get anything on that. So a couple of boundaries in this first over from Tom Laws. 61 for 6 now, Warwickshire, but a little bit of width on that from Tom Laws, and Barnard knew as long as he got bat on it, probably going to get it through some sort of gap, because there's the 3 slips in there, and the covers are pretty tight in there. So nicely played by Barnard. He's on to 14. Aeroplane flies overhead. Tom Laws bounding in once again, comes over the wicket to Barnard. He's letting this one go outside his off stump. Just went away from him a touch. Just indicates that to Chris Wokes at the non-striker's end. Yes, we've just lost the sun behind the clouds for the time being, but the good news is there's some blue sky away to our right. There's not much of a breeze today. We were saying that this morning compared to the first 2 days. Not a huge amount of breeze about the place. Laws is over the wicket once again. And shout for LBW. Has he got a bit of bat on that though, Barnard? Yes, I think he has. It sounded like 2 noises. And umpire Nigel Long just shakes his head. End of the over. 61 for 6 then, Warwickshire, with Barnard on 14 and Chris Wokes on 12.
A cup half full Warwickshire supporter would say this could be one of the great comebacks of all time. The Bears did it at the Oval in 2002 when they won after following on, and it's a big ask, but cricket is a strange game. You never quite know. There's lots of ominous signs for Warwickshire though, and of course one of them is that Kemar Roach is now resting up and grazing, and there to come back later on if needed. After a truly wonderful opening spell of 8 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 17. Doesn't get much better than his work with the new ball today, I don't think. 61 for 6. Warwickshire, they need 70 more runs to make Surrey bat again as Jordan Clark starts his second over. Ball's outside the off stump and Chris Wokes plays no shot.
Just as they Kent are all out for 128, so it means that Middlesex need just the 86 to win. Go back-to-back wins for Middlesex, that would be. Durham and Derbyshire. Derbyshire following on, 251 for 7. Need another 36 runs to make Derbyshire bat again.
Chris Wokes settles into his crease to wait for Clark. This one's off stump.
Gloucestershire and Sussex. Sussex 455 for 5 declared. Gloucestershire 46 without loss. Leicestershire 407 all out. Glamorgan 296 for 7. In the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, Central Sparks in a good position here. Northern Diamonds 161 all out. Central Sparks 57 for 1 after 14. Southern Vipers 287 for 6 off their 50 against South East Stars. South East Stars are 22 without loss in the 4th.
Clark in again, pulled by Wokes, well in front of square, and he'll get a single to deep mid-wicket. There isn't a man deepish out there on the Pershore side road of the ground, but Wokes moves to 13, 62 for 6.
Sunrisers 159 all out. The Blaze in trouble, 36 for 4. And Western Storm are 28 for 2 in the 9th. After Thunder posted 214, 44.4 overs.
With a short delivery from Clark, which Barnard pulls well under control. There was, for a moment, I think the Surrey fielders thought Barnard wasn't quite in control of that, but he was in control enough of it to get 4 to deep mid-wicket. 66 for 6. Barnard moves to 18. The pressure has released slightly, but how could it not? Such massive pressure was imposed by the 2 opening bowlers.
Yes, absolutely. Waiting over his bat is Barnard again.
In comes Clark, and this was outside off stump, and Barnard allows it to go through. It's just got a little bit gloomy, not quite gloomy enough to have the floodlights on, but we might be getting towards that way. Kemar Roach, hands in pockets, mid-on, looking very suave there, isn't he? Just having a little mooch around there with 4 for 17 in his locker.
Yep.
A good day's work.
Right, so
Clark in to finish his second over of the innings. This is ducked into the leg side by Barnard for a single. He will move to 19, and Warwickshire needing 131 to make Surrey bat again, and probably 380 to make them, set them a real target. Are 67 for 6.
they are, but there is a little partnership beginning to build between Barnard and Wokes, because we haven't had one yet in this Warwickshire second innings. Rory Burns having a bit of a natter here with Tom Laws. He's going to continue from this, the media end of the ground. Barnard is the man on strike with 3 slips. As Tom Laws goes over the wicket to Barnard, and he's letting this one go wide outside the off stump. And Barnard walks off towards square leg. Yeah, Roach 4, Worrell 2 so far. Worrell's just keeping himself loose down there at third man at the moment. Ryan Patel bowls the ball to Rory Burns. He must be a happy captain at the moment. Stood up at mid-off as Laws over the wicket he comes, and that's very wide outside the off stump. Barnard has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with that. Shoulders, arms. It's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. A few more spectators entering the Holly stand. I can see away to my right, getting them settled down in their seats for Still a fair amount of cricket today, of course. 61.4 overs remaining. Tea with 35 overs remaining today, as Laws is in, and that's left alone again by Barnard. Actually got to Ben Folkes on the half volley. Well done to Tim Murtagh. 1,000 wickets across all formats for Middlesex. That's a brilliant effort from Tim Murtagh, who of course started his career at Surrey and then made that move. And he took 6 there against Kent today. Tim Murtagh. Laws is in once more, and again that's wide, and Barnard doesn't have to play at that outside the off stump. Nicely taken though by Ben Folkes, and nicely rehearsed behind me by Mr. Kevin Howes, just practicing his movement. All in the feet, it is. All in the feet, Kevin Howes. There he is. Oh, very nice. Very nice indeed. The old two-step. You know, right, the young, lithe two-step. As Laws is in once more. Barnard's driving. Oh, it's dropped by Ollie Pope. It flew at him. Apologies, Cameron Steele. Flew at him. And hit the hands and got away. And Barnard picks up a couple, but that absolutely flew off the outside edge. And Surrey have been very good in that slip, Gordon, but that's one that's got away.
The first, really, I think that they've done wrong today, isn't it? I mean, there was a sharp chance, wasn't it, but didn't stick.
Laws is over the wicket once more to Barnard, and he's watching this one into the gloves of Ben Folkes. So a life for Barnard. They're on 19. Still in a tough spot. Warwickshire 69 for 6. They find themselves. Barnard's on 21. Folkes has 13, and it will be Jordan Clark to continue from the Birmingham end of the ground.
So the 7th wicket pair have added 30. Close to doubling the score, but they've got a long, long way to go. So they just need to be patient, really. They've done so much of the damage now that they can just be patient and maybe wait for a mistake. Clark is in again, and don't have to wait for a mistake because he's just knocked Chris Wokes' off stump out of the ground. Lovely delivery from Jordan Clark, and any vestige of hope of a miraculous recovery for Warwickshire is surely gone now with the departure of Chris Wokes, bowled by Clark for 13, 69 for 7.
Yeah, that looks a really good one from Jordan Clark, because Chris Wokes ended up sort of walking down the pitch towards him as his off stump cartwheeled out the ground. So Wokes goes now, 69 for 7. And Hassan Ali, Chris Rushworth, Ollie Hannon-Dalby to come. It's a nice bit of bowling that from Jordan Clark, and Hassan Ali is making his way out there into the middle, and of course he was out first ball to Jordan Clark in the first innings, wasn't he?
That's right, on a king pair.
On a king pair. I knew someone who in club cricket was out first ball on 5 consecutive occasions. Yes.
A batter or a tail end?
Batter. It's never much fun, is it? Because sort of wait to the next over. You've got a week to wait as well. That's the other thing. So in 5 weeks, he faced the grand total of 5 deliveries. Was out off each of them.
Character building sequence. Now, what will Hassan Ali do here? He's a colourful cricketer, an entertaining cricketer, an attacking cricketer. He's got Mission Impossible in front of him here. But first objective for Hassan Ali is to avoid the king pair. Mid-wicket is going 3/4 of the way back and a little bit squarer, as Hassan Ali faces and defends studiously into the covers, and the king pair is avoided.
But again, that looked a very good delivery from Jordan Clark. Got a, as we were saying, very good technique. Chris Wokes, but knocked his off stump clean out the ground. As they always say, it's a lovely sight for any fast bowler. That's a stump cartwheeling.
Yeah. Chris Woakes done it to a few over the years. Today he was the victim. This bouncer from Clark travels far over Hassan Ali's shoulders and is taken by a diving Ben Foakes.
A lovely piece of work again from Foakes. Burgess and Foakes have been really good in this game. Burgess standing up to the likes of Hannon Dalby and Rushworth. That was a tremendous leaping take by Ben Foakes.
Here comes Clark again, another bouncer, and another one easily avoided by Hassan Ali through to Foakes, who doesn't have to travel far for that one. It was quite a straight bounce. Jordan Clark appears to think that Hassan Ali doesn't like the short stuff.
Yes, we'll see if he does. Played that pretty well, didn't he?
Trying to lure him into a pull to the man that's gone almost back on the deep mid-wicket fence.
Oh.
That's a gorgeous delivery. No ball, actually.
Effort ball, isn't it? Jordan Clark.
My word. That lifted outside the outside edge of Hassan Ali. A super delivery from Jordan Clark. As you say, Mark, the effort ball, and the effort just took him over the line, so it was a no ball. Warwickshire 71 for 7.
Really nice bit of bowling.
Jordan Clark again, big man coming in, just onto the leg side, and this is clipped away for Hassan Ali, who avoids the pair as well as the king pair. Now he's off the mark with a single, and will leave Ed Barnard with just one delivery to face in the over, and Surrey contemplating a handsome victory and a bonus day off, which, when you think the weather may have interfered tomorrow, the fact that they've tidied this match up so briskly, or appear to likely to do so, I mean, the weather could close in, who knows. It looks okay at the moment, but the fact that they've made such rapid strides with such good cricket, I mean, that's all tribute to them. Here comes Jordan Clark again, and Barnard just plays this one down in front of him. Great, a really strong squad that Surrey are building. An era of success beckons, perhaps. Well, I think perhaps the ingredient that matters most is that they've now got a former Warwickshire man in the coaching staff.
Absolutely.
I think Jim Troughton's arrival has really galvanised everything.
Well, I tell you what, he's done a very, very good job since he arrived. There's no doubt whatsoever about that, and he's hugely respected in the Surrey dressing room with the batters, and he's well, you know him better than most, Brian, but he's a very good fella, is Jim Troughton. Good player as well. I used to like watching him bat.
Very accomplished batsman, and as you say, a very, very good man.
Tom Bores then is going to come in over the wicket to Hassan Ali. That goes away from Hassan Ali. Yeah, you look at this team, and then you think it is Surrey. Sort of, they've got possibly Will Jacks coming back fairly soon, and then keep your fingers crossed on Jamie Overton. Pretty sure Sam Curran, when he gets back, will want a bit of red ball cricket as well. Got the likes of Conor McCurr, who went off to Kent, and then Dan Moriarty, Amar Verdi, Ben Geddes, very talented young player. Yusuf Majid, very talented left arm spinner at Surrey. As Laws is in, and that one is left alone by Hassan Ali. But I think what I would always say for anybody who asked about this Surrey team now is there is always someone who will step up, and they sort of do share it around, and I think they just enjoy playing their cricket together as well, which you find with any team that's on a bit of a run of form. Enjoy it. As the Wars is into Hassan Ali, and that's down the leg side, and Hassan Ali gets nothing on that, just trying to flick it down towards fine leg. It's taken by Ben Foakes, moving away to his left-hand side.
Remind me who it was, Churchy, last season, 50-over match at the Oval, brilliant game, a tied game, and a Surrey low-order chap
Nick
came
Kimber
in and clobbered about 80 off no balls.
Absolutely.
And incredible turnaround, wasn't it? A great game of cricket.
As Laws is in, Hassan Ali drives out towards backward point. Round goes down Worrell. They're going to get a man out towards deep backward square. So off goes Jamie Smith. Yeah, that was a real turnaround, that game, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then Warwickshire, Surrey pulled it out of the fire and then were level, and Liam Norwell bowled number 11. And what's an extraordinary game of cricket.
Over the wicket again goes Laws. That beats Hassan Ali. All ends up. A little fence at that one, did Hassan Ali. He had a little fence at it. Nothing wrong with a little fence, as long as you've got a little garden. Little fence in a big garden doesn't really do its job. Brian's going to make.
Well, I'm just awaiting for a 250
Oh, you're doing
update.
your 250 update. Sorry, old boy.
If they don't come, they don't come.
Laws is in to Hassan Ali. It's down the leg side. That's a great take again from Folkes on the half volley. End of the over, 72 for 7.
So I don't mean to clog up this seat,
No,
but until I know whether
absolutely.
BBC, Coventry and Warwickshire are coming to me for a little update, I'll give them 2 more minutes, if I may.
Did they give you cue?
About 3 seconds.
Brilliant. Because could I do my repeat of being Clive Eakin to be you maybe at some point today?
It would be the best report I've ever sent.
No, not at all. It did remind me very much of Stars in Their Eyes yesterday. Tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be Clive Eakin.
The first time that Clive's ever been a subject of a Stars in Their Eyes interview, I think. Here comes Jordan Clark, and this is off the outside edge by Barnard, but controlled along the ground. He'll get 4 runs for it, and moves to 25, 76 for 7. Tale of woe for Warwickshire. Just when a partnership seemed to be forming there between Barnard and Wokes, Jordan Clark produces a cracker to knock out Chris Wokes' off stump. And that's one of the strengths of this Surrey side, isn't it? They've just got so many dimensions that can hurt you. This is a good ball from Clark, which Barnard tries to drive through the covers and misses. And Dominic Sibley, who has enjoyed a quiet return with the bat to his old stamping ground. He's done one in the slips today, though, with 3 really sharp catches. I don't think we'll be seeing his enigmatic leg spin today, though.
Not as yet. He's still got 94 to go to hit my prediction of 100 first-class wickets. When he started
did you make
his
that
career,
prediction?
but sort of at the start of his leg-spinning career. Yes, it hasn't quite gone according to plan, that, as yet. But you never know. There could be a renaissance.
I'd be surprised if he makes it to 100.
Yes, I would from here.
Here comes Clark, and this is defended up into the covers.
We were treated in the opening game to an over leg spin from Ollie Pope. I think it'll be the only over he ever bowls in first-class cricket, but
Did he turn it and bounce it?
Twice almost, once. But the first one landed, which was excellent. But yes, I think that may be his only over we ever see.
Jordan Clark comes in, and this is pulled away quite pleasantly by Ed Barnard for a single out to deep mid-wicket. I think after this over, I think I'm going to conclude that BBC Coventry Warwickshire aren't coming over for a report.
Well, they might not be. Oh, you never know though, Bri.
In which case...
Oh, football.
I know Leamington,
3 o'clock
Leamington have got a big game against Southport today, which may be taking precedence. But if that is the case, then I may make way for somebody more illustrious. 77 for 7. As Clark comes in again, the sun beginning to break through again, and this is another cracking delivery which shapes past Hassan Ali's edge. I think he might have pulled the bat inside, but it was another really good delivery.
He's on a good pace here, Jordan Clark, isn't he? On a slowish pitch, he's getting it through. He had to at Old Trafford cut his pace down completely and have Ben Folkes up to the stumps. Jordan Clark, I always say when Clark's batting with Overton, it's like the grown-ups have turned up.
Here he comes again, and this squares Hassan Ali up, but he gets enough bat on it to get it out into the outfield in the point area and take a single. Hassan Ali moves to 2, 78 for 7. And I'm going to desert my post here.
Okay.
And if they come for a report, I
Yes.
think you can handle it.
Well, thank you, Brian. That's very kind. Nikki Chowdhury's coming in to join. Yes. Well, it could be the double for me here. Clive on one day. Brian. Yeah, that'd be something else, wouldn't it? I'd be quite happy with that. Alex Tyso, Surrey physiotherapist, fine figure of a man, has just run out there with a drink for somebody. Ben Folkes. And Tom Laws is going to continue from this pavilion end here at Edgbaston. 78 for 7, Warwickshire. And Hassan Ali's uppish with that drive. He's almost checked that straight to backward point. Some wiring being done here. Wiring from Mr. Halford with his laptop. My laptop's so old now that you have to actually plug it in, otherwise it doesn't work, which actually defeats the object of having a laptop.
Surely you just need to buy a new laptop.
Well, you say that, Nikki, as in over the wicket comes Tom Laws, and Hassan Ali's in behind this and plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. I'm rather fond of it, I have to say.
Oh, you attached to your laptop?
It was a reconditioned one about 6 years ago, and I'm really, every time it sort of switches itself on, I'm proud that it's still working.
I hope you've got everything saved on that somewhere else.
There's nothing on there that's that important, to be honest with you. As over the wicket comes Laws once more to Hassan Ali, who's driving pleasantly into the offside. Round will come Rory Burns to do the fielding, and they'll pick up another single. Your thoughts on what you've seen? Surrey just have been very, very good with bat and ball today, haven't they?
They've been very good. It's just been great to watch. Although I'm definitely feeling like I may have to head home tonight should they continue playing this way and get these next 3 wickets that they require.
Tom Laws is coming in over the wicket to Barnard. That's a nice looking shot, just punches away out towards Dan Worrell. Well, all I would say is away to our left there's some darker clouds.
I don't think they look that threatening, do they?
I don't know, they sort of have a smell of rain to them, perhaps. You can smell the rain. I've had this conversation with Kevin House, is shaking his head. Yes, you can definitely smell the rain coming. As Hassan Ali waits over his bat, Tom Laws is into him, and Hassan Ali flashes off the back foot. It's a no ball.
Well, I wonder
from Tom Laws
if the groundsmen can smell the rain, because I think they're the key people to see if they start running around the edge of the boundary ready to get those covers on. But they look pretty relaxed in that corner over there.
They do. There's a few of them sat in their little dugout way there to our left hand side near the family stand here at Edgbaston.
So what does the rain smell like then, Churchy?
Rain. As over the wicket is Laws to Hassan Ali, who's driving and diving away to his left hand side is Ryan Patel, and there is no run. It's a light smell. It's a lightish odour. I think there'll be people out there
Kevin's really not buying this.
who will know what I mean by that you can smell rain. You can if you're on a walk, on a country walk, sometimes I think you can smell the rain coming.
And then you can smell it, and then you know when to dash back.
Absolutely. Maybe it's just me. As in over the wicket comes Laws, and this is tucked away by Hassan Ali into the leg side, and off goes Jordan Clark to do the fielding, gets a boot to it. They're going to come back for 3. He's got a very strong arm as Jordan Clark, but Hassan Ali, good scampering of the third there from Jordan Clark. 3 more to Hassan Ali. He moves on to 6. And Warwickshire move on to 85 for 7. All I would say is, as a superpower, it's not the best, is it? But maybe I am. I'm the one person out there that can smell rain coming. But we'll wait to see whether my smell test is correct.
It's not a superpower that can get you far, is it?
Well, you say that. You know, if people want to know the rain's coming, make a fortune. Wouldn't you? You're having a barbecue, you're not sure about the weather. I arrive, and I can tell you whether the rain's coming or not. I think it's not a bad little superpower, that.
You do you, Churchy. We've got Clark from the Birmingham end as in he comes. Back of a lead delivery, and ooh, what a Jaffa. Just beaten Hassan Ali on the outer edge.
He has bowled very nicely here, Jordan Clark, and with a lot of pace as well. Really is getting that ball through into the gloves of Ben Folkes. It was a great ball to get rid of Chris Wokes. Really was. It's well, as you would know, Nicky, this doesn't happen to you, but as a batter, there's nothing worse than looking like you've just played the most perfect defensive shot as your stump flies out of the ground.
Oh, and this one's shorter delivery. Hassan Ali's gone to duck it, but it's just hit him on his helmet. But they've managed to scamper a single here.
Well, I think it's hit the back of his bat.
Has it?
Yes, I think it was the old periscope there from Hassan Ali. And he left the bat up as he ducked, and it's hit the back of his bat, and it's gone for a single. So there you are. He wouldn't be able to do that again, I wouldn't have thought, if he tried. Yeah, he's having a little look at his edge now.
Yeah. It looked like it hit the back of his helmet the way he reacted. As in comes Clark. This is a fuller delivery. Barnard's forward, defends it. No run.
Yeah, Barnard's played nicely so far. But when you lose your sort of top 5, top 6 with 39 on the board, it's always going to be a battle. That's what it's proving to be, this, for Warwickshire. But yes, these clouds that are arriving. I think
Is the smell getting stronger?
Yes, I think we might have a bit of precipitation.
In comes Clark. This one's again a fuller delivery, and this one's just played into the offside. Quick single. And 87 on the board for Warwickshire.
Just to say elsewhere, Middlesex 7 without loss, need another 79 to beat Kent. And Gloucestershire 61 without loss against Sussex in reply to Sussexes, if I can say that. 455 for 5 declared.
Got 3 slips in place as Hassan Ali drives to Rory Burns at mid-off. Good connection, but no run.
Leicestershire 407, Glamorgan 326 for 7. And in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, Central Sparks going very nicely. Northern Diamonds 161 all out. Central Sparks 96 for 1. A little look at who's in the runs there. Eve Jones, 48 not out. It's good to see.
And this one just worked off the thigh of Hassan Ali. He's looking to play that into the leg side. Missed his bat, but hit him on the thigh. Not a nice place to get hit, as he now just gives himself a little bit of a rub.
Well, he got himself into an awful tangle there, didn't he?
Didn't look like a very comfortable position at all.
It sort of just hit him and he fell over. He's hobbling around a bit. I just wonder if it hit him on the side of the knee. South East Stars in trouble. Southern Vipers 287 for 6 at Beckenham. Stars 44 for 4.
Yes, doesn't look great for the Stars at the moment, does it? I've just got the scorecard out in front of me. I've been watching it. It's not the greatest situation for them to be in. Someone really needs to dig deep.
Yeah, and Capsey, McDonald, Gay, Smith and Davison Richards all gone to Bell. So Chatley and Schofield with a job on their hands there for the Stars. Sunrisers 159, the Blaze 94 for 5. I like that. No, they're 18 have gone of overs on their run chase. Kevin House. As Tom Laws is coming in over the wicket to Hassan Ali, who's cracking this off the back foot. It's a good tumbling stop by Dan Worrell. And Western Storm 73 for 2 in the 18th after Thunder posted 214 all out. So there's all the other scores from around the country at the moment. Back here at Edgbaston, 88 for 7. Warwickshire has Laws is over the wicket once again to Hassan Ali. Beats the edge as he's hit that gorgeous length again. Has Tom Laws. Hassan Ali. I think he played at that. I think he sort of did that old trick of them putting the bat inside the line of touch after it got past his outside edge.
To make it look like, no, actually, no, that's not exactly what I had planned.
Absolutely. It's a nice bit of bowling again from Tom Laws. Laws bounces in once more to Hassan Ali, and Hassan Ali pushes off the back foot. Worrell comes around to his left to do the fielding. He averages 16 first class cricket, Hassan Ali. But first ball in the first innings, Jordan Clark suddenly found himself on a hat-trick. 2 in 2 in that first innings for Jordan Clark. Very noisy ice cream van, that.
Sounds like a motorbike.
Yes, it might be. Or a very fast ice cream van. As in over the wicket comes Tom Laws. Hassan Ali flashes at this. That's nicely played off the back foot through cover point. Off goes Worrell in hot pursuit. But he won't get to that. That's nicely played by Hassan Ali. Real flourish to that shot, wasn't there?
Yeah,
he's on to 11, 92 for 7.
Yeah, it was a great shot. Really quick hands. And it made a dashing way to the boundary. 92 runs on the board. I'm sure Warwickshire wishing they had a 1 in front of that.
Yep, absolutely.
At least, given the situation they're in. They're not going to be very impressed with the performance so far.
Trail by 39. Over the wicket is Laws then. Bouncer, but that was very short from Tom Laws. Hassan Ali had nothing to do with that, and it was taken by Ben Folkes. Moving away to his left-hand side. But yeah, you got to really bang it in on this surface to get it up high, but that one was a bit too short and banged in a bit too much from Tom Laws. Just ballooned really over Hassan Ali. He waits with that bat raised once again as Laws is into it and goes full of length. Hassan Ali flicks at this. Good take from Ben Folkes, diving away to his left as he gets nothing on it. End of the over. 92 for 7 then. I just wonder whether we might need to get the floodlights on at some point.
It is getting a little
Barnard 28. Apologies, Nikki.
It's getting a little bit dark, isn't it? I might go back on what you mentioned earlier now, saying that you could smell the rain.
Oh yes, I can smell the rain, and Kevin Howes is looking at me. You go out and face this lot in that light. Kevin, oh, you would actually, you would, and you'd be absolutely terrific.
Would you not fancy facing them?
No, thanks very much. Quite
You're
happy
quite comfortable
watching
up
from
here.
here. Thank
Okay.
you. Lovely, about the right distance for me. This.
Not even the non-striker's end, just
No, thank
walking.
you.
Barnard forward as Clark's bowled this full delivery, and he's just played it to Rory Burns at mid-off. No run. Sure you don't fancy it, Churchy?
No, thank you. As I say, about this distance is absolutely ideal. Thank you very much indeed.
But you're used to this pace. I've seen all your morning shots that you post on Twitter.
Yes, that's with the rubber ball though, isn't it?
This one slightly back with the length, just played off the back foot by Barnard, picked up by Ryan Patel at extra cover.
I did once stupidly face Alex Tudor.
How did that come about?
I just asked him if I could face him in the net. And I ended up sitting in the net next door, actually.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah, it was absolutely terrifying.
Well, at least you can say you've faced Alex Tudor.
Yeah, sort of.
It counts. I'll give you that. As in comes Clark, and this one's left outside the off stump by Barnard, straight into the hands of Folkes.
What is interesting, I have seen some of the toughest rugby players who are, you know, love their cricket, go in the nets against a quick bowler and absolutely terrified.
You know what? It's funny you bring this up, actually. I've seen that as well. Like, on the rugby pitch, you would not want to go anywhere near them, but just put them in front of a little round red cricket ball and they're petrified. As this one just worked off the hips by Barnard to the man at fine leg. Single here for Warwickshire. It's crazy how much fear a small little red ball can actually instill in somebody.
Depends how fast it's coming down at you as well, doesn't it? If they are wanging it down at 90 miles an hour.
Exactly, and I think that goes to say you don't need to be big and strong to be a batsman. As in comes Clark, and this one rather aimlessly slashed through in the air, in the wind by Hassan Ali. He's not making any contact with it.
That's going to look great on the photo though, isn't it, if there's a photographer?
It will look great in the photo, but as long as the ball's not in the visibility.
I don't think it will, because he was nowhere near it as he played that shot, Hassan Ali.
Yeah, I've seen that quite a few times. Big, strong rugby players come in, especially when you're playing school cricket, and then put them on the cricket pitch, and they're a different person altogether. As Clark's in bowls, and this one's just found the outer edge of the bat and made its way down to third man, giving Warwickshire a single and bringing up the end of the over. 94 for 7, trail by 37.
They're chipping these runs down, but problem is 7 down, isn't it? That's the problem for Warwickshire. Rory Burns at the moment is going to bring Dan Worrell back into the attack, so I think he's seen enough of this now. He's bringing Dan Worrell in. I think the other thing here might be Burns has spotted this weather coming. I'd like to...
Maybe he can smell the rain.
Well, he probably can. He's one of those, I would have thought, with a sensitive nostril. With a sensitive nostril. As Worrell then is into the attack from the pavilion end. He's coming in over the wicket to Hassan Ali, and his first ball beats Hassan Ali, all ends up. Hassan Ali, very kind, just indicating to Dan Worrell exactly what that delivery did. So I always think it's fun when the batter does that, because the bowler knows exactly what it's done, because that's the ball they're intending to bowl, but it's always fun to watch Hassan Ali there saying, that's just gone away from me. Very nicely played. Bowled by Dan Worrell. I wonder if those lights are going to come on.
I think they should soon. I don't think it must be very pleasant facing.
Horrible. As Worrell is in and Hassan Ali's forward, checks this one straight up the ground. Round comes Jordan Clark. The biggies, they are, aren't they, for Edgbaston, the floodlights. Took me until last year to work out what they were and what they stood for. The biggies. I always think they look like, I said this before, when you go to the dentist and they stick that mirror thing in your mouth.
I really hate the dentist. That's a really traumatic experience.
Oh no, sorry. Would be if you had a mirror that big. As Worrell turns once again. 3 slips in there. As he's into Hassan Ali, who's forward, thickish edge this time. Laws gets round to do the fielding. Hassan Ali moves on to 13, 95 for 7. Phil Britt is unwrapping his Wisden Cricketers Almanac. By the time he's done that, he'll have the 2024 one. As Rory Burns wants something from the dressing room. He's just pointing down towards the boundary rope. Oh, have we got somebody behind the... Yes, could we... Trying to get somebody to move behind the bowler's arm. I'm not quite sure who, but whoever it is causing merriment out there in the middle. Umpire Nigel Long with a big grin on his face. And then Barnard comes on to strike. Dan Worrell cruising in over the wicket to Barnard, and Barnard is forward with soft hands. They'll get a single, and that will be 1 more to the total. That's very good batting from Barnard and running. Oh my dear, it's not a very well sounding seagull.
I was going to say.
It's just flown past. It's not sounding terribly well, that seagull.
Sounds like that seagull's in a bit of discomfort, to say the least.
Very much so. As Worrell is ready once again to come in over the wicket. A short ball and turned into the leg side. There is no run. So 53.1 overs remaining today. So T apparently today is with 35 overs left. So if we were playing tomorrow, oh, of course, last day it's always 3:10, isn't it? Otherwise, you might have 38 overs before T if you fancy it. As over the wicket comes Worrell once more. Hassan Ali's driving doesn't really time this. That rolls out towards mid-off, and there is no run. End of the over. End of me for a while. Phil Britt's going to come in and pick up commentary with Nicky. And Warwickshire 96 for 7.
And I believe we have Clark continuing from the Birmingham Road end, or Birmingham end. Hi, Phil.
Hello, Nicky. It's changed. The game's changed a little since you and I were on together. Just as Surrey were bowled out.
I feel a little's quite a soft way of putting it. As this one, short delivery from Clark, and it's been pulled away by Barnard down to a rather fine leg boundary, 4 runs. That brings up 100 for Warwickshire. Not exactly middling the bat, I'd say that's caught the bat on the edge. And as it's skedazzled to the boundary.
Yeah, Barnard moves on to 34, 100 for 7. So, just trail out by what figure's gone off the board. 250.
Clark in, and this one, Barnard, sorry, just looking to flash it through the offside, not really making any connection with it, and that's gone over to Ben Folkes quite low, as he's pretty much long barried it to take that.
Yeah, I just got the figure 31 now. It's just come up on the board, so it's these two work their way to at least get the deficit down. Barnard's done a pretty good job, but the rest of the Warwickshire batsmen really struggled against this attack.
And this one, a fuller delivery. Barnard forward, just played and a miss there. We've had some great bowling from our Surrey attack.
Clark, I think, has bowled well. He's come in behind, obviously, the two international opening bowlers, but I think he's kept a good length and really troubled. Got Wokes twice in the game now. But, that ball which bowled Wokes was a beauty.
It was a beautiful delivery, wasn't it? As in he comes, and this one's just opening the face of the bat, Barnard, and guiding that down to the third man boundary. Very well timed, and that brings up 104 for Warwickshire, trailing by 27.
Dark cloud is beginning to look a little threatening. The Mark Church has probably gone out to have a sniff to see whether there's any rain in the air.
He actually has. I can see him on the balcony, and he's just having a bit of a sniff. I don't believe him that he can smell the rain. As in comes Clark, and this one slightly back with a length delivery. Barnard looking to work that into the offside, but not making any contact.
The only thing I would say in his defence is that one of the ground staff has come out, and he's having a bit of a look round. He's wandering towards the hover cover, so whether there's a little doubt. I had a look on the radar, and it does suggest there's a possibility of rain in the next hour, and then it's clear behind it.
Barnard on strike, Clark through, bowls, short delivery, just squaring Barnard up as he tries to play that on the back foot. And that's going to be the end of the over. Warwickshire 104 for 7. Barnard on 38, Hassan Ali on 13. And I believe we've got Worrell to continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, Rory Burns getting Worrell back into the attack. Tom Law's bowled a few overs from this pavilion end, but wasn't really troubling the batsman. So he's gone back to Worrell with his 2 wickets as he starts a new over. his 10th over of the innings, into Hassan Ali, who goes, his first movement is away, stepping out to give himself a little bit of room, just a little back step towards the umpire, and then pushes at the ball outside the off stump and runs it away out into the offside, where Ryan Patel does the fielding. 104 for 7. So Warwickshire steadying things a little after the collapse before and after lunch. In comes again, forward comes Hassan and runs it away, and again it's Patel doing the fielding. 3 slips in place as a backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then man down at long leg.
I do have to give Churchy some credit. It's not looking very good up there with the clouds. It's making their way over the ground.
The great rain god is here, Mark Church.
I really hope it just doesn't rain, because otherwise he's going to come back and say, I told you so. I could smell it.
Yeah. This one is played nicely, dug out by Hassan and played up to mid-on where there's no run. She's prowling on the balcony, which runs along in front of the commentary boxes. It's an excellent view from up there, if not a bit chilly, because you don't ever get any sunshine on that balcony. But it is usually after an international game and stuff where all the cameras have been, it's usually a real mess out there. It takes wait for somebody to tidy it all up. This one is it's a short delivery from Worrell, which Hassan Ali goes back to as if to give himself space, and then slaps it back down past the diving Worrell and picks up a single. It's retrieved in the end by Clark, who does the tidying up, running back from mid-on.
Wasn't exactly a pull shot. I'd say that probably looks more like a tennis shot to me.
It really was. It was sort of slapped back down, wasn't it? Like a winning volley at Wimbledon. Ed Barnard just asks to stop halfway through his run-up. Bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. I think that's the first time I've seen that in this game, where there's been any movement behind the bowler. In he comes again. Barnard is pushing at a ball which pitches and moves away from him, beats him comprehensively. 105 for 7 it stays. Barnard 38, 14 to Hassan Ali.
That was a lovely delivery from Worrell there, just moving away from the batsman. Would you fancy going down there now, Phil?
What to do?
Would you like to be facing Worrell right now?
I wouldn't like to face him right now or any time, to be perfectly honest. I don't think I'd define my time. Here he comes in, bowls, and this is moves away from Hassan Ali, but gets away with it for a moment. I thought he got a nick on that because reaction of the fields, but they were just getting up to run down at the end of the over, and another good delivery to finish the over from Worrell.
That was quite away from his bats, actually. I think the ball just moved quite a lot.
Moved a terrific amount the ball, didn't it? 105 for 7 it remains.
Hassan Ali stayed quite away from that, actually, in respect to where the ball went.
But Roach is brought back into the attack to replace Jordan Clark, so Rory Burns returns back to his opening pair. They've only used the 4 bowlers in this match so far.
We've got Kemar Roach making his way from the Birmingham end. As in he comes, bowls, and this one's just played off the back foot by Hassan Ali. Dot ball, and Kemar Roach is giving him the stare as he makes his way back to his run-up, giving him the look. Got 2 slips in place. point cover mid-off, where Rory Burns, the captain, is fielding. And then onto our leg side, a mid-on, wideish mid-wicket. In comes Roach, back a length delivery, and this is just played, defended by Hassan Ali. No run.
He's getting a lot of the strike, isn't he, at the moment, Hassan Ali? He's Barnard's got more runs, but just recently, over the last 3 or 4 overs, hardly had a ball to face. Hassan Ali's sort of been pinching the strike. He's on 14.
Roach striding in, bowls, and again this one's just played off the hips and picked up by the man at mid-wicket. No run. Building the dots here is Kemar Roach, as we've got a leg slip in place as well.
The ball just gone a little bit softer, and you can see the batsmen have got a lot more time to play it than they had.
Yeah, and with the softer ball, obviously it's not going to be going off the bat as hard and quickly as they'd like as well.
I think it's very much survival at the moment, isn't it? And just accumulate if they can.
Well, on this one, forward is Hassan Ali, and that's just played to point.
I don't think he quite knew what to do with that one.
Yeah,
it was almost like he was taking the bat out of the way, and it came off the bat into his pants and then ran out to point. It was almost through. That could easily have ricocheted back into his stumps, but perhaps put that one down as being a bit fortunate there for the bat.
Roach in, bowls, and fuller delivery, and this is driven off the middle of the bat by Hassan Ali, and it's just fielded by Kemar Roach on the back end of his follow through as he picks it up and gives Hassan Ali another stare. I wouldn't like getting that stare.
He's well, they're quality bowlers, these two, aren't they? And they're making it extremely difficult. They have done in both innings for the Warwickshire batsmen. Warwickshire will be disappointed, I think, by the way twice that they've tumbled very cheaply.
This one, Hassan Ali's just forward, defends it. No run, and it's going to bring up the end of the over. Warwickshire 105 for 7. We've got Barnard on 38, Hassan Ali on 14. Having just played this previous over of Kemar Roach for a maiden.
So, what are they, 26 in arrears, still 3 wickets in hand. Surrey really just trying here to wrap this up in the overs before tea. We've got 50 overs still remaining in the day. Walsall's new over, and this is worked away by Barnard down through the vacant gully area, and before they could get back for the second. So 1 run off the first ball for Barnard and brings Hassan Ali back onto strike again. Barnard moves on to 39, 106%.
Talk about hogging the strike.
Well, in his 11th over, 2 for 37 so far. But, very effective. As he runs away from us at this pavilion end, he's in and bowls, and this is turned away nicely through mid-wicket, but good fielding there by too sure who that is. One of the problems is with the Surrey team, I don't know whether you recognise them, Nikki, but with no visible numbers, it doesn't help us at all.
Well, they've got visible numbers. A few of them are wearing their sweaters on top, so that's...
Well, that does make it, that's why they're no visible number. I'm firmly of the rule that if you're given a number, they should be on display. This one is driven away into the offside, beats the short extra cover. It's just tidied up for another single to Hassan Ali, 107 for 7. He goes on to 15.
But then you're really compromising. Do I wear my jumper or do I feel cold whilst I'm
your
fielding?
jumper should have the number on the back.
But that won't look very nice.
You're not there to look nice, you're there to actually provide the spectators
No, but
the number. Otherwise, don't bother with the number. What's the point of it?
Can you
if
really
cover it?
can you get the number on a sweater? I just don't think
You
it will
can
work.
knit, if you can knit a badge into the front and advertising, you can knit a number on the back. It's not beyond the powers of
Well, I don't have
mankind.
much knitting skills, so I can't really do that. So
Well, I could knit it in.
Well-
and if I can, then a lot of people ought to be able to do it.
Well, I believe Rory Burns has just
They're changing the ball. Should think they'd want to keep that. They've had much success with it. And there's a lot of announcements which I can't. Where we are in the studio, you cannot hear what's being said on the public address system.
It's more like a murmur in the background, but the big silver briefcase has come out and a ball has been picked. And Jordan Clark has just got hold of that at the moment, just having a look at it and giving it a shine.
Last season, we seemed to be changing the ball regularly throughout, sometimes 2 or 3 times inside the 80 overs. This year, I haven't seen anywhere near as much of that. That's quite unusual this season to see the ball being changed, but last year it became a real problem. 107 for 7. We'll continue this brief hold up with Warwickshire still trailing by 24 runs. So Surrey firmly in the driver's seat here. Ed Barnard waits. He's on 39, batted well so far. As Worrell comes running in with that new ball in his hand, and Barnard plays the first one solidly back to the bowler.
It's getting rather dark here, and the floodlights have come on, as predicted. And the ground staff are also hovering by the covers now.
Yeah, one guy has moved out there, hasn't he? He's ready to fire up the engine should it be needed.
And the others are slowly standing up from their snug position.
This next one is driven by Barnard down the ground, but again, straight to mid-off, and there's no run. 107 for 7 it remains. It's a reasonable number in this afternoon, scattered around the far end of the ground. The ground getting ready for summer ahead with the temporary stand structure in place over the back, waiting to have the seats put on. It's Worrell in, and this is driven nicely by Barnard, but Worrell gets a hand to it and takes the pace off it, and saves probably a couple of runs there off the final ball of the over. It remains 107 for 7.
Is that where the temporary stands are going to go, on the far right?
Yeah, they always go above 19 and 20, yeah.
That looks rather petrifying for someone who's scared of heights.
Well, don't bother. Look to the one on your left.
I can deal with that one, because there's...
Have you been up it?
No, I haven't.
Well, you wouldn't want to. It really is quite scary at the top. It really is very... It's like being in the back row of the theatre.
I think that one looks more so steep,
That
though.
one's not too bad.
As Roach is in bowled, and he's taken him, and Hassan Ali's bowled. His leg stump gone cartling, and that's going to bring up Surrey's eighth wicket.
And a 5 for Gima Roach. 5 for 17 so far, just in his 10th over. And you have to think that the end here is not too far away for Warwickshire. Still trading by 24, but with 2 wickets remaining. Chris Rushworth and Oliver Hammond Dolby to come. It's been a terrific bowling performance by Surrey. In both innings, they really have completely dominated the Warwickshire batsmen. And he rather forlornly walks off the field. Hassan Ali has warm round of applause from those faithful who are still sat down below us. And a lot of people in the members area at the top there. But, judging by the round of applause, there's quite a few down below. Chris Rushworth, the new batsman, coming out. As the shadows off those floodlights, quite strong, aren't they, from around the players?
Yeah, and they just seem to have just got brighter. I think they obviously take some time to get to their full potential.
Well, I think Warwickshire could do with our man to bring up the rain, get him out there again. I think that's about the only thing which is going to save them at the moment. Is
will it save them in time?
A deluge of biblical proportions, something's required.
That's the main question. Will the rain get here in time?
I don't think that's going to be it. No, that for the next day and a half.
No, it's not going to do much if it does it?
No.
It can only delay the end result, but we pretty much know which way that's going. As in comes Kemar Roach from the Birmingham end. Short delivery, and Rushworth looking to take this one on, but not making any contact. And it's been taken up by Ben Folkes and passed through the slip cordon now.
He's in really hugely difficult position, Chris Rushworth. He's got a day and a half. We've got over half a day's overs remaining. We've got a full day ahead tomorrow. Warwickshire 2 wickets in hand, 20 odd behind. Really, it's almost mission impossible for him.
He's got quite the task as Kemar Roach is in, bowls another short delivery, and this has just been guided over the slip cordon, and it's plugged towards the third man boundary. They've come back for 2 here, I believe. Or
no, just one.
Just the one.
They only ran the one. Which may get Rushworth at the wrong end. So if they now play this tie Barnard up, he's going to have to try and keep the strike, although it's a lot of time to be able to keep doing that.
Barnard on strike as in comes Roach, short delivery. This is pulled in front of square, and the man at mid-wicket is on the pursuit, and they're going to get 2 for this one. As you can tell, the pitch, and we've spoken about it, is quite slow, so having that shot played in front of square really does tell us the ball's not coming on as much as it should be.
I think when it's been, the bowler's tried to dig it in, it's actually sat up. And quite often they've been virtually through the shot because, as you say, the ball's not come onto them. So resulting in it going usually wide of where they'd actually been aiming.
Just had a leg slip put in place, and Roach is in, bowls for delivery, and this one's just swung past the outer edge of Barnard's bat and straight into the hands of Ben Folkes. Some oohs and ahs amongst the Surrey boys. Just 2 steps away.
Well, they're not really giving Warwickshire any opportunity to get their innings going at all today. Came out in the time before lunch and really sealed the game with those wickets before lunch.
And this one, Barnard's forward. I think this has just come in a bit and probably hit him on the upper thigh, and that's going to bring up the end of the over. No run, 110 for 8, trail by 21. Surrey in a very good position here at Edgbaston this afternoon on day 3.
Well, it's got Chris Rushworth now is going to have to face the beginning of this Dunmore over. So he was unfortunate. It got through Barnard, but wrapped him on the pad team, not LBW, but Barnard couldn't get a way to get back on strike. So it will be Rushworth who is facing 110 for 8 as Worrell starts a new over from the pavilion end. He's into Rushworth, who is squirted, going to play this one down to fine leg and ends up with a leading edge which runs away through the gully down to the third man boundary for 4. So Rushworth picks up a boundary and Warwickshire move to 114 for 8. It's 17 behind now. that certainly wasn't where Chris Rushworth was playing that shot. But the net result is exactly what he was hoping to get, with a leg glance. Instead, it goes. In fact, if you tried to play that shot and put it away through there for 4, it would be difficult to do, but somehow he managed inadvertently. In comes Worrell again to him, and this one is appealing for the court behind. The ball, Ben Folkes thought he'd got an edge to that and through. The slips were all talking to each other, but nobody else seemed to be very interested other than Ben Folkes. The bowler certainly wasn't. Ball which Rushworth sort of chopped down on, but didn't make contact.
I feel like Ben Folkes is the only one interested there.
Yeah, he was quite convinced he'd got an edge to it.
I did hear something.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure exactly what it was.
It's Worrell again into Rushworth. Rushworth is... Was that dropped at slip?
Yes, that's definitely a drop.
Yeah. So that has gone down, and is that Cameron Steele who's in that third slip position? It's at the far end of the ground. We'll confirm that, but I thought he'd gone straight in and out. And so a life for Rushworth. And Warwickshire remain on 114 for 8, still 17 in arrears, doing their best to get themselves out as in comes Worrell again. This is full and through Rushworth, through to keeper Folkes, and there's no run. Rushworth really in all sorts of problems.
He is.
Yeah, it was Cameron Steele who dropped that one at third slip.
He is liking to put his hand through the ball, and he's staying quite a little bit away from it. Hence, probably managing to edge that to third slip in the previous ball. You'd probably be better off just trying to stay slightly closer to the ball.
Worrell again is in, and Rushworth again is beaten outside the off stump. And the ball goes through to Folkes, and there's almost a look of, you know, what have I got to do from Worrell as he turns around and walks back, because he's comprehensively beating him, but no, Chris Rushworth not quite good enough to get an edge to it. It stays on 114 for 8. Rushworth 5, 41 to Barnard, and we have still plenty of overs to go before tea here, as the floodlights on. In comes on again. Rushworth plays at the one lofty looking shot, doesn't get back through to it, goes through to the keeper. Good over from Worrell, but with no real success on it.
And on that note, I shall make way for Brian.
Thanks, Nikki. Be back provided the game is still alive at some stage during the afternoon. As Brian getting in, he'll probably have to do his half-time football update with the cricket in a bit. Good afternoon, Brian.
Hello, Phil. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, I will, if I may, just interrupt to give listeners the...
do you want to take this one? And
I will, shall I? Because mind you, half-time in football these days seems to last about an hour. Barnard plays this one out to deep point, and they take a single, and I think that's reasonable enough.
We were just saying to Nikki, they're not going to be able to bat for a day and a half, are they?
It's a bit negative.
True.
No, I think that the only rescue for Warwickshire can come from above, and I don't think there's quite that much rain in the next 24 hours, isn't it? But
I think trying to protect the number 10 is a bit of a lost cause.
Ed Barnard's batted well. But Surrey just produced too many wicket-taking balls up top to get rid of the big guns for the Bears. Rushworth this time defends watchfully up to mid-off. 115 for 8. The Bears require 16 more to make Surrey bat again. Of course, if we have one more wicket, the tea interval goes back a bit, doesn't it, if there's 9 wickets down? But we've still got another 10 overs to go to tea.
I was going to say, it's going to be delayed long enough anyway.
Yeah. We have a late tea on the horizon here.
Supper, I reckon, rather than tea.
The floodlights glaring quite brightly now as Roach comes in, and this one is outside the off stump. I wonder if we might get an over or two of twirl at some stage as the light declines.
Yeah, Surrey still only used the 4 bowlers in this game, and how effective they've been. 18 wickets between those 4 bowlers.
Yeah, it's been consummate unit bowling.
Yep.
And it must be very nice for a bowler or a paceman to know that when he has a rest, others are going to take up the cudgels just as effectively. Roach is in again, and again this is outside off stump, and Rushworth lets it go through. 5 for 21 for Kemar Roach. And they don't figure him, they don't flatter him one bit, those figures. It's been tremendous bowling.
Yeah, but his first 5 for the season.
Three slips. Sorry, not indulging themselves. I mean, they could, I guess, really go on the attack as Roach bowls to the number 10, but they're restraining themselves. And this is another airy drive from Rushworth, and I think that's the 4th consecutive ball that's thumped into the gloves of Ben Folkes. I don't think we can be far off the umpires talking about the light, can we? It's taken a bit of a dive now.
I don't recall during the match that they've actually taken a light reading. They came off for rain rather than bad light on the first day, and I don't think I've seen them taking a light reading.
Seagulls in full cry above us as we have deja vu. I think 5 of the 6 balls in that over just travelled past Chris Rushworth as he tried to fend at it, and Ben Folkes was kept busy behind the stumps. 115 for 8. Barnard has 42, closing in on potentially his maiden half-century for Warwickshire, which would be a crumb of comfort for the Bears. And Rushworth on 5.
There aren't too many things they can pick on in this game so far. I think the bowling attack, the seamers bowled well. We had that innings of Dan Moses in the first innings, but as you say, there's some crumb of comfort. Worrell in bowls. This is driven beautifully away. This might be a couple of runs away through extra cover. It's picked up by Ryan Patel, and they come back for the second run, so Barnard moves on to 44.
Yes, we were saying earlier on, Phil, while you were elsewhere, Surrey have outplayed Warwickshire, but the fact is they did win a very handy toss, didn't they? I think if Warwickshire's seam attack had wielded the ball in those conditions, the balance of the game could have been very different.
No, absolutely right. This next one has Worrell in down the leg side. Barnard trying to help it on its way down to the fine leg boundary, but gets nothing on it, and it's taken by Ben Folkes at sort of face height down the leg side. Just tidied it up. 117 for 8 it remains. 14 is the deficit.
Only the 3rd toss that Rory Burns has won in 17. So I guess.
Is that all it is?
Yes, they were due one, and they chose a good one to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they find this one goes back and across his stumps. Barnard and runs it away to deep backward point for 1 run. That's all it'll be. Brings Rushworth back on to strike. Takes Barnard on 46 and 118, so 13 behind. Yes, I think you could see from the reaction right from the start of this game that once they'd won the toss, the reaction of Rory Burns to winning it, you know, was almost like we won the game, and it certainly defined exactly the position. And then, of course, I thought Warwickshire bowled well yesterday in conditions which were much more favourable for batting. They came back at Surrey, and really sort of this morning the game was nicely balanced. This one is chipped by Rushworth over the head of the bowler, and it drops harmlessly into the ground behind the bowler. Mid on, mid off, both look at it and say who's going to just pick it up, and he gets a single for that.
Warwickshire's ground staff, who are normally paying close attention, not just by looking at the sky but on the radar as well, have all gathered around the motor roller, so they're expecting something very soon.
Normally what happens, Brian, as you well know, is that once the umpires see that, they know that they've got that radar, they tend to react quite quickly. So rather than the wicket getting any rain on it, they get that hover cover on as quickly as they possibly can. Quite often we've seen them come off before the rain started. There's Worrell in, he bowls, and this is clipped away nicely through the offside, and this could bring up Barnard's half century. It crosses the ropes, and indeed it does. So it's
he needs 5 for his half century.
Sorry, it was 45, wasn't it? Sorry, I was looking at the board. So he needs 1 more.
It is.
I thought it was 46.
Oh, well, the scoreboard is a long way away from us, and 5s look like 6s, don't they? But
no, I'd have thought he'd gone to 46 before, to be honest. So I'd got him on the wrong score in my head.
Well, he's within a single of his maiden half century for the Bears, which would be a good effort in these conditions.
Again, it's Worrell. He's going to get. No, he's not going to get it. He turned away from it. His bat was in the air. The ball, which was short and passing him over his shoulder, hit the back of the bat, ran out towards square leg, and for a second I thought they were going to take the single, which would have brought up his half century. But they changed their minds and went back. So 123 for 8. Barnard is on 49, and just 8 runs behind now.
The umpires not talking to each other. Well, I'm sure they do talk to each other, but it would make life very difficult if they didn't talk to each other entire game. They are talking to each other, and it's all very civil between them, but at the moment they're not consulting about the light. Here comes Kemar Roach, straight delivery which Chris Rushworth defends back to the bowler. Warwickshire 8 runs away from avoiding an innings defeat.
The ground staff who are by the hover cover, extremely leisurely fashion, I have to say. They're in no...
Yeah.
They're not too concerned. One's sitting on it, the other one's lolling on it, so ready, they're there in case it happens we get the rain.
Here comes Roach onto his 6th wicket. He won't get it here, but Chris Rushworth will get 4. Lovely cover drive that, just in front of point. Rushworth moves into double figures, and I would think that might be good news and bad news for Rushworth, because I think the next ball might be quite a lot quicker. I don't think Kemar Roach will take kindly to being driven for 4. Good news for Warwickshire supporters. Central Sparks have completed a very convincing 7-wicket win over Northern Diamonds. Eve Jones with 67 not out, steering the Sparks to victory as Rushworth steers this one to backward point.
Well, we claim some responsibility on that one. She was with us on air yesterday.
She was,
so
and I actually did ask her for some post-match quotes about the victory, and she said, well, hold on a minute, that's a bit premature, but I could have actually done it. So I'll have to talk to her later on. But thank you very much for that, Kev. That's a good result for Sparks, who lost their first game, but they're up and running now with a good, convincing 7-wicket win. Here comes Kemar Roach again in the very Stygian gloom now. Warwickshire are on the brink of defeat, Clive, needing 131 to avoid an innings defeat. They're 127 for 8, having been blown away by West Indies fast bowler Kemar Roach. After Surrey's tail wagged to add 70 in 10 minutes this morning, Roach demolished Warwickshire's top order with an opening spell of 8 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 17. He's since completed his 5-4 and has 5 for 25. And Warwickshire's bright start to the season is getting a serious reality check. Ed Barnard is defying. He's 49 not out, but the Bears face a most emphatic defeat. No worries. And the listeners to BBC commentary want to just missed that glorious cover-driven 4 from Chris Rushworth. He's bringing the shot to this Kemar Roach.
Absolutely. That's as good a shot as we've seen today, actually.
And it takes Surrey need to bat again in this match. 131 for 8.
Yeah, everything now is positive.
Suddenly the pressure is back on Surrey.
A worried look on the Surrey captain's face.
Warwickshire effectively 0 for 8, but they're not going to be beaten by an innings, so that's something. Roche is in again, and Rushworth's reward for those 2 boundaries is a bouncer, but it's not a little bit of a tired one. I think Roche has done a brilliant shift for his side, perhaps ready for a rest now. 131 for 8. Ed Barnard an excellent 49. Chris Rushworth on 14, and Surrey will have to bat again.
Yeah, so well done to these two. They've worked hard to get Warwickshire past that first little hurdle. Now they've got an enormous task ahead of them, but we'll see what happens. I suppose the next thing is for Barnard to get this half century, isn't it? He's on 49. Stonewall continues with another over from the pavilion end. He's into bowl, and this is clipped behind, and it will not be, I'm afraid. Barnard goes, caught behind. Worrell picks up his 3rd wicket, and Warwickshire's 9th wicket falls. Just looking to run it away down behind square on the offside. Just got a little thin edge through to Ben Folkes. So Barnard's innings comes to an end, and rather unfortunate from his point of view. He's didn't quite make his maiden half century for Warwickshire. So he drips off, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby comes out with the scores level. Unfortunately, the only downside of that, from Warwickshire's point of view, is that Surrey have got 10 wickets in hand to get the 1 run they need, which at the moment.
Yeah, it's good bowling from Dan Worrell. Good innings from Ed Barnard. Sort of on the sinking ship. He stood on deck and deserved to get that 50, but just had a little nibble at one, trying to run it down to 3rd man, I think. And nice low catch from Ben Folkes. 3rd wicket for Worrell, so 8 of the 9 for Worrell and Roach. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's very capable of batting for a long time. Just keeping an eye on the weather away to our left at the moment. An irony would be if this wicket falls quickly and then it starts raining, we have to wait for Surrey to go out and get a run.
Yeah,
that would be very cricket, wouldn't it? It would be very cricket. That then we'd still have tea, wouldn't we? They'd still have tea.
But there was a game this season.
Yes.
The score, there was something ridiculous, like 2 or 3
no,
runs required.
one was required. They played the extra 20 minutes, and still one was required, and went to tea, and then came back after tea.
Yeah,
marvellous.
I'll finish this over and then let Nicky back in, and it's
very nice cushion here, by the way. I don't know whose it is. Oh, it's Brian's cushion. Lovely, very good back cushion that, Brian. Very good. Very good.
So 131 for 9. Disappointing, I think Warwickshire are going to be disappointed with the way they're batting, because in the previous games against Somerset and Kent, their batting has been strong, but in fairness, they've not come up against an attack like this.
Yeah, I think.
And that toss also was
very crucial. And I think actually, if you go through all the wickets really for Warwickshire, they've been got out, haven't they, by the bowlers.
So Worrell comes round the wicket to the left-handed Hannon-Dolby, and Hannon-Dolby's first ball, he plays away into the offside, and to cover points, there's no run.
Yeah, I think we've seen why Surrey are a good cricket side here in this game, because with the batting, someone always stands up, and everybody knows it's a very good bowling attack that Surrey have, and we've seen that today. And if they sniff a chance, they tend to take it very quickly.
Well, in bowl short, and Hannon-Dolby ducks underneath that. That one harmlessly through to the keeper. Is Worrell with you all season?
Oh yeah, he signed a 3-year deal on a British passport.
Okay.
So yes, he's here,
and
he's in his 2nd season.
Keeman Roach the same?
Keeman not for the whole season, but he's got West Indies jobs to do.
Okay.
But it's been the same for 2 seasons he's played for Surrey.
There's Worrell again, comes in, bowls short again. Hannon-Dolby leans back, and the ball travels chest height to Hannon-Dolby, past him and through to the keeper. That, to most people, that would be head height, but Oliver Hannon-Dolby is chest height. Very tall man.
And Kemar Roach played 7 championship matches last season and picked up the 25 championship wickets last season.
Well, these two have they got 7 wickets between them in the first innings. And he's in, and Dolby will score at least one. And look for. They're going to have to get a move on as Ryan Patel gets the ball back over the stumps, but they're back completely in the end of the 2. So Warwickshire have set a target anyway.
One of the slowest 2s you'll ever see. Between Oliver Hannon-Dalby and Chris Rushworth.
It was almost like I don't want to be on strike. Were you taking
I think Rushworth was desperately keen not to be coming back there.
So 15 wickets these two have taken so far in this game, and really is impressive. As ball comes round the wicket and bowls to Hannon-Dalby, who lets that one go through to the keeper. End of the over, 133 for 9, and I'll let Nicky come back in here as we reach towards the end.
Thank you, Phil.
This innings.
Lovely to have Phil alongside. So yes, that lead now is 2. So as Brian said, this equates to 2 for 9. It equates to. And Rushworth will be on strike here. I'm just wondering, yeah, Cameron Steele is getting warmed up. Possibly just to toss a couple up to Chris Rushworth, who he knows very well, of course, from Durham days. It's Kemar Roach from the Birmingham end. Hello, Nicky.
Afternoon.
Good to see you. As 3 slips in there for Kemar Roach as he comes over the wicket to Rushworth, and Rushworth just forces off the back foot straight out to Ryan Patel. So sitting on a 6-for is Kemar Roach, and taking his 500th first-class wicket as well today. He is a heck of a good bowler. Here's Kemar Roach. Rory Burns lobs him the ball. He's going to get a leg slip in now, so Cameron Steele potters into leg slip. Kemar Roach comes over the wicket to the right-handed Rushworth, and Rushworth's in behind a short ball. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. Kemar Roach gets a boot to it. Bit of a breeze has picked up now, going across the ground from right to left. The good news, everybody, the ground staff have left the cover area. So that would sort of indicate that possibly we're going to miss the rain. The rain ice melt has gone over towards the city centre now. As over the wicket once more comes Kemar Roach. Short ball, and Rushworth's hooking, and it's gone straight to mid-wicket. It's gone off the toe end of his bat. He may need some chalk here, Chris Rushworth. I think that probably had a bit of backspin on it, that one. Looking for the hook shot, and it hit the toe end of his bat and just potted out towards mid-wicket. Yes, Cameron Steele is definitely getting warmed up for a bit of a twirl. In there at leg slip. Sibley and Pope at first and second slip as Kemar Roach is in to Rushworth, and Rushworth, that's nicely played, just opens the face and guides it away down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. Nicely played by Chris Rushworth. Just opened the face and then helped it away down to the boundary rope. He's on to 18 and the leader's moved on to 6.
That flew down, didn't it?
Yeah, Jamie Smith put in a great effort to get to it, but it was always getting away from Jamie Smith. Rushworth's played very well here for his 18. As Kemar Roach is in to him, and it's a short ball, and Rushworth will take the single. Just pushes away out into the offside. Patel comes round to do the fielding. And they will pick up one more. And Ollie Hannon-Dalby, who every time I see him bat, and this is not genuinely to put the hex, never looks like getting out, Ollie Hannon-Dalby. He can bat for a very, very long time. And last year, of course, that magnificent effort to get off the mark after something like 66 deliveries, I think it was, to get off the mark. And then we think it was a leg by rather than off the bat. And well, he looked as disappointed as everybody else, because I think he was on for a world record at one point. As round the wicket comes Kemar Roach to him, and he's forward and plays this one back up the pitch. He uses all his height. There's Ollie Hannon-Dorby. It's a good over from Kemar Roach. It's the end of it. He's had a very good day as Kemar Roach, and Worrell will get another go here at Rushworth, and it's 138 for 9.
Was it 66 deliveries he took?
It's around about that, yes.
And what's the world record?
Ooh, that's a very good question. Had you asked me that last year, I would have known.
Ah, come on, Judge.
But I can't remember now. Oh dear, the ground staff are back.
You spoke too soon.
Yes. Either that or they all needed a call to nature at the same time. But they're all back by the hover cover now.
They're all lingering.
This would be rather annoying though, wouldn't it? For all concerned.
It would be. It'd be quite frustrating.
Maybe sort of the opening pair of Sibley and Burns could just borrow Hannon-Dorby and Rushworth's kit, so they don't have to go in.
As in comes Worrell, bowls, and this one is played quite far from Rushworth's body, as he's really gone with his hands there and played that to Ryan Patel, who's picked that up at point. No run. But as mentioned earlier, Rushworth's hands are going in one direction and front foot is liking to stay quite far away from the ball, making it look quite awkward.
Yeah, slower ball that from Dan Worrell. Almost just pushed it straight to Ryan Patel.
At the top of his mark. As in he comes, Worrell. Rushworth on strike. Just played this off the hips into the square leg region. It's going to be making its way to the boundary, but it's been picked up, so they've got 2 here. Rushworth keeping strike.
It's fair to say that Dan Worrell didn't look overly impressed with that. Just being tucked off his hip for a couple of runs. But yes, I wonder if we're going to see a bit of leg spin in the next over from Cameron Steele. Lead has moved on to 9 now. 9 for 9.
9 for 9. As Rushworth's on strike, as in comes Worrell, bowls full of delivery again, similarly worked off his legs, and now we've got a man on the deep square leg boundary who just picked that up, so that's been cut down to a 1.
Lovely bird song I can hear in my headphones as well at times.
Can hear some of them chirping
lovely.
away.
Very nice indeed.
At least it didn't sound like that seagull that we heard earlier.
It didn't sound very well, did it? Yeah, it's made a horrible noise as it flew past the effects microphone.
It sounded like it had quite a heavy Friday night. As we've got Hannon-Dorby on strike. 3 slips and a leg slip. As in comes Worrell around the wicket, and Hannon-Dorby's forward. That's definitely hit his bat by the sounds of it. What have they gone up for there?
Well, I think it was that half shout for LBW, and then realised he got a bit of bat on it.
A little bit of bat? That sounds like quite a bit of bat. And I do think Cameron Steele will be making an appearance in the attack soon. Still warming up, rolling his arms over. As Worrell makes his way through, bowls, and Hannon-Dorby's forward defends. No run.
Just very solid technique that Hannon-Dorby has.
You can just block it out.
No, as I say, he just doesn't look like he's ever going to go anywhere, Ollie Hannon-Dorby.
And from a Warwickshire perspective, they'll like that.
Needs to probably do it for the rest of today and to about mid-afternoon tomorrow.
It's not much of an ask. As this one's slightly shorter, just worked off his hips, but it's fielded by the man at leg slip. And it's going to be a run out. It was a very silly run, but that does bring up the final wicket for Surrey.
Yeah, you often find that, don't you, with the last wicket partnership? Bit of a comedy run out that, really. Sort of looked at each other, stop, start, and Ryan Patel wanged the ball in, and Ben Folk sort of fell over and knocked the stumps over, and he was a long way out, was Rushworth. So it's a strange old end to the innings, and what it does mean is that they lead by 10. So Surrey will need 11 to win, and we should get this done before tea. And there'll be sort of a 10-minute break now, and then they'll come out, and Surrey will need 11 to win this game. But well bowled Kemar Roach, 5 for 34 for Kemar Roach, and 3 for Dan Worrell. 15 in the game between them. Terrific effort from those two. As Rushworth and Hannon Dalby make their way off down below us, and then I think it'll be Kemar Roach that will lead Surrey off. He's just having a bit of a chat with Peter Hartley at the moment. And he's got his arm round Pete Hartley as Kemar Roach. So yes, Surrey will need 11 to win. And we've got a 10-minute break, so we'll be back with you in 10 minutes' time for those 11 runs that are required by Surrey. And a round of applause for Kemar Roach. He gets the ball, he raises it to the dressing room. 5 for 34 for him. Join us again in 10 minutes where Surrey will start their run chase with 11 required for victory.
My name is Claire Hopkins. I'm Head of Reception and Security here at Edgbaston. I've been here for 26 years now, so 1997 I started. I'd left college, needed a job, wrote to a few places around the local area. I got a reply from the then head steward at Edgbaston, so I thought, yep, we'll go and do a few casual shifts there, bit of cash, keep me going. It was an interesting place to work back then. It was a very fun club to be around, yeah, very fun. I remember the first day I walked in there, I thought how small it was compared to when you look on the television. It's just, yeah, grown so much. 100% take pride in working here and being that face on the front reception and dealing with everybody as they come in, so you can't not take pride in where you work. You have to be that smiley, chirpy, welcoming person behind that desk. That is all part of the journey of people coming to Edgbaston. For me, working here, it's the only job I've ever done, and I cannot see myself working anywhere else.
We're here at Edgbaston Stadium today. We have a partnership already with Warwickshire County Cricket Club, and I thought it'd be a brilliant experience for the third year sports journalism students to come along to an actual match, to see the facilities, to meet and see some of the other journalists in action. And the staff here have been brilliant. You know, Dave allowed us to interview a player. We're going to be speaking to a coach later. So it's really just an opportunity to come here to see some cricket, to put our student, our sports journalists in the environment which we hope that one day they'll be serving in and working in. And it's a bit of a taster, really, just to give them an insight into how a sports journalist behaves during the day, what they do, the kind of work they have to produce, and really a day in the life of a cricket correspondent. Right now we're in the press room at Edgbaston, an absolutely fantastic facility.
I'm here as an experience with the uni, with the course. Interviewing the player was a great experience because it meant I got to understand how it works and how to speak to a player one-to-one, because you kind of get a bit starstruck when you're talking to people for the first sort of time. I did a mock replacement at Edgbaston during the summer. It was during the T20 blast, so we came to games and took a few photos for the social media and took a few videos. For Instagram, a few of them went out on the stories and all that sort of stuff. When we went and met in the BBC radio studio, so it's good to sort of meet the journalists that were in there and how they work and sort of their practices. So so that I could use that in the future if this is sort of the route I take. It's really good that BCU allows me to gain practical experience while I study.
Just an insight into what goes on, and this is so important on our course because we not only want to skill the sports journalists of tomorrow, but we want to bring them to the actual places where hopefully one day some of them will be working.
Shouts to catch, there's no one there.
It's close, it's barely close. Martin Saka says that's it.
Brilliant victory for the Birmingham Bears.
So this is our junior training session for ages under 9s up to under 14s. It's really just to keep participation going with cricket during the winter, so it's just keeping them involved in cricket, thinking about cricket and as I say, getting ready for the season to start in April. And we have got young lads here who want to go on and play county cricket hopefully and progress into that pathway. So to see somebody from the local area who has made that step up into professional cricket, especially a lad like Rob, is a great inspiration for them. Obviously with the scheme that's helped, we're going to put the money towards having an artificial surface, which will only then increase participation, not only for the club in games and training, but also in the local community, meaning we can hire the venue out and allow access to hopefully schools and other teams in the community as well.
Vitality Blast Cricket is back. Just make sure you're ready for blast off. Brilliant, that's out. That's a good catch as well, Al Davey.
They popped all their fireworks.
Edged, has it carried? It has. First ball for Miles.
Well, that's a big shout.
In the air and out. Brilliant victory for the Birmingham Bears.
Hassan, welcome to Edgbaston. Just explain to us how proud and how delighted you are to be here.
Well, thank you so much to welcoming and firstly I would like to say thanks to the management of Warwickshire Cricket Club. They give me an opportunity to be here and playing for them. It was always a pleasure to be here, and I think it's been 7 years I'm coming again and again with national team, with A team and with franchise team. I had a good experience last year. I was playing for the Lancashire. I enjoyed my time there, so I want to play county cricket. As I said earlier, and even the last year, when I was growing up, the legends like Wasim Akram, Wakai Yunus, Sukran Mushtaq, and there's a couple of guys who always, talking about the county cricket. So they always said that if you're gonna get chance to play county cricket, you should go there. So we always ask why. So they said that you're gonna learn lots of things, and obviously it's a different country, and you're also gonna learn about their own cultures. So I think it always I feel lucky I'm being here and traveling globally and learn from the different places, learn from the different cultures, and obviously just because of cricket we are traveling. So I feel pleasure, and I'm looking forward some excited cricket and some good performances.
You said you played for Lancashire last season. Do you feel that you're better from that experience?
Yeah, it always the help if you the travel globally and playing for different leagues. So it always help you in the career, and it give you lots of confidence. Sharing the different dressing room, talking with the different players, seniors players. Like as I said, I'm lucky to play with the Jimmy Anderson, sharing the the ends. He's bowling from the different ends, I'm bowling for the different end, and sitting together in the one dressing room. So I got a chance to speak with him. So he's very kind with me, and he's sharing the lots of good things. Who helped me in my career and helped me in my bowling, how become a better bowlers and how become a the better cricketer, and on a side as how become a the good person. So it's helped me in your career if you're playing the county championship, whatever the franchise cricket.
It's clearly helping you to become a better cricketer, but you want to make us a better team, don't you? You want to help us win trophies and win games. What will you bring to Warwickshire?
Oh, well, obviously I'm here to perform for my team Warwickshire, and it will be great. I'm gonna lift the trophy for my club, and I think if I play on my potential, if I'm giving my 110% every day, every game, so I think that will be the better for the team, and obviously for me. So it always the bit difficult to go on a different country and a different culture and perform there. So but when you perform, so you feel yes, you are on the right track, you're in the right place.
You've trained with the team today. You trained with them yesterday. Obviously some familiar faces. Alex Davies at Lancs, Chris Wokes from the international scene. What have you made of the group?
Oh well, when I arrived, I came on the first day on the dressing room, and the boys came to me and shake hand me, hug me. So I feel really the welcoming, and they know me very well. I know a couple of faces like Chris Wokes, and we played to each other, and we have a a little relationship. So it always the pleasure, and the boys are hanging around, and boys are well gelling, and I don't honestly I don't feel I'm on a different place. They make me more comfortable, and they make me feel like a home. So I said I thought it's gonna be the well. So yeah, it's nice to be here. It's lovely to be here.
And talk to me about Edgbaston. We've got a big reputation in cricket. What do you make of this place?
It's a lucky place for me. If we talk about back in 2017, we start our journey from here, Champion Trophy. Yeah, unfortunately we lost the first game against India, but we won second game against South Africa. South Africa was the #1 team at that time, and I was the man of the match, and that was my first man of the match in ODI. So that's lucky ground for me, and the Edgbaston is lucky for me, and for me is a couple of memories here. So it always, as I said, always to be here in England and playing in a different grounds. But as I said, it's lucky for me to get first man of the match in ODI, and that was a Champion Trophy.
So Birmingham Unicorns we set up about 2 years ago. We're the second only fully inclusive LGBTQ club in the country. We kind of set up because it felt like there was a need to engage the community in this fantastic game of cricket. So Warwickshire and Warwickshire Cricket Board have been instrumental in helping to pull that together. Some of the stuff that we've been able to achieve, we've only been able to do with their support. We've had 2 sessions now here at Edgbaston over the last 2 years, which has just been amazing because they're obviously very high profile. They're a big, well-known club here in England, and that helps with visibility. And if a club like Warwickshire gets involved, it just helps with the whole inclusion message and making sure people do feel comfortable and able to come along and watch, play cricket, get involved somehow.
It's the obvious, isn't it? Cricket's a great game, brings people together. It has so many benefits from health, but for fun, for inclusion, to allow people to feel safe. And I mean, that's what this club's about, but that's what cricket's about as well. So if we can support it in a day like this, and in any way we can, we will. Brings you right back to why you play the game, which is to have a laugh and have fun with people that you enjoy being around with.
So we've done a little bit of bowling today. I only started playing last year, so for me, I was opening the bowling. There's a lot of pressure on that. So we're just talking about the mental side of that. Being kind of a team sport, but in an individual in a sense. It's been really good, actually. Really good, really enjoying it.
Oh, so I've been with the Unicorns about a year now. Before that, I was out of the game for about 15 years, played a lot at school. But I think that's one of the great things about Unicorns, is that we're a club where the majority of members, either as adults, haven't played much or at all actually and come in, yet they come in, everyone gets equal opportunity.
And Surrey will need 11 for victory, and they are sending out Tom Laws and Dan Worrell to open. We saw the way that Dan Worrell went about it this morning, so he'll go about it exactly the same way to get these 11 runs. It'll be interesting to see who opens the bowling as well for Warwickshire, but that after Warwickshire dismissed by Surrey. 141 all out. Kemar Roach 5 for 34. And it means that we had tea. We didn't realise it was tea, but we've had tea. And the players, Nikki Chowdhury, are making their way back out, with Surrey requiring just 11 for victory.
Yes, and I'm sure if Dan Worrell's going to be going at it, we're going to see something similar to what we witnessed earlier today.
Yeah, and it will be Ollie Hannon-Dorby to get us started. So Tom Laws, who's had a couple of innings this season, got a first ball duck in the game against Hampshire and one in this game, but it'll be Worrell on strike, and we saw the damage he did this morning with his 33. Dan Worrell, can't be too many times that Dan Worrell in his career has walked out to bat in the morning and the afternoon. So he was sort of opening this morning as well, hadn't faced a ball with Jamie Smith. So there'll be 3 slips in there, and deep mid-wicket there's the long leg, there's a leg slip. So Ollie Hannon-Dorby with the first ball, Surrey needing 11 to win. And well, Dan Worrell was about to settle himself down, but Chris Wokes is playing a game all on his own up there at mid-off with the ball. I think Dan Worrell didn't quite realise that Ollie Hannon-Dorby didn't actually have a ball at that point, because Chris Wokes has still got it up at mid-off. So Worrell suddenly realised that Ollie Hannon-Dorby didn't have a ball in his hand. Now Davis is going out from leg slip into the covers. So 11 required by Surrey. He's filling in all the time here, weather-wise. Ollie Hannon-Dorby then, getting ready to come over the wicket to Dan Worrell, and the first ball is hitting the pad of Worrell, and this will be a leg bye. So there's the first of those 11 runs for Surrey. And that will bring Tom Laws on to strike. So 1 without loss, Surrey. But they've been very good today. Surrey with the bat this morning.
They'll be very happy with themselves, won't they, on that coach back down to London. It's definitely a game to remember.
Yeah, very business-like stuff from Surrey today. There's the right-handed Laws under the floodlights here at Edgbaston. As Hannon-Dorby comes in over the wicket to him, and Laws is down the pitch and just tucks this one down towards long leg. Round comes Rushworth to do the fielding. And of course that final wicket to fall was Rushworth run out by a combination of Ryan Patel and Ben Folkes. 2 without loss, sorry, so down to single figures. 9 more required by Surrey. Hassan Ali is leaping around at deep mid-wicket. Dan Worrell, he batted in his long sleeve sweater this morning. He's in shirt-sleeved order this afternoon, but he has bowled a few overs, so he'll be fairly warm, you would have thought. Hannon-Dorby, little skip at the top of his mark. And over the wicket he comes to Dan Worrell, and Worrell is hooking in the air and will go. Caught by Hassan Ali. So Dan Worrell goes without scoring, opening the innings. Not too sure how many times Dan Worrell has opened an innings before, but he went after it. That was his job. He got a fair amount of it. but Hassan Ali was out there to take a fairly simple catch, and Surrey are 2 for 1.
Straight down the throat of Hassan Ali, and Worrell deciding to take on the large leg side boundary. Maybe if it was on the other side, he may have just got the upper hand there. But we've got Rory Burns making his way through to the crease.
Yeah, Worrell's giving him loads of advice as he walks past him and punches the gloves of the Surrey captain. So yeah, Rory Burns is out there basically opening because he's in first over. They did cross, so Tom Laws will be the man on strike. I always remember in one of these situations, Jamie Porter walking out to open with Sir Alistair Cook, and it took ages for Porter to get out there because he kept getting wanted his photo taken with Sir Alistair opening the innings, because there was only going to be one over bowl by Rory Burns actually. So Jamie Porter, he blocked the first 5 and then a massive yahoo at the last one, missed it by miles, and Sir Alistair just stood on his bat at the non-strikers end and then walked off, and that was the end of the game. So the captain Rory Burns is out there, 9 required by Surrey. Burns taking his guard, chirping birds all around us here in Birmingham. And Rory Burns settles himself down over his bat as Ollie Hannon-Dalby comes round the wicket to Burns, and Burns lets this one go, just jags back a touch at him. Some oohs and ahs out there in the middle. And Burns comes down to do a touch of gardening. New experience this for Tom Laws as well, down there at the non-strikers end. Yeah, those 33 runs that Dan Worrell whacked this morning, very important. And the fact that Surrey got that lead up to 131, absolutely critical. Burns settles over his bat once more. Hannon-Dalby is round the wicket to Burns, and Burns is solidly forward, just playing this one down into the offside. And there is no run. Surrey will have a little eye on this weather, but the good thing is the ground staff have disappeared again. They're down in their dugout, so the big hover cover is away there to our left.
But they're probably hoping it's not going to take too long to score these 9.
Yeah,
anyway,
they just want to get out there and get on with the sort of bits and pieces they need to do. Hannon-Dalby runs towards us, comes around the wicket to Burns, and Burns will shout for LBW. That's rolling away into the leg side. Hannon-Dalby was absolutely convinced by that, but nothing given by umpire Peter Hartley. But the wicket of Dan Worrell, 2 for 1. Looks like Burgess will be standing up because it looks like we're going to get a bit of spin into the attack from this, the media end and pavilion end, because Robbie Yates is going to open the bowling with his offies.
And we're going to have Tom Laws on strike. Surrey just need 9 to win. Got the 1 slip in place as Yates is at just the top of his mark, ready to go. Just waiting for Laws to get into position, as in he comes. Ball slightly shorter delivery, and this one's worked off the back foot, fielded by the tumbling man at mid-on. Just a single here for Tom Laws. Good bit of fielding.
Yeah, perfectly timed dive that from Chris Wokes, away to his right. I thought it had beaten him for a second, but he put the dive in. It was perfectly timed by Chris Wokes.
And he's got the extra height on him just to get that bit of reach. And you don't think you're quite there, but in comes Yates. This is a fuller delivery. Burns is forward, drives straight into the hands of Chris Wokes. A nice looking drive, no run.
You sometimes in these situations sort of see the keeper taking off their pads and having a bit of a bowl, but
I don't think we might see that today. And this one, a shorter delivery, and this is just worked off the back foot. Misfield by Hassan Ali at square leg, meaning that Burns gets off the mark.
It'd be a very niche quiz question, this, but it will, for last year, when Surrey won the championship, who bowled the delivery that Rory Burns hit the winning runs to seal the championship?
And this one's down the track, Laws, and over long on. Into the stands, it's going to be 6. Very fine looking shot, good use of the feet.
Yeah, good from Tom Laws. That's the way to do it. Straight down the pitch and launched it straight over long on for 6. It was Johnny Tattersall, the Yorkshire wicketkeeper, who took his pads and gloves off and bowled. Yeah. So 1 required by Surrey.
In comes Yates. All the fielders up, and this one just defended off the back foot by Tom Laws. No run. All the men are in the ring now. And this one's bowled short delivery, and it's pulled away into the stands on the deep square leg boundary, and that is the end of the game. Surrey have won this. An easy win for Surrey, and that is the end of the game.
Yeah, and a very good performance by Surrey, that, winning by 9 wickets in the end, and Tom Laws with the winning runs. He'll finish 14 not out, Rory Burns 1 not out, but really the tale of this game was a crucial toss to win, then Surrey used the conditions brilliantly. Warwickshire all out for 150, and then a very fine innings from Jamie Smith of 88, and that 33 from Dan Worrell this morning, and then Roach and Worrell really with the ball, backed up by Jordan Clark and Tom Laws. So back-to-back wins for Surrey, 9 wicket wins back-to-back for Surrey. For Warwickshire, it's been a tough day today, it really has, but they hung in there until today really, and then Surrey have sort of done this in a very neat and tidy and business-like fashion. Nikki, thank you to you, thank you to Phil Britt, thank you to Brian Halford, thank you to Kevin House, thank you to everybody. It's been a lovely 3 days up here in Birmingham. We'll all be back with you next week, of course, but the news on this 3rd day, just after tea, is that Surrey have beaten Warwickshire by 9 wickets from us all from Edgbaston. Have a very, very lovely evening.